Volume 3. Chapter 201, The Journey to Lyre. Chapter 201, The Journey to Lyre. The accountant scrambled off the back of the bicycle. There was some talk of people greeting me when we got here, Jewelry Master. These must be them. Let me say hello. The younger man quickly tapped a few digits into his communicator. As if on cue, two gentlemen from within the security kiosk extricated themselves and made their way over. Just a couple of days ago Lan Jue would not have recognized the stocky man who trotted over, but now he recognized him immediately as Dean Zhou Qianlin. The teaching director, Wu Junyi, was hot on his heels. You must be our newest addition. Hello, hello. Zhou Qianlin eagerly greeted the accountant, and vigorously shook his hand. Wu Junyi gave Lan Jue a curious look. Professor Lan, how do you know this young gentleman?
Saw him on the way in, Lan Jue began.
Thought I'd offer him a ride.
You all look busy, so I'll leave you to it. He wanted to keep interaction with them brief, otherwise too many questions about his relationship to the accountant might arise.
It would certainly have an effect on his work here in the university.
By now Zhou Qianlin's attention had also swept towards the etiquette teacher. It was his first time seeing their newest instructor, but he knew him by reputation.
Ah, you must be Lan Jue. The one the Grandmaster recommended one. Let me think, etiquette, right? Lan Jue smiled politely, and nodded his head. Zhou Qianlin was all smiles and propriety. And hello to you as well, Professor Lan.
You've been here for some time already and this is the first time we're meeting. I am the Dean, Zhou Qianlin. If you should need any help, make sure you give me a call, or you can ask Director Wu here too. Of course, the both of us will do our best to make sure our teachers have everything they need.
Thank you very much, Dean Zhou. Lan Jue channeled his etiquette experience, engaging his superior with poise and politeness.
He took this as his opportunity to leave and, waving goodbye to the accountant, pushed his bicycle past the gate and into the campus.
Grandmaster? Could Zhou Qianlin be the keeper's disciple? The keeper must be even older than he looks. It's no wonder he's the shining star of the East scientific community. Students weren't required to watch the academic portion of their competition.
By the time night rolled around and Lan Jue picked Zhou Qianlin up to bring her home, he saw that she looked despondent.
What's wrong? Did you lose? Lan Jue asked with a smirk. Qianlin nodded. We might as well not even have showed up.
We had a new student show up today, someone sort of twitchy. He said he wanted to compete against Su He. The issues they argued were so far over my head, I couldn't even understand what they were talking about.
After an hour, the new student ultimately lost.
But he didn't seem bothered about it at all.
He spoke a few words to Su He, who then quickly left.
He didn't seem overly happy about his victory, either. Lan Jue, of course, knew what was going on.
Inwardly he scowled. Qianlin, something's come up, again, I'm sorry. It looks like I have to leave once more for a few days. Lan Jue was genuinely put out by his constant absences.
This was the third time he'd had to ask for leave since joining the university staff. He was going out more now than he had in the last 3 years combined.
Zhou Qianlin balked. Again?
Planet Lyre, he explained.
Host to Lyre University, obviously.
It's very close to Skyfire, so I'm suspected it won't be more than 3 or 4 days that I'm gone.
I'll definitely be back before a week. Qianlin nodded. Go on then. Will there be any danger this time?
Lan Jue just stared at her, stunned.
He hadn't anticipated this conversation would go so smoothly.
Looking at her face, he saw no indication she was upset or displeased with the decision. She smiled at him.
A dazzling smile that disarmed the suspicious Lan Jue. Why are you staring at me like an idiot? Men are like eagles, and shouldn't be constrained in a single place. At any rate, I'm keeping track of your absences. We'll add them to the end of your contract.
Lan Jue smirked at her.
Here I was hoping my excellent demonstration yesterday might have shaved some days off my sentence.
Qianlin rolled her eyes.
Is this such a painful prison for you? Let's get going, it's getting late. To Grace Hospital. I haven't gone lately because of everything that's been happening at school. I imagine my friends will be worried. Lan Jue nodded.
All right, he said through a smile. The busy work they did at the old folks' home always eased his heart, gave him a sense of comfort. Every time he went, for a little while he forgot all his pressures and responsibilities. In his estimation, charity wasn't just about helping others.
It also had a cleansing effect on one's soul. Zeta. The next morning, Zeus 1 was slowly rising from the public air hangar. It slowly turned towards Planet Liar, then was off with a flash. The accountant was seated uncomfortable before the master controls. Occasionally, his eyes would flit to Xiuxiu and Guoguo. Smack! A hand came out of nowhere, slapping the lecherous young man in the forehead. What the hell, jewelry master? The accountant spat indignantly. Eyes to yourself, Lan Jue muttered. And get out of my chair. The accountant grunted his displeasure. I have a love of beauty, what's wrong with looking? A lot. Who says you can just willy-nilly stare at the girls of Zeus jewelry shop? Lan Jue glowered. The accountant sneered at him. Fine, as you wish. Anyway, I saw much prettier at the university campus. She was like an angel fallen from heaven. I was captivated the moment I saw her. If it hadn't been for the distraction, I wouldn't have lost like I did. Really, just so beautiful. Ugh, you just don't know. Dark hair, soft and smooth like silk. Big beautiful blue eyes clearer than the sky, deeper than the ocean. Long, natural eyelashes, all natural, no makeup or enhancements necessary. Incredibly beautiful. You must help me woo that one, jewelry master. If I were to have a girlfriend like that, I could die tomorrow and be happy. Lan Jue's expression curdled as he stared down the accountant. You need talent to be good at chasing women. I guess I could teach you the 3 basic fundamentals, though. Oh? What are they? The accountant stared wide-eyed and excited at his new pickup coach. Lan Jue counted them off with his fingers. Be bold. Be careful. And be resilient. The accountant's brows furrowed. What does this mean? Lan Jue explained, adopting his professorial air. The meaning is this: if you like a girl, and you want to profess this to her, you need to take the initiative. You have a 50% chance of success right there. But if you're just sitting there, thinking about it, worrying over it, you have 0 chance. Understand? Clearly the accountant only half comprehended the lecture. I understand. Are there any risks? Of course there are, Lan Jue replied. For example, say for instance you're pursuing a girl who is protected by a bodyguard. Tragic for you. You might get beat so badly your grandfather would beg to put you out of your misery. The accountant chortled. He'd never have the chance. I'm no slouch, I'll have you know. It's not easy to get the best of me. Lan Jue only smirked knowingly. Oh yeah? You should give it a shot, then. Without hesitation, the accountant shot to his feet and made his way towards Lin Guogui with purposeful strides 3. When he spoke, his voice was thick with a sort of slimy charm. Guogua. I love you. Be my girlfriend, what do you think? The jewelry master told me to come over here and woo you. He said I had a 50-50 chance at success. Lin Guogui didn't even give him the benefit of looking his way. She focused on the control panel before her, but did speak as one might when dismissing a telemarketer. I guess you're part of the other 50%. Get away from me before I make you regret it. The accountant turned, giving Lan Jue a pained and indignant glare. Lan Jue could only helplessly shake his head. In Old Earth they used to say, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. The accountant took a deep breath, getting his facial expression back under control. He shot his eyes towards Xiuxiu. She knew what was coming, and her response was to lift her left hand. The motion summoned a fan-shaped array of impossible sharp light between them that, when it moved, sounded like it was cutting the air it passed through. The accountant spat fiercely. My dark-haired angel is a vast improvement over the both of you. Not an iota of appreciation among any of you, humph. Increase to sublight speed, Lan Jue said softly, ignoring the accountant's impotent complaints. Roger. Lin Guogui coaxed the thrusters into high speed. The ship shuddered, and quickened. Lan Jue stood with both feet planted firmly on the floor. The accountant yelped as he was thrown clear across the bridge. Zeta. Planet Liar. It was a beautiful planet, one they called the Sapphire of the East. 90% of its surface was covered in sparkling blue water, while the planet itself was roughly 3/4 the size of Skyfire. It was possessed of a rich and abundant marine environment, and all the resources that came with it. Specifically, the planet was home to many special sorts of power gems and undersea precious metals. Essential items for high-level mecha construction. Zeus 1 hovered over Liar's largest city, its capital Varka. Just below lay the public airship hangar for the city. Extend the boarding bridge in advance. Extinguish main engine reactor. All stop. The ship began its slow descent into the hangar. The girls took off their safety harnesses, while the accountant moaned in pain.
He pulled himself to his feet, casting a resentful glare towards Lan Jue. Off we go, their captain stated, waving for them to follow. He was the first to disembark. The accountant followed, careful to remain behind the former mercenary. Humph, he thought, without me here they wouldn't even know who to get into contact with. I'll make you beg me for the information. A shuttle delivered them from the hangar to the pickup area. The four of them walked out from the gate, with the two beautiful women at the forefront. They gathered no small number of curious stares as they exited. Today, Lan Jue was clad in a light gray suit. As ever, it was well fit and finely tailored. It made him look taller, and very handsome. Lan Jue. The accountant eagerly awaited the jewelry master's request, ready to shut him down in retaliation for his poor treatment. Just as he was salivating at the prospect, that call shattered his dark fantasy. Lan Jue waved towards the beckoning voice. Xiao and Lin Guogua followed dutifully as he walked over. Suhi was clad in a black track suit. He made a show of stepping forward to greet them, and embraced his former charge with a hug. You got here fast. We only just got back ourselves. I got your message and decided to just wait for you here. Just you three? I'm invisible, I suppose, the accountant grumbled. How do you two know each other? Suhi shot the Skyfire representative a glance. Ah, my bested opposition. You're here, too, I see. 1, meaning the keeper. 2, this is a very common Chinese offer, which doesn't really mean what it says. Connections are very important in Chinese society, and the idea of you scratch my back, I scratch yours is one of the pillars of its societal foundation. However, you can also really ask for help from someone above your station if you have leverage, something they want, their respect, a mutual friend, etc. His insincerity is made clear when he mentioned or talked to Director Wu, putting up a far more reasonable alternative for Lan Jue's station as a junior teacher. 3, gotta appreciate his gumption. Would you be so eager to date a woman who can explode starships with her brain? Could you imagine having an argument with her? Damn it, honey, that's the third time you've made me punch myself in the face. Couples counseling just isn't getting through to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, The Power of Skyfire. Chapter 202, The Power of Skyfire? The accountant's eyes nearly popped from his skull. You dare address me this way? I was lenient with you yesterday. Plus the damn gorgeous girl was distracting me. Otherwise, you think you'd actually be able to best me? Suhi ignored him, turning to Lan Jue. Let's go. We have a car waiting outside. All right. Hey, why aren't you listening to me? The accountant yelped, racing after them. Shut up. Lin Guogua muttered his way. Zeta. Lyre was considered an ocean planet. As expected, then, its capital was a bustling port city. Dvarka was ideally placed to take advantage of the area's natural resources. Lan Jue faintly recalled the Lyre group, which ran the planet, and their reputed power. It was a shame, he thought, that he did not bring Huali or Chu Cheng. Huali was afraid Mo Sha would find out, and Chu Cheng's excuse was he wished to focus on his training. Lan Jue was still trying to puzzle out what the real reason was. The maglev car waited for them outside of the arrival's gate. It was large enough to suitably accommodate a dozen people. Would you prefer to rest in the dorms for a little while first, or shall we go directly to meet the professor? Suhi casually asked the question of Lan Jue, who sat at his shoulder. The accountant didn't appear to factor into his considerations. First to bring us to your professor, Lan Jue said. We need to show our respect. Plus, the earlier we get through our business, the more time we'll have to enjoy Dvarka and relax. The keeper had always treated Lan Jue well, placed his trust in the young man. Lan Jue was intent on completing his old friend's task quickly and effectively. Suhi smiled. All right, then we'll head directly there. Just as a precaution, the professor doesn't have the warmest disposition. Take care. Lan Jue nodded. The maglev car gained speed, racing along the street. Lan Jue stared out of the window, and watched as all the culture and peculiarity of Lyre's capital city passed by outside. The street itself kept with the nautical theme, composed of azure blocks. On each side of the concrete river rose spindly buildings which were blue of all shades. It was a world of blue that suited Lan Jue just fine. No wonder the whole place had seemed like a blue jewel when spied from Zeus 1, it was almost impossible to differentiate the ocean from land when the whole city bore this color scheme. Well, mentor, I guess you all like blue around here, Lan Jue offered as he watched the city pass. Suhi nodded. Yup. Lyre is a very special planet.
Every plant, every animal is blue. The whole place is infused with the water element. And while you might suspect we get a lot of storms and tsunamis, you'd be wrong. They're a rare sight. All the sea life is gentle as well. In terms of environment, we can't match up with the likes of Taihua, but Lyre is definitely a unique place. And if you have a chance, we have a number of island resorts for things like honeymoons. Remember that when you get married. The topic brought a sharp pain to Lan Jue's chest. He nodded his head, though he made no further attempt to continue the conversation. Ah, by the way, Lan Jue. Unless my memory fails me, Dvarka will be hosting an auction tomorrow. It'll be the biggest one in recent years, selling top-level items from around Lyre. Reputedly, the final item is an S-ranked power gem. Of course, I can't be sure. Naturally, you know the strategic advantage of S-ranked gems. An auction isn't permitted to sell one outside of the Eastern Alliance territories, or to outsiders. An S-ranked power gem, eh? Lan Jue's eyes lit up at the prospect. It was a rare opportunity, to be sure. Although he did possess an S-ranked gem collection of his own, more was always appreciated. If we have the chance, we should go take a look, he said. Suhi smiled cordially. No problem. I'll set it up, and we can go together. They sped along for a good half an hour, eventually coming to a halt before the facade of a simple building. The sight of it brought a hardness to Lan Jue and the accountant's eyes. It looked exactly like the Skyfire library. They filed from the car. Sui lifted his face to peer at the towering building, then sniffed. The professor's obsession will never let him be. I imagine this looks a lot like the library on Skyfire Avenue, yes? The accountant nodded his head vigorously. Precisely the same. All right, let's head in, Sui said. I've already let him know we're coming. As he spoke, he led Lan Jue and his entourage in to the familiar structure. Once again, Lan Jue and the accountant were taken aback. The interior, too, was just like the keeper's home, but for the fact the bookshelves were empty. Row upon row of shelves lines the walls with nothing upon them, just a large empty room. Sui chuckled as he watched their reaction. The professor has said that one day, he'll win back everything he'd lost. He would fill this place with his spoils of war. The words brought a heaviness to Lan Jue's heart. It would appear this trip wouldn't be as easy as it had first appeared. They made for the stairs, and took them for the third floor. This was all very familiar, since the structure of the building was identical to the one he was just in. He saw now that the keeper was right, and the library was absolutely the product of this bookworm. After all, his knowledge of the architecture would have to be immaculate to copy it with such detail. The 5 people arrived at a small room. Lan Jue recognized it as twin to the one he had been in just a few days before, speaking with the keeper. Sui lifted his hand, and knocked. An aged, crackling voice called out. Enter, dot. Lan Jue pushed the door open, while simultaneously gesturing to his 2 Amazons. Wordlessly they took up position outside the room, on either side of the door as their boss entered. Inside, an old man sat opposite a desk. In his hands was a newspaper, which he was currently absorbed in reading. Sloppy would adequately describe his overall look, Lan Jue thought. His clothes were torn, and stained in several places. The elderly man had lost most of his hair, a snowy ring the only thing remaining, leaving his scalp bare. Liver spots dotted his face. He stared at the newspaper through Coke bottle lenses, breathing laboriously. Like the keeper, he looked to have one foot in the grave. I'm back, Professor. Suhi quietly addressed the elderly man. NGH. Did ya win? The old man's quavering voice asked. His eyes never left the pages of the newspaper. Yes, in fact, I did. As you should have, he grumbled. The old man has no worthy successor, but... Hearing this, the accountant stepped forward to share a piece of his mind. Lan Jue saw this, and yanked the young man back. The old man continued. What are you doing bringing these people here? They have nothing to do with this. Get them out. Sui hastily interjected. Professor, these 2 are from Skyfire Avenue. Get them out of here. Are you deaf? The old man threw his newspaper against the desk in frustration, glaring at Sui. His yellowed eyes became sharp as daggers. The small room was suddenly filled with an oppressive sense. The highest reaches of 9th-ranked talent. Lan Jue could instantly determine this old man's power by that feeling alone. He wasn't as frail as he appeared. Sui dare not move or speak. He glanced apologetically towards Lan Jue. The jewelry master smiled disarmingly. Bookworm. That was your designation, wasn't it?
I'm here not only to represent the keeper, but on behalf of Skyfire Avenue as a whole.
As I see it, you may think you have an enemy on the avenue, but there are only friends.
There is no benefit in keeping allies at arm's length. The old man's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer.
You, practically a child, are here saying you represent Skyfire Avenue? It does not bode well.
Clearly the little suburb you call home has lost a great deal over the years.
I guess they'll let just anyone in these days.
Lan Jue gave the old man a capitulating smile. By way of a response, he extricated his Skyfire Council badge and placed it on the table in front of the bookworm. The old man glanced at the emblem, and a subtle change came over his features. He plucked up the insignia and peered at it intently, then unceremoniously chucked it back to Lan Jue.
How does that mean you speak for the avenue? The crotchety old man grumbled. I've had no interaction with Skyfire for years anyway. Lan Jue sighed.
Bookworm, forgive my lack of tact, but you're not the young man you used to be.
Clearly you've lost the desire to show up the keeper. With your loss of faith, there's no reason for me to be here.
It was a mistake coming.
The bookworm tried to murder Lan Jue with his glare. Two sets of eyes met.
Lan Jue felt a strange, dizzying sensation wash over him.
He wasn't looking at a man, he was looking at the collected knowledge of humanity. He could see it in those sharp, attentive eyes. His tenacious, psychic force was almost palpable. The dizziness lasted only a second. With some effort, Lan Jue dispelled the uncomfortable feeling. Then he turned and slapped the accountant. It didn't matter that the accountant wasn't prepared. Even if he was, how could he compete with the ex-mercenary?
The accountant twitched uncontrollably as tendrils of electricity raced up and down his body.
He stared wide-eyed and disbelieving at his fellow Skyfire denizen.
Lan Jue spoke quietly to the old man.
This is the keeper's sole blood relative.
Hopefully this will help you convince you I'm interested in helping. Suhi looked from one to the other, flabbergasted at the exchange. The bookworm was no less confused.
You help me? And how do you intend to do that, exactly? The bookworm's challenge was cold and dismissive. Lan Jue explained.
I am a part of the avenue, but I'm also an adept.
An adept with aspirations.
I'm confident that one day I'll get what I'm looking for, but for now my power isn't sufficient enough to earn that. The avenue is strong, but with your help I think we stand a chance. I'm confident you can easily handle the keeper and take back what's yours.
My only request is, that when you have what you want, you help me get what I want.
The bookworm stared at the young man with shock evident on his liver-pocked face.
You're planning a hostile takeover of the avenue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, Tribute. Chapter 203, Tribute. Lan Jue smiled, but did not answer.
The bookworm's voice betrayed his skepticism.
And how can I trust you, Let me answer by offering tribute.
A gift, for our first meeting. I'm confident that, once you see it, you'll understand why I think you have the opportunity to defeat the keeper. Lan Jue placed something on the desk in front of the older man. The bookworm snatched up, turning it around in his fingers. It looked like a precision data disk. His pockmarked right hand tapped the armrest. Suddenly, the front and back of the desk in front of him separated from the body of the furniture. Large flat screens rose from the cracks. State-of-the-art optical computing equipment followed suit, until the desk was a modern technological mainframe.
The bookworm slipped the disk into the computer.
The towering screens flickered to life, revealing line upon line of seemingly disconnected data.
Watery eyes narrowed as the old man speedily read through the endless cascade of information.
His hands raced across the keyboard, a blur of dancing digits until the information shifted and reordered across the 6 screens overhead.
Lan Jue watched the old man, suddenly alive with motion.
His eyes were crisp and clear, and he moved like a man in his 20s. He stared at everything in front of him with a single-minded purpose. He could see the flows of data reflected in his eyes. A flush gradually rose through the old man's pallid cheeks. He stared wide-eyed at the screen, and a shiver had crept into his hands.
How in the world did you get this?
His hands stopped shaking, and his sharp eyes swung to Lan Jue.
The jewelry master grinned. None of your concern. I suppose I can tell you, once you've confirmed you're willing to go along with my plan.
The bookworm's breaths had started to come quicker.
I'll need time to look this over in its entirety. Come back in 2 days. For now, you can go. Lan Jue nodded.
He stopped to pick up the accountant, whose motor functions had completely shut down. The young man was livid beyond expression, but that didn't stop him from trying to share a few choice words. Unfortunately, his body wasn't responding, he could only lay there in his attacker's arms and glare daggers at him, twitching madly.
Leave him here. The bookworm croaked. Lan Jue nodded, visibly pleased by the request. He handed him over to Su He, then turned and left.
As Lan Jue exited, Lin Guoguo and Xiuxiu fanned out behind him. They didn't stop until they were well past the doors. By then, Lin Guoguo couldn't contain her curiosity any longer.
Boss, you can't be serious.
You don't really intend to team up with this bookworm to take on the keeper?
Xiuxiu just huffed incredulously. Silly Guoguo. You still don't understand our boss at all. You mustn't ask such a stupid question one. That was the boss making himself look needy and weak to lure in the enemy. Plus, he couldn't even read the information.
Lin Guoguo suddenly came around.
Oh, but we left the accountant there. Aren't you afraid the bookworm's salty relationship with his grandpa could lead to some trouble? Lan Jue shook his head. He wouldn't.
If he did, he'd be far beneath the keeper's help. These men were involved in intellectual combat, nothing physical. And this old man himself was a committee member back in his day, he knows better.
As for the accountant, he's a master at self-preservation. Don't you doubt that.
Lin Guoguo shrugged.
Alright, so what should we do now?
Wait. Someone will come and show us our rooms, Lan Jue assured. They hadn't even finished speaking before the doors to the library opened and Su He came trotting out.
He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lan Jue waiting outside.
You scared the crap out of me, Su He grumbled, giving his former classmate a sarcastic thumbs up.
But well done. Lan Jue chortled. Seems like Mentor caught on.
Su He shrugged helplessly. We're researchers.
We analyze everything we come across.
I weighed the possibility of your proposal's success, and guessed less than 50%.
If I still didn't understand by that point, wouldn't that make me a fool?
You're a hateful bunch, scientists, Lan Jue said with a helpless shrug.
Su He laughed. Like you, I'm no scientist. Obsessive maybe.
At first I thought the professor would figure it out pretty quick, but he's in there now poring over everything.
And don't fret, I've arranged to have your friend brought out later.
Let the bookworm have his time with the data, Lan Jue said, our job's half done.
We'll be back in 2 days. Hopefully I could bother Mentor to help us find a place to stay. Then tomorrow we could all visit the auction.
Su He nodded, and smiled.
All right.
And tonight we'll treat you to a fine example of liar cuisine.
I think you'll find it very interesting. Excellent, Lan Jue responded, smiling in return. The hotel they'd prepared for Lan Jue and his crew wasn't far from the bookworm's library copy.
It was located in a simple but sophisticated-looking building.
The interior was furnished with fine antiques, none less than 3 decades old. The rooms were large, and like everything else were decorated in shades of blue.
By the time they were settled in, it was already night.
Would we be able to bring the accountant with us for dinner? Lan Jue asked.
I don't know if the bookworm has wised up or not, yet. Whether or not he has, I'm afraid that's unlikely. It's the professor's custom to ask exhaustive questions as he goes over the data. After all, as the keeper's grandson he knows more about the Paragon than anybody.
I'm afraid your friend's stuck in there for the next 2 days. It usually takes 3 or more to starve, so he should be fine. The keeper explained it to me before we left, that he wants his grandson to suffer some of what life has to throw at him. This is probably a good opportunity for growth, don't you think?
Lan Jue nodded in agreement with himself.
Su He burst into laughter. Alright, let's get something to eat. I've already made reservations. Zeta. Liar's interesting cuisine was indeed that. Every living thing in the planet's vast oceans was blue. They stayed that way, even after being cooked.
They didn't have the fishy flavor one would expect from seafood, instead bearing a taste and consistency more in line with vegetables.
Very strange indeed.
Lin Guoguo and Xiuxiu, who preferred lighter tastes, ate quite a lot.
After dinner the 2 girls left first, returning to their room to rest. Su He walked with Lan Jue back to his room. Would it be too bothersome if we spoke for a moment? Su He asked. Not at all, Lan Jue answered. He coaxed his former classmate on with an encouraging gesture.
The 2 of them entered Lan Jue's room, Su He picking a seat on the couch. Lan Jue sat across from him. With a wave of his hand, a silver light flashed, and floating before the 2 of them a silver box appeared. Lan Jue plucked it from the air, and opened it with a practiced hand. He extricated 2 whiskey glasses from within, along with a bottle full of golden amber liquid. The bottle itself bore an elegant design, and its contents cast a pleasing amber hue as the dim lights shone upon it.
Single malt?
Su He asked.
Lan Jue smiled and nodded. That's right. Alcohol is first among my many hobbies.
Su He chuckled.
Not so many, I think. I've a few myself.
This 18-year Macallan isn't a product of the former era, but is no less a classic among classics. There's a reason they call it the king of whiskeys.
Looks like I lucked out today. Lan Jue opened the bottle and poured out about an ounce of whiskey each for him and Su He.
It got the title not just because of its pedigree, but also its outstanding yield. In reality, it isn't a particularly special whiskey, but it is mild, traditional, and proper as far as whiskeys go.
Best to drink when one's mood is calm and even. The alcohol content isn't outrageous either. Come, drink.
The two young men raised their glass in a toast, then drank the whiskey down. Su He was first, and took a sip from his glass. It was smoky, with a malty undertone and a hint of cream. Breathing in, the flavor took on a freshness.
As it slipped past his gullet, a warmness sprang up from within him. More comfortable than he could express. Like being covered in a warm blanket. Good stuff. You certainly know how to enjoy life. In this aspect, you certainly have me beat. As the words left his lips, the shadow of disappointment flit across Su He's face. Lan Jue smiled. Mentor. You're a man, not a machine. You need to relax every now and again.
When your full effort is needed, you should give it your all, no doubt.
But where does it come from? It comes from resting, recovering, so that you have the energy when you need it. You're too high-strung, too careful. If you want my opinion, I think you need a good long vacation. At least 3 months. Find a girl you like, ramble around some, open up a little, let go. Don't lay a finger on a mecha in those 3 months, don't worry over some research problem or another. Just take the time to relax and be in the moment. After that, you come back rested with a better mindset, and your opportunity will come to you.
Su He listened patiently as his classmate spoke.
I'm used to this robocentric lifestyle. Lan Jue shook his head. No. In fact, you're accustomed to being appreciated. You were the favored one, all those years ago.
But after you were beaten by my brother, you became exceptionally harsh on yourself. Ever since, all the time, you stretch yourself too thin. I remember my brother telling me once you weren't far from God-ranked. But here we are, years later. I still trust my brother's judgment.
So why haven't you broken through yet? Have you put your big brain to that?
Su He didn't answer.
He sat in silence, thinking.
Every now and again he'd quietly sip his drink. He felt like this sip was stronger, with more body. The malt flavors overpowered his taste buds.
Once again that false warmth encroached upon his whole body. Harsh.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 204, I am Hera. Chapter 204, I am Hera.
Lan Jue leaned back, making himself comfortable on the lounge chair. He took sips from his glass of whiskey while watching the skies darken through the hotel window. His eyes narrowed, and a gentle sigh passed his lips. You know, I've experienced quite a lot in the last few years.
I've lived a life of decadence ever since joining Skyfire Avenue.
Every day it's been fine alcohol and delicious food, no need to ponder on life or times.
I didn't care about anything.
And yet, not long ago, I discovered that my abilities in cultivation weren't as rusty as one might expect.
On the contrary, I was stronger. My will had matured. Mentor. There are many, many wonderful things in this universe. Not just in our little corner, but everywhere. Get out, see new things. I can guarantee it'll be beneficial for you. The path to perfection is built on understanding.
A phrase that I give to you, which helped me find my way.
You're still young.
Even way back then, I felt that God-ranked was not your ultimate end. Su He stared at Lan Jue in surprise.
But my talent. Lan Jue shook his head. See? Just like I said.
It's still the thing you're the most concerned over.
Even after I've pointed out your hurdles, you have yet to find a way out from underneath them.
Remember this, mentor, anyone over 7th rank has an opportunity to reach Paragon status.
It isn't just mindless effort, either.
Luck plays a role, but when you reach that epiphany it's like crossing into another world. I heard this from my grandpa, and I'm convinced every Paragon in the modern age would agree with his sentiment.
Epiphany?
It was as though something just clicked into place with Su He. He drank off the rest of his whiskey in one gulp. He poured himself another glass, and took another drink. Red had begun to creep up into his cheeks, and his eyes adopted a faraway look. After about 10 minutes, the internal fervor he was struggling with subsided. His eyes brightened as he returned his focus to Lan Jue. If one day I manage to reach those heights, remind me to treat you to the universe's finest single malt. I think I will take a vacation. I'm gonna do it. He shot to his feet, alive with inspiration, and made for the door. He yanked it open, and was gone down the wall with lengthy strides. Lan Jue remained seated, sipping his drink. The smile on his face refused to abate. I wonder what heights he meant, Lan Jue muttered to himself, God-ranked or paragon. This guy, still so sly. If he wants that bottle, he'll have to work hard for it. Lan Jue poured himself another glass and meandered into the balcony. The cool night air caressed his face. It was moist and cool, refreshing, filling him with a sense of cleansing renewal. Lan Jue stared into the distance. But he wasn't looking at any one thing in particular, instead letting the world pass by with a 1,000-yard stare. His mind was blank, empty. Always look forward, he then thought, easier said than done. Simply give something up, and you may never truly be rid of it. The only way to progress was through acceptance. Yeah. I'll give it a shot. Hurrah! If you can hear what's in my heart, then teach me. Lead me to what I should do. Zeta. Planet Skyfire, Mount Tian. He's probably already on Lyre. Zhou Qianlin peeked at the time displayed on the face of her communicator. She lay stomach down on the bed, letting her long hair frame her pretty face. He didn't pick me up for school today. It was strange, I must be getting used to seeing him every day. I heard Richard suddenly gave up and left for the West, too, though I don't know why. Now, without his interference, life is going back to normal. When he comes back, picks me up and sends me home, then things are on track. Then things are perfect. But will it be like I want? Will it happen? Beep beep. What's up? A deep voice crackled through the unit on her wrist. Zhou Qianlin was shocked to discover that, at some point during her musings, she'd actually dialed his number into her communicator. Sorry. Dialed the wrong number. There was silence on the other end. Zhou Qianlin didn't speak either. She could hear the sound of wind. For a time, they remained like that, maintaining the silence. After a long moment, Lan Jue's voice arose. It sounded drawn. Tell me, you must be Hera. Zhou Qianlin was dazed by the accusation. A tear crept down her cheek from shimmering blue eyes. She took a long, deep breath. Her voice trembling, she replied. I am Hera. I miss you. Lan Jue's voice was thick with sadness. I miss you too. Zhou Qianlin quickly dropped the connection. She pulled the covers over her head, and broke into tears. Zeta. It was early morning, and the wind was gently rattling the window. The sound roused Lan Jue. The outside was already bright. Rubbing his aching head, Lan Jue pulled himself out from under the sheets. The balcony door was still open, allowing the wind to race through the room's interior. He spied the empty whiskey bottle on the end table. He shook his head, trying to clear the haze from his brain. The jewelry master was finding it difficult to remember the events of last night. He faintly recalled something, maybe a dream. She said she missed him. The corners of his mouth sketched the contours of a smile. He rose to his feet and, through a cleansing flush of his internal energies, expelled the hangover effects. 2. I run into you every time I'm drunk. That's why I love drinking. It helps me find you, Hera. You're still alive somewhere, aren't you, at least in my heart. He walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. He stood underneath the nozzle as jets of cold water washed over him. It was numbing, but helped to wake him from his deep slumber. By the time he exited the bathroom 10 minutes later, covered in twinkling droplets of water, he felt ready to handle whatever the day had to throw at him. Hera, I promise you, I'll snap out of it. I definitely will. Drinking brings me to you, which is great, but I promise, I'll scale it back. I'll be strong, so that only you know how frail I really am. He got ready, choosing for today a pale blue suit. When in Lyre, do as the Lyrians do, he thought. Lan Jue went downstairs to ferret out some breakfast, when he ran into Lin Guogua and Xiuxiu. Ah, boss, you're up. Still haven't had breakfast, eh? Lin Guogua beamed prettily at him. Lan Jue nodded and shot her a smile of his own. You guys eat already? Lin Guogua tittered. Yup.
But if you like, we can stick around and keep you company. Lan Jue smirked. Wouldn't it make more sense for me not to eat, then? Xiao looked at him in curiosity. Why do you say that? I've already got a feast for the eyes right in front of me, he said with a wink. Xiao's immediately flushed a shade of red Lan Jue had never seen before, while her eyes betrayed her appreciation for the compliment. Guigui, meanwhile, was frowning admonishingly. Not the slightest hint of sincerity, boss. The smile fled from Lan Jue's face. What? Of course I'm being sincere. Lin Guigui moved closer to him like a tigress, a lopsided grin on her face. She placed her hands on his shoulder, rose until she stood on the tips of her toes, and whispered into his ear. If you are, we'll be waiting for your knock on our door tonight. 3. Lan Jue's face was a mixture of shock and something else. He gave a nervous chuckle. I am a wholesome gentleman. Stop it. Lin Guigui stuck her tongue out at him. The worst kind of wholesome gentleman. Let's go Xiao, and let the good boy enjoy his breakfast in peace. Lan Jue watched the two of them go, speechless. He shook his head, and couldn't help but laugh at her antics. These girls, he thought. Ridiculous. He thought about the accountant, and hoped things weren't going too poorly for him. He knew it wouldn't be a pleasant circumstance, however the younger man had made no attempts to reach Lan Jue on his communicator. It could be a lot worse than he thought. Lan Jue ate his breakfast, then sat for a while with a glass of tea. After sitting in quiet contemplation for a little while, he tapped the keeper's number out on his wrist. Hello? The keeper's hoary voice grunted in acknowledgement. It's me, Lan Jue said. NGH. Have you met with the old coot yet? Yup. He's a little harder to deal with than you let on. He went on to relay everything that had happened with the bookworm the night before. Very good. So be it. And don't worry, he won't do anything untoward to the accountant. Leaving him there is a good thing. He's always saying I'm too strict, so let him see what real strict is. He'll come back praising my name. Notes of smug pleasure resonated in the old paragon's voice. Lan Jue blinked at the voice coming from his wrist. Are you really the accountant's grandfather? Stupid question. Alright, then if there's nothing else. Now that he's seen what you gave him, the next step will be much easier. I leave it up to you. The keeper didn't give Lan Jue a chance to respond before severing the connection. Lan Jue just stared at his wrist. This old man was crazy pants, asking others to do his bidding while he sits in his library. Just then two people stepped in through the hotel doors and attracted the avenue denizens' attention. They were a man and a woman, the man being Su He. Beside him stood an attractive, small woman. She looked to be of similar age to Lan Jue's former mentor, and quite pretty. A small smile was spread across her face. Su He himself looked like an entirely different person. He stood tall, veritably beaming with happiness and excitement. Compared to the despondent man he drank with last night, this was a miraculous change. Ah, Lan Jue. Here you are. I was just knocking on your door looking for you. Have you eaten? Su He pulled the young woman beside him as he took a seat across from his guest. Lan Jue smiled pleasantly. I have. Mentor, care to introduce us? Su He slapped his forehead. ACH, my manners. Here, allow me. This is Xiao 4. My girlfriend. Xiao, this is Lan Jue. The one I spoke with you about last night. Xiao's face reddened, but still politely extended her hand towards Lan Jue. Hello, Lan Jue. I'm very happy to meet you. I'm even happier you helped Su He come to his senses. Lan Jue laughed. All I did was talk, the work was all Su He's. I can't take the credit for any of that. An extra from the author, when I got to the part of the story where I write I am Hera, there were tears in my eyes. I'm often asked if indeed Zhou Qianlin is Hera, and in fact my own heart is in knots about it. Ultimately, will she be? Right now, I have no answers. I can only write my story, and see what happens in the end. We will follow the plot, and maybe someday in the near future a revelation will be forthcoming. For Hera, I beg for your support, and beg it keeps coming. 1. The definition of an epiphany? Judges, yes, he's just had an epiphany. 2. Holy crap, don't we all wish we had that ability? 3. What's the emoji for I think I just crapped my pants? 4. Elegant Beauty is the direct translation of her name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, Sea Creatures. Chapter 205, Sea Creatures. Sui said, I've already bought myself a luxury cross-alliance tour. Once our business has been concluded here, I plan to take Yashio here out for a vacation. We're gonna start with a 3-month tour of all the planets in the east. Like you said, it's important to get out and see the galaxy. In the future I plan to take a few months off every year to travel. This time it's the east, then I'll visit the west, and finally the Northern Alliance. After that, who knows where the wanderlust will take us. Lan Jue chuckled happily. You adapt quick, mentor. Truly your powers of comprehension and deduction are mesmerizing. Sui smirked. Last night, after leaving your room, I had an epiphany. Somewhere in my 30 years of life I'd forgotten how to appreciate all the beauty around me. I've failed to appreciate the people around me. But I found this out while there was still time. That's why, yesterday, I decided it was time to make some changes. So I proposed to Yashio, this is to be our honeymoon. Yashio's face reddened as she smiled prettily. His friend's proposal methodology was unorthodox, he thought. Of course Lan Jue would not delve too deeply into the young couple's secrets. He just smiled and congratulated them heartily. Lan Jue, Sui continued, today's auction begins in the afternoon, the biggest one of the year. It's called the Tear of Neptune auction. Unfortunately, the showing for the items on auction concluded already. They'd been going on the last few days. So we figured we'd take you on a stroll through Dvarka first. In the afternoon we'll participate in the sale. Sounds good. Thank you very much, mentor. Lan Jue of course couldn't refuse such a warm-hearted offer. As one might anticipate, Liar's entertainment revolved largely around water. Sui rented them a catamaran, large enough to comfortably house all 5 of them. These sorts of boats were more stable than your average single-hull boat. While it was at the whim of the waves in bobbing up and down, it was absent the pitch and roll more traditional boats suffered from. The sea breeze was calmer today, and the sun shone brilliantly overhead. The sky-blue ocean was supremely clear, to the point where they could see various sea creatures leisurely floating about on either sides of their boat at varying depths. Sometimes it seemed like the whole ocean around them would shift and change color as particularly large shoals of fish swam by. It was a beautiful sight. The oceans that planet Liar were famous for good reason. They were full of anima, of life and vitality. As the small crew bounced along the waves there was no scent of mold or fish. There was only a fresh, moist wind that caressed their faces. Lan Jue stood on the upper level of the boat. He stared into the distance, steadying himself with a grip on a nearby handrail. It was a feeling he couldn't express in words. Sui walked to Lan Jue's side, and stared out over the ocean with him. His face bore an easy smile. So those 2 girls, which one's your girlfriend? Don't tell me they both are. You've got some skill, to have them live in harmony. Lan Jue broke into laughter. Neither. They're like my little sisters. They help me look after my store. Can there even really be a purely platonic relationship between a man and a woman? Sui pondered aloud. Lan Jue's response was genuine. Of course. In this respect I'm certainly not qualified to contradict you, Sui replied. I don't have a lot of experience there. I trust in your abilities, they've proven to consistently be more effective than mine. Lan Jue's features twisted into a wry smile. Like I was never the beta male? Lin Jue was called up from below, interrupting their exchange. Hey boss, look at this huge fish coming our way. Huge fish? Lan Jue narrowed his eyes and searched. The psychic tide nimbly climbed up the ladder to the floor her employer occupied. It's at least 40 meters long. So big. It's coming right this way. Professor Su, are there any dangers from the sea life here? There are always predators, in every ocean. The circle of life, after all. But for us, we're very unlikely to run into something dangerous. Worst case we scare them off, he answered. As he spoke, Sui launched himself over the railing. He landed on the bottom level of the boat as naturally as though he'd floated down. He looked out over the horizon, a dim red light surrounding him. Lin Jue's eyes flashed a brilliant gold, but only for a moment. She spoke softly to Lan Jue at his shoulder. Professor Su's discipline is kind of like Core's. Lan Jue nodded. That's right, it is similar. His explosiveness is more severe than Core's, but he doesn't have the sustain she does. His discipline is energy detonation. Hers is energy tempest. Lin Jue nodded her head in understanding. In the distance, the waves split. In that instant they spied the massive girth of a sea creature. It floated with the waves, rising and falling as the waters broke around it.
From the boat they could see it, a massive marine animal with a body entirely covered in spindles. They were largely concentrated along its spine, making it look like it had a saw sheathed on its back.
It was swimming quickly their way.
Zhou He lifted his hands.
Soon after, the two appendages shone with a bright red light.
The powers crackling around his hands congealed, until they formed two balls of energy. He didn't seem to move, but nonetheless the two orbs of light raced off. They didn't find their target, instead falling into the ocean and exploding a few meters in front of it.
Boom, boom. The two rumbling explosions filled their ears.
Plumes of frothy water shot into the skies. Clearly Zhou He had employed his discipline to scare the beast away.
Lan Jue smirked. A kind soul.
He doesn't have the heart to kill a fish.
EY. No way.
Lan Jue called out. Her eyes were fixed on the pillar of water, and the blue halo that extricated itself from it. It formed itself in a shard of crystalline water, that grew thicker and longer with each passing second, then raced towards the boat.
Lan Jue was also surprised. An element-controlling sea monster?
In no time, the water shard had reached them. This was its territory, born from the energies of the sea. From the time Lan Jue had seen that something was amiss, to when Lan Jue noticed it, the blade had already found them.
Zhou He was just as confused as they.
He clasped his hands in front of him, and soon thereafter another orb of sizzling red shot outward. It stretched until it became a shield, protecting the front of the boat. But something strange occurred. It was as though the sword had grown eyes, for as the shield appeared the spectral weapon changed course. It swept sideways, then viciously took a swipe at the side of the boat. It was a move designed specifically to avoid Zhou He's defenses. Zhou He, not to mention Lan Jue and Lan Jue, were stunned at what they saw.
However, Lan Jue's reaction was swift.
He stretched out a hand, and pressed it in a downward motion.
A crash of thunder, a flash of lightning, and the blade was intercepted by a charged bolt of electricity. The impact elicited an ear-splitting blast.
The shard of sharpened water shattered. The force of their collision nearly lifted the boat out of the water. It was pushed back, and bobbed furiously atop the waves. Zhou He staggered, perched as he was at the bow of the ship. The red energies exuded out from him helped to keep his feet glued to the deck. Two yelps from Xiuxiu and Yixiu bubbled up from somewhere below.
Nasty critter.
Zhou He fixed the creature with angry eyes as it quickly sped away from them. Just as he was preparing for another attack, this one likely to end the beast, he spied a golden light slowly wafted down in front of his face.
Dozens of indistinct golden halos separated themselves from the strange light.
They raced outwards, surrounding the sea creature. A second sword had been sent after them by the creature, but as the golden lights encompassed its creator, the sword changed. It swung to the side, no longer set for a collision course with their boat. Zhou He raised his head toward the light, and was surprised to discover Lan Jue was suspended in the air within. Her whole body released a dim golden light, and it was from her that those strange bubbles had come. She looked like a mystical fairy come to earth.
Zhou He swallowed, then laughed at the circumstances.
Her abilities weren't about flying, and yet here she was. That meant, he knew, that this young woman was at least a 9th-level talent.
But she still called Lan Jue boss?
With such powerful companions under his command, Zhou He wondered just how powerful Lan Jue really was at this point.
Little by little, a calm overcame the fervent beast.
Its head had risen above water, and as they looked on, its two dark red eyes changed to a shimmering gold. It remained in place, slowly sweeping its tail this way and that through the churning waters. The waves of energy released from it felt weaker.
Zhou He, it looks like our rudder was damaged. What's going on? Yixiu cried out to him, concern evident in her voice.
The captain they'd hired to sail the craft also made an appearance, his face a mask of confusion and anger. They stepped out to watch the amazing scene unfurl before them. Yixiu seemed to take it in stride, but the things happening on his boat were more than the captain could grasp. He was just a sailor, after all. Lan Jue made his way down to the bottom deck, where he met Zhou He. The younger man looked at him apologetically.
I'm sorry.
I had no idea we'd run into something like this. Captain, call in for some assistance. I guess there's nothing for it but to wait for a rescue boat to pull us back into port. Lan Jue disregarded his friend's apologies with a smile and a shake of his head.
No need.
As we saw, Lan Jue has her ways. By this time Lan Jue was making her way back towards the other on the boat.
Strangely, the massive sea creature looked like it was following loyally in her wake. Ah. That's another maw, and a big one too. Who'd have thought we'd run into a fisherman's nightmare today?
The captain watched with eyes wide and jaw slack. Lan Jue finally arrived back on the ship and settled on the deck.
I just had a nice chat with it. Actually, this thing isn't so violent. It just isn't as perceptive as other fish. It heard our motor from far away and thought it had to protect itself. Well, it broke our rudder, Lan Jue announced. Have it pull us back to shore? Save us the trouble of waiting for a rescue boat. All right. A few minutes later, and the nethermaw was towing them in with mooring ropes tied to its spines. The catamaran bobbed in the beast's wake as they made it back towards town. Sui grinned at Lan Jue. I'm sorry. We charge out on a whim and come back with our tail between our legs. This is actually the first time I've ever actually seen a nethermaw. It was interesting, I just wish it was under different circumstances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, Terror of Neptune. Chapter 206, Terror of Neptune. Lan Jue patted his friend's shoulder. We're closer than that, mentor, no need for any of this formality. You're a kind-hearted soul, so you didn't want to strike it. Otherwise I'm certain there'd be little left of it for us to admire. We're having a great time, truly, and we'll be back just in time for lunch. Then, the auction. Sui smiled. It looks like the rigors of the real world have matured you, freshman. I remember back in our school days you were quite the celebrity. No small number of challengers, too, which you beat soundly. Lan Jue awkwardly rubbed his nose. You know, young people, full of piss and vinegar. Don't hold it against me. The nethermaw was considerably more powerful than their boat's motor, so they were back to shore in half the time it took them to reach the point where they encountered the creature. Now, so close to the world of man, Lan Jue relinquished her control over the beast. It left, while Sui used his own powers to guide the boat to its allotted berth. Lan Jue disembarked, shaking his head and laughing. Upon first encountering the sea creature he was cursing his luck, images of Taihua looming in his mind's eye. But Lyre proved to be a safe place. To make up for their unfortunate boating experience, Sui organized a particularly sumptuous lunch. Both he and his guests thoroughly enjoyed themselves. They abstained from drinking, since they had an auction to attend in the afternoon. The morning had been warm and sunny, but now as afternoon approached the sky had grown overcast. A storm was brewing on the horizon, but the crisp winds still bore that strange fresh sea scent. Zeta. The auction took place in the heart of Dvarka, in an old art museum. It was a fabulous building, with a very interesting name, the Terror of Neptune. The construction was blue, like everything else, with a crystalline facade that shone in gradients of color. The entire thing was an oval, making it look like a massive, masterfully cut sapphire. From the outside no metal was visible, leading the viewer to surmise that the whole thing was made out of glass or crystal blocks placed together. There was no longer any sun, but the gorgeous building still refracted the dim light from its surroundings. Lan Jue and his party made their way there after lunch. They took a picture before the doors of the modern architectural wonder, then entered. There were already a fair number of people milling about the museum's interior. Sui quickly made his way over to register their group, then returned and handed them each their name tags. There was still some time before the auction, so Sui led them to the museum's coffee shop. They drank coffee and looked over the auction's brochure. They had to decide which items they were interested in. Lan Jue lazily flipped through the pages. Each one bore a single item plastered large on the glossy sheets. They were professionally photographed, and bore an introduction underneath. The more expensive pieces were given several pages. Most of what was to be auctioned today was art. From time to time Lan Jue would nod his head appreciably. Like most other high-culture hobbies, he was a fan. The vast majority of pieces held to the Lyrian standard of blue everything. It was a preference Lan Jue shared. Take a look at this one, boss. It's gorgeous. We should buy it and place it in the shop, what do you think? Lan Jue leaned over and shoved her brochure in Lan Jue's face. It was a sculpture, blue, made of something like autunite in the shape of a mermaid. Its face bore a small smile, waves of long hair fell from its head, and every single scale on its tail was meticulously detailed. It was a masterful work of art, to be sure. Lan Jue folded his hands in his lap and smiled with a nod. Not bad. If you like it, we'll buy it. Thanks, boss. Lan Jue tittered excitedly. Boss, Xiao entreated timidly. She handed him her own brochure, flipped to a page near the back. Power gems. The words scrawled along the top of the page instantly drew Lan Jue's eye. Xiao spoke. The main draw is an S-rank stone. Called the Terror of Neptune. Lan Jue raised his brows as he looked over the information. Let's see what it does. The worth of an S-rank gem could never be measured by money.
They were considered important strategic resources for every alliance.
As a result, the number of S-rank gems circulating in the public market was exceedingly small.
Most were powering motherships and bastions. Their enormous bulk required the powerful gems to operate.
For one to appear at auction was a very special event. Now that Lan Jue had recognized the opportunity, it wasn't one he wanted to miss. He still remembered that he owed the Avenue a gem. If he came back with this gem, the debt he owed for being saved would be repaid and then some. Xiao immediately began tapping away at her communicator. After a few moments, she stuck her arm in front of Lan Jue so he could see. Tear of Neptune.
It was a gem exclusively found on Lyre, and the only one it produced.
Appraisal. Though the Tear of Neptune was indeed an S-ranked gemstone, it was the least regarded among them.
Its function was the removal of impurities. Possessing had the ability to purify any energy material.
So, though it was S-ranked, its function was best when paired with an appropriate A-ranked gem. Remove impurities? 2 simple words. But they were enough to strike a chord with Lan Jue. He quickly read through the remaining details. In both its rarity and power level, the stone was considered S-ranked. To get one 1-carat gem, 1,000 tons of the unrefined rock was required.
Only 5,000 tons of rock were dredged per year. The unrefined stone itself was D-ranked. While this certainly couldn't compare to 5 S-ranked gems, it was more valuable than 5 A-ranked. And so, even though it was the highest grade of stone available on Lyre, it was still produced only in small numbers.
And an S-ranked gem needed to be at least 3 carats. The one they had on auction was 5 carats.
It was a work of art among quality goods. Still, it was a tear. A year's worth of rock for one gemstone. Its cost would surely take the manufacturing materials into account, so surely it wasn't cheap.
And so, the main item wasn't terribly exciting.
It was the first time such a gem would be offered at auction, but the determination was to pass on it.
It was seen as a disgrace to S-ranked gems. 1. Weren't we all?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 207, The Auction. Chapter 207, The Auction. Lan Jue carefully read through the tier's introductory paragraphs.
As anticipated, the Tear of Neptune was reputed to have an exceptional ability to remove impurities. Once energy was channeled through the gemstone, it would emit a gentle light.
Any gem was easily perfected when paired with the tear.
Once the S-ranked gem's work was done, only the purest forms of energy remained in its target. Everything else was unnecessary, and was removed. There were certainly other gems that held similar properties, but none were as thorough as this. However, there were only B-ranked stones that were similar to this one. Clearly, there was a world of difference with regards to cost when considering a B and S-ranked gem.
However, even B-ranked gems were able to remove 90% of impurities.
Another reason why Tears of Neptune weren't so highly sought after. Finally, near the end, there was a closing note, the Tear of Neptune, chasing the perfect gem. After reading through the introduction, Lan Jue flipped through the brochure in his hands. There were many other gems on offer, of many different sorts. They ranged from D to A ranked, though clearly there was significantly more lower-end stones available.
The D-ranked gems alone weighed in at 10 kilograms.
Once more, this underlined the pricing scheme for a gem that requires 5,000 kilograms of the stuff.
Boss, your black coffee.
Lan Jue came back from the coffee bar, bearing a mug for her employer. She placed it on the table in front of him. The dark, thick liquid was bitter, full to the taste, but it was a flavor Lan Jue enjoyed. Plus, his stomach never digested dairy products well too. A mild case of lactose intolerance.
Hence the preference for black coffee.
He took several sips of the stuff, and almost instantly felt waves of refreshing energy course through him. He shut the brochure in his hands, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the relaxing sensations.
Just as he was taking the final sip of his brew, an announcement hailed the beginning of the auction. The auction had led the organizers to temporarily refurbish the large chamber in the center of the gallery.
The second Lan Jue stepped inside, he could feel powerful waves of energy coming from all around him. He took only the briefest look around. In that moment, he identified no less than 30 adepts, at least 6th ranked. There were 10 more who were 7th ranked.
2 9th ranked adepts were backstage.
It was quite the powerful assembly, to be sure. There were powerful security measures to match. The auction was soon to commence, and people were filling the seats. More than 1,000 had already picked a spot. Lan Jue and the others managed to find seats on the center of a lane near the front of the hall. To his left sat Lan Jue and Xiao. Su He and Yashio sat to his right.
So has anything caught your eye? Suhi asked in curiosity. Lan Jue nodded. A few things. Let's see how many I walk away with. The great double doors leading to the chamber were closed. 2 adepts took up position on either side of it, their eyes sweeping over the crowd. The lights dimmed. Just as they did, before the onlookers could let their eyes adjust, a single blazing spotlight sprung to life. All eyes were on the stage. An elderly gentleman appeared from backstage, clad in a masterfully tailored gray formal suit. His clothes were immaculate, without blemish or wrinkle. His silver hair was slicked back, and looked in fine condition for a man of his age. On the contrary, he seemed full of vitality. In a way, he was a lot like the antiques he was slated to sell. The more you looked upon him, the deeper the sensation went. Lan Jue raised a brow. He could feel that this was one of the 9th-ranked adepts he'd sensed when first entering. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, greetings and welcome. It is my great honor to host this year's annual Tears of Neptune auction. Out in the crowd I see many familiar faces, but I also see new friends I'm confident will happily join our community tonight. The Tears of Neptune auction is the largest auction held on Lyre, occurring once a year. It has a storied, 27-year-long history of joining buyers with new treasures. This year, we have a more extensive, and more expensive, selection than any year prior. I can assure you that you won't regret your presence or future purchases. The elderly man's voice was cast through the room by virtue of a microphone pinned to his lapel. It was magnetic and pleasing to the ear. Lan Jue leaned slightly towards Suhi on his right and spoke to him in low tones. Mentor, are there any restrictions or requirements to participate? Many, Suhi assured. Clear proof of identity, enough money for a deposit, and a good standing within the alliance for starters. Yesterday I set us up through the bookworm's name. With him in such good standing, there was no need for you to submit to a check. The bookworm acts as our guarantor. Lan Jue cracked a smile. So if we run around stealing stuff it'll probably tick the old man off. He'll be in a world of trouble. Suhi laughed. Yup. He'd probably kill me. Or, more likely, reduce me into a series of data matrices. There are numerous items for us to bid on tonight, so this old man won't take any more of your time. Let us begin. The first 10 items were donated to us by people from all walks of life. All of the proceeds for these items will be given to local Lyre charities. This is as good a reason to be liberal with your money as you can find, get something nice, and help people in the process. Now on to our first item, the Mare Goddess surveys her kingdom. Another individual made his presence known, pushing a large cart onto the stage. It was simple, lending itself to the quaint antiquity that surrounded them. Within it were scores of goods for sale. The item indicated was quite simply a work of art, shell, pearl and stone had been expertly combined. However, the most expensive part of the piece was the massive blue Lyrian pearl, flawless in every way. The shells had been cut and engraved in the shape of a young woman. She sat upon the giant pearl, which made her look like a maiden resting in the depths of the ocean. It was remarkably true to life. Closer observation would reveal that her legs were in fact a fin, covered in meticulously detailed scales. All in all, it was a work of art one rarely came by. The bid caller gave a brief introduction, then said since this is for charity, we'll skip the lower offers, please. Ladies and gentlemen, your bids. Lan Jue nodded to Xiao and his shoulder 3. Xiao lifted the small placard in her hand that read #568. 10,000 NED, her melodious voice called. It was pleasing, but loud enough to be clearly heard. The bid caller was certainly surprised by the bid. New era dollars were hard to come by in general, with the average monthly income hovering around 300 to 500. 10,000 NEU was well beyond the asking price. 1. If you recall, the Mundus crystal from chapter 57, I believe, did the same thing, though it was only C-ranked. 2. The Chinese do not eat dairy products often. They have various sorts of yogurt, but that's about it. No milk, no cheese, and if they do eat something with those things they don't like the flavor. It simply isn't a part of the Chinese diet. As a result, most of them can't handle diary well. 3. Really, dude? You're too lazy to lift your own arm? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Living Metal. Chapter 208, Living Metal. The excessive offer sent mumbles racing through the auction hall. Everyone turned to look their way. Upon seeing it was a beautiful woman who made the bid, their curiosity turned to well-meaning smiles and furtive glances. Clearly this beautiful young woman has a heart of gold. We humbly thank you for your charitable contribution. 10,000, going once. No one lifted their voice to contest the price. 10,000 going twice. 10,000, sold. The deal is concluded. He struck his gavel against its sound block, indicating the sale of their first item. Just as fast as it was brought on stage, Lan Jue's new sculpture was carted off. Xiao allowed her arm to drop when a young woman came to record the sale. The deal wouldn't be complete until the end of the auction, but she needed to register her pledge now. The bid caller nodded congenially towards Xiao. We're off to an excellent start thanks to this young woman, whose generosity will undoubtedly make the charities very happy. Alright. Next up is our second item. As the auction continued, Sui turned his head towards Lan Jue. You know the price of that piece was set at. Lan Jue lifted a hand, cutting Sui off. This is my first time on Lyre. I just wanted to leave a little mark of my passage. Not just money, but goodwill. Moreover, charity is good for cleansing the spirit. So the amount isn't entirely altruistic. Sui chuckled and said nothing more. He shot his friend a thumbs up. Xiao's example helped the other 9 charity items sell at higher prices than their projected value. None reached the 10,000 mark Lan Jue had set, but they contributed no small amount to the cause. After all 10 items were settled, they paused to collect data. The bid caller took the time to explain the charity, detailing its goal of putting the money towards fighting genetic diseases and cytological research. The exciting commencement of the auction had raised the excitement levels of the gathered auctioneers. None had expected such a sky-high price. Lin Guogua and Xiao took turns picking out items they liked. The most expensive was 30,000 NEU. Lan Jue simply sat, watching the parade of items pass by with appreciative glances. None, however, really seemed to catch his eye. Sui also participated, bidding on several items. He purchased 2 bits of jewelry, which he undoubtedly did with the intent of giving them to his new wife. Yashou watched, the affection in her eyes growing. She slid her hand into his, their fingers interlacing. Their love for one another was clear. Now on to the rare metals. With that, the older man stepped down. A young woman took his place as the bid caller. Remember that all of the items we see here today have come from our own planet Lyre. These rare materials are no exception. We have 37 items up for auction today, with 6 available in large quantity. I encourage our honored guests to pay close attention. Don't let someone else snap up your opportunity. They were approaching the main event, with the rare metal section underway. The participants were growing more excited with each passing moment, salivating at the prospect of a good buy. Many of the more serious auctioneers were opening their eyes and focusing their attention upon the stage. Our first item, sea copper. 10 times harder than brass, enough to rival gemstones. It is also a third the weight of brass. It is an integral material in the construction of alloys. Today, we have 10 tons of sea copper on offer. The bidding will begin 3 million. The previous art section hadn't seen an item surpass even 1 million. This was starting to get into the big money. First lot of sea copper. Bidding commence. 3 million. 310 million. 325. The bid caller shouted out the numbers with the help of assistants below the stage. The sea copper was gone quickly. All, that is, but for a single remaining piece of indigo blue sea copper. It bore the color of the sea that birthed it, and was such a hue that looking into it was like staring into the depths of the ocean. However, upon closer inspection it was revealed to be textured. This sort of copper was only found 3,000 meters underwater, which made obtaining it very difficult. It also made it valuable. She had spoken true, it was a fine metal for alloy construction. 1 ton of this metal combined with another was enough to build a sovereign-ranked mecha. Lan Jue recognized the auction house's strategy. The rare metal would further inflame the auctioneers, as it was one of the best rare metals they had on offer. Each of the 10 tons were sold for around 4 million each, carved up and separated to their respective buyers. A full 4 tons was purchased by one man. As Lan Jue anticipated, the next item didn't live up to the sea copper that had preceded it. One after the other, items were paraded in front of him and sold, but Lan Jue saw nothing that would compare to the sea copper in use or value. The next few items are rarer still, and their prices reflect this. And so, with your attention we'll continue. First, we have refined technetium. Lan Jue's face darkened at the mention of the metal. His mind filled with memories of Pearl, and the task he'd done to find who he thought had been Hera. Today we're offering 50 grams of technetium, whose miraculous effects need no introduction. If metal were given the same ranks as gems, this would be an A50 million starting bid. Let's get going.
At the bid caller's instruction, numerous bidders throughout the hall began to cry their numbers. Rare metals like technetium had the most utility when used in the construction of mechas. A single gram of the stuff was enough to give 10 kilograms of alloy metal the ability to heal itself. It was most often used in and around a suit's core mechanisms. It was an amazing material, otherwise that woman Pearl would never have had the gall to trick Zeus into getting some for her. The technetium offered was only 50 grams. But even in such small quantities, it was rare to find this metal on the open market. As a result, the hall was abuzz with excitement. In no time at all the bid had risen to 70 million, and was still going. "Is this something you're interested in, boss?" Xiao asked. Her employer shook his head. "There are too many competitors. Its final price will exceed its going rate. Besides, if ever I need anything like this, it's best simply to talk to Chu Chang. Chu Chang would certainly get him the lowest possible cost." Connections were important here, as this sort of item wasn't obtainable by everyone. At last the bid closed, with the price of the technetium skyrocketing to 110 million NED. The buyer was a gentleman in the front row. $110 million. It was enough to build 2 sovereign-class mechs. With the current buying power of NED1, one can imagine how rankling the price was. It was already far beyond what it'd be worth if purchased straight. Most of that could be chalked up to its rarity. The auction continued, with another 6 or 7 rare metals on offer. The bid caller paraded them one by one, but there wasn't anything Lan Jue found particularly interesting. Now we've come to the final 3 items in our rare metals category. The first we'll discuss is very curious. It may very well be the only one of its kind. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would look this way. As the bid caller introduced the next item, she indicated the cart on the stage beside her. Upon it there was a velvet cover, which was pulled away to reveal a crystal box. Inside the crystal box was their prize. The metal itself was a pale blue, however its quasi-liquid surface was dotted with a plethora of star-like impurities that were a dazzling deep sapphire. However, that wasn't the strange part. Under the watchful gaze of the bidders, the metal began to move of its own accord, like it had a life of its own. It rolled back and forth within the box ceaselessly. Dozens of pairs of shocked eyes followed it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a living metal. The very first of its kind ever discovered in the 3 alliances. It is also a gorgeous piece, with an exterior pleasing to the eye. While we aren't sure of its precise function, we are reasonably assured that it has powerful energy multiplication abilities. During our tests we injected the metal with our softest, gentlest energies. Immediately, we saw a return of over twice of energy investment. Because the metal seems to slow down function when paired, so it has difficulty stabilizing the energy it produces. This metal is a product of our very own planet Lyre. It was discovered more than 2,000 meters beneath the surface of the ocean, and is likely the only one of its kind. Subsequent attempts to find more like it in the area came up dry. This is an absolutely unique piece of history, and its price will reflect that. In addition to its automotive capabilities, our tests also revealed an inherent tenacity. We employed no less than 10 lasers of various strengths and sizes in attempts to damage the metal, all to no avail. Curiosity danced in the expressions of every bidder present. And yet, all were silent. Let's start the bidding. Due to its unique nature, as a one-of-a-kind living element, we've set the opening bid at 10 million. Please only increase bidding by no less than 10,000. The reaction of the crowd was diametrically opposite to how they reacted to the technetium. After the bid caller finished her introduction, no one moved. No one spoke. Not a single placard raised. There were several in the crowd who bore interest in the special metal, which danced and hopped on its own. After all, how interesting and entertaining it was to watch. If only its functions were understood in their entirety, then the metal would surely be the focus of a flurry of bids. But as it was, no one wished to commit to the expense for something they knew nothing about. 1. That being, people making only 300 NED a month are able to live reasonably. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, Dreams of Astrum. Chapter 209, Dreams of Astrum. 1 million NEU. Not a small number. Enough, in fact, to purchase a special C or normal B-ranked power gem. Who would be willing to spend that kind of money? The female bid caller looked out over the silent crowd, her face stoic. She called out the starting bid a few more times, with no takers, while secretly bemoaning the lack of interest. The pricing scheme for the metal had been determined by its energy multiplication functions and its beautiful appearance. There was no shortage of auction-goers, and the women among them especially should find the piece alluring. And yet, judging by the scene before her eyes, the bid caller assumed they had judged the piece of unique metal and had found it wanting. No one, not even the women, seemed interested in paying the price. Some didn't even raise their head to look. Unfortunately, it was the movement of the thing itself that was causing the female audience members to fear it. The thing had a life of its own. How could they be sure it was safe, much less useful? They could get hurt. The fear was compounded by the recent events on Taihua, which spurred a deep distrust, maybe even a hatred, of unknown life forms. That, the bid caller surmised, was the reason for their apparent disinterest. As the seconds ticked by, the young woman's face grew more distressed. Are we really going to be stuck with this thing? As she was preparing to give in, a placard shot up from somewhere within the crowd. 1 million, bidder 570 bids a million NEU for the living metal. The relief was audible in her voice, and when she continued her volume had increased in power and octave. No other takers? Perhaps the very only specimen in all the three alliances. This is quite possibly your only chance to own this very special item. Any other bidders? Lan Jue slowly allowed his arm to drop, resting his placard in his lap. The number 570 was scrawled across it. Xiuxiu and Lin Guogui exchanged a glance, full of curiosity, but said nothing. Whatever the reason for their boss' interest in this, they stood by him unconditionally. Suhi was also surprised by the development, but like the two Amazons kept his peace. This was a public auction, who knew what the people next to them were doing, if they were listening. Being inattentive could lose you the item and disrupt the proceedings. It was common courtesy in a setting such as this to be quiet and respectful. Still the bid caller cried the prices. For a full minute she fought to raise the item's price, but none spoke up. Final call, sold. The hammer cracked as it struck the sound block, the deal was done. Lan Jue was now the proud owner of a living metal nugget. A small smile pulled at the corners of Lan Jue's lips. In the same moment, a sliver of silver-blue energy soundlessly emerged from the ground 10 centimeters away from him. It wriggled back into his body, merging with his discipline, unnoticed. 1 million NEU. It was a hefty price tag, one Lan Jue certainly couldn't afford to pay simply on a whim. He wasn't a wastrel. Just then, as the bid caller was recording the sale, he'd employed his lightning discipline to send out a small bolt of electricity. Quietly, without drawing attention, the extension of Lan Jue's power slithered under the stage. It drew close to the cart where the living metal lay, but did not interact with it. He didn't need to. Lan Jue could clearly feel the waves of energy the slab released. Rare metals were expensive, but rarely surpassed the price of power gems. This was largely due to the fact that power gems came with enormous amounts of energy already within them. These rare metals were only possessed of their own special quality. Most didn't have their own energy stores to speak of. But this one, Lan Jue felt, was different. Through the extension of his discipline he'd been able to feel pulses of energy being released from the chunk of metal. He couldn't put a price on this thing. What's more, the closer he got the more violent its shaking became. An electric field. This was Lan Jue's first determination. Somehow the material was releasing its own electric field. The revelation certainly affixed some value to the strange piece. Lan Jue was an adept who commanded the forces of thunderbolts and lightning. It was certainly rare to find an adept who possessed the power of two disciplines, especially disciplines that complemented one another, but they weren't impossible to come across. About 10% of adepts above rank 5 were blessed in this way. The reason for Lan Jue's dominance was his commitment to developing both of his disciplines equally to the best of his ability. And then there was this piece of metal. Like him, it had two functions, a similarity he was growing steadily more interested in. Lan Jue made the bid, and though he couldn't be sure of the metal's exact properties, he didn't regret the purchase. Experiences were different for everyone, and the resulting insights were as varying as the people who had them. Lan Jue knew several paragons, and each one possessed a weapon that played off their strengths. He called them astrums, and each were able to meld with and amplify their master's abilities. However, the most difficult part of obtaining an astrum was finding components that paired with one's discipline. The Wine Master's scepter was an example, and Lan Jue couldn't imagine what the paragon had to do in order to obtain it. It surely must have cost him, though. Many paragons' codenames were actually the names of their astrums, and the name of the power they commanded. 1 million NEU, to try and make his own astrum. Of course the cost was worth it. Naturally, the bid caller wasn't aware of any of this. All she knew was she'd made the sale, and sighed in relief. Essentially she was just here to take notes and keep a record of sales. The final price was less than they'd hoped, but this wasn't the first time they tried to sell it. Several other bid callers had given it their best in previous auctions, but were ultimately unsuccessful.
Just getting it off their hands was a good thing.
Next we come to the final items in our rare metals display.
Are we ready?
The bidders began to come back around, giving the caller their full attention.
The second to last began at 6 million in EU, higher even than the technetium. However, Lan Jue made no effort to cast a bid.
The very last of the rare metals sold for 9 million. It wasn't that Lan Jue wasn't interested in these rare materials.
He was.
It was a matter of practicality, for he didn't see much use for them in his situation. Plus, his interests lay in a later potential purchase. Finally, the sales were done, and the deals recorded. Once again the level of excitement in the hall had begun to rise.
Eventually the bid callers and assistants got the room under control.
Once she could be heard, the young man stated that they would adjourn temporarily. She went on to explain that those who'd made a purchase could see them about completing their transactions.
Lan Jue turned his face towards Suhi, still seated at his elbow. Excuse me a moment, mentor. I'm going to go finish up.
Suhi blinked.
There's no rush. It's fine, wait until the auction is over. It'd be an inconvenience if you buy anything more later.
Lan Jue smiled.
That's alright, I also feel like I want some fresh air.
Lan Jue stood, and left without any further discussion. Naturally Lin Jue and Xiuxiu rose to follow their boss. As he walked out from the aisle they fanned out protectively behind him. Neither spoke, but both bore hints of surprise in their eyes.
Both women knew their boss well, and they knew him to be relaxed and laid back.
This rush was certainly uncharacteristic.
He only got this way when it was important.
Xiuxiu was especially curious. She had caught sight of the look in his eye, that excitement therein. He hid it well, but no one knew Lan Jue better than she, and it had been a very, very long time since she'd seen that look.
Items over 1 million NEU were watched over by individual receptionists responsible for their safety.
It didn't take long, under the receptionist's guidance, to pay what they owed for their items. They left their purchases there, giving the staff their hotel address for delivery. Only the last item, that living metal, did Lan Jue take personally.
It was smooth, a titanium white now with sparkling blue dots interspersed across its surface. Closer inspection only increased its beauty.
Lin Jue gasped in appreciation, in spite of herself.
It's so pretty. Soft-looking and fluid, like a big ball of snot. 1.
Xiuxiu tittered.
Ugh. Guagua.
So disgusting. As Lan Jue took the crystal box the metal was stored in, he stopped. A look of pleasant surprise overcame him, but he did not yet open his prize. Instead there was a flash, and the box was gone, stored in Lan Jue's interdimensional storage space. The receptionist who'd been assigned to look after the metal saw everything. When she looked back to Lan Jue, there was a light of respect in her eyes. Interdimensional storage wasn't something within reach of your average person. Not only was a discipline rank of 6 or higher necessary, one also needed the financial resources to set the whole thing up. Those power gems which allow for the creation of a stable, spacious alternate dimension, were always top of the gem lists.
For example, creating a space large enough to fit a mecha would require nothing less than an A-ranked interdimensional power gem.
There were spaces created that were large and stable enough to house entire battleships, themselves the product of S-ranked gems. The largest known interdimensional space was under Northern Alliance purview, they called it the Glory of the North, and it was big enough for an entire capital ship.
2. However, the more commonly used pockets weren't obscenely expensive, C-ranked, only. They were the most expensive C-ranked gems you could purchase, though.
They made their way back to the auction hall, with Lan Jue smiling the entire trip back.
What he really wanted was to head back to the hotel right away.
Sensing auras from a distance and actually getting your hands on something were a world of difference. The second he gripped the box he knew, this metal did indeed have a powerful electric field.
1. Really, I think she's my favorite. Nika comes close, but I'm full on Team Guagua. 2. Holy crap though, think of that.
You can get anything from interdimensional space, from anywhere. This means the president of the North could waltz onto Skyfire Mountain, open his little black hole pocket and boom, capital ship in Zhou Qianlin's living room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 210, Pelagic Pearl. Chapter 210, Pelagic Pearl.
It was certainly a startling field, weak, but complicated. The deeper he delved into it, the more his thunderbolt and lightning disciplines resonated. His own power was strong enough to counteract the strange sensation, but a lesser man would certainly have difficulties controlling the chaotic powers. The $1 million was well worth it. There were other metals that produced an electric field, of course. Lan Jue had even encountered several of them. However, this was the first time a metal had begun to influence his discipline just by being close. Lan Jue was well satisfied with his purchases. This metal alone would require more careful study when he returned to the hotel later. Years of experience and study have possessed him with a calm state of mind, but it would be best to examine the stuff in Skyfire Avenue. After a while, the remainder of wandering auctioneers returned to their seats. The show continued shortly thereafter. The bid caller changed once again. The older man had returned to take over. Now he was clad in a snow-white suit, and a red shirt that gave him a sort of old-timey charm. A younger man wouldn't have been able to pull it off. Thank you and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the final section of the Tear of Neptune auction. I'm certain many of you have been waiting with bated breath for this very moment. That's right, here we've come to the final leg of our time together, Power Gems. Today we have 16 gems on offer, all of them the product of our very own planet Lyre. Our basest gemstones are C-ranked, so we have something for everyone. Don't miss your chance. Please bring out our first item. An assistant pushed the cart back onto the stage. The scarlet velvet covering the item was removed, revealing a crystal display box. Within sat a twinkling pitch-black pearl. If they were sticking to their normal formula, then this item with their third major draw for the section, surpassed only by their last two sales. They did this to keep the excitement levels high, and drive up competitive prices. It was a common practice in auctions. The pelagic pearl, an A-ranked gem. In total, we have 3 identical gems available for purchase. They've already been beautifully cut for your convenience and appreciation. It's ready for any application, especially as the core gem for your mecha. The power gem has 3 special characteristics, making it a star among A-ranked gems. First, the gem is chock full of an enormous amount of personal energy, making it an excellent source of alternative energy. As I'm certainly everyone is aware, sovereign class mechs have gems such as these to help with energy consumption. The more prosperous the energy gem, the more powerful the mecha it can support. This single 500-carat gem can power your top-of-the-line mecha for 3 hours of uninterrupted combat. Secondly, the gem has a pure and powerful water element power. Water adepts who channel their power through it will see their capabilities doubled at the least. A concrete number for how much more powerful one is when using the gem is difficult to provide, as it's contingent on how well one's discipline melds with the gem. To our knowledge, a well-paired team of Adept and gem can reach as high as 5 times their normal abilities. The third and final ability of the pearl is its regenerative powers. Drop it in the water, and the power gem will consume the water energies around it to heal. If the gem runs out of energy, keep it in the water for 3 hours and you're ready to go again. Amplification, preservation, regeneration, all in one balanced package. Let's begin. We'll set the opening bid at 1 million NED. Bids must continue in $20,000 increments. Begin. The interest in power gems had always trumped lust for anything else in all 3 alliances. As the bidding commenced, no less than 10 auctioneers brought up their placards. The price rose frighteningly fast. Hey freshman, what do you think of this A-ranked gem? Suhi asked. Lan Jue turned his head to reply. Balanced, yet moderate. It'd be much more suitable for water adepts. Suhi nodded. A few minutes later the pearl was sold, to a man in the front for 1.8 million NED. An energy gem that's reached this level didn't even have a market price. It was uncommon enough that there wasn't a previously set game or hardware situation for them to fall back on. The pearl eventually sold to a gentleman in the front, for 18 million NED. Energy gems that reached A rank were very rarely seen on the public market. They were rare enough so that price no object when those in need finally came across one. Things continued as before, with the items following the pelagic pearl being significantly less interesting. In fact, none were better than mediocre. Xiaoxiao and Lin Guogui occasionally bid on pieces that came up, without needing to wait for Lan Jue's input. As decent deals presented themselves, the 2 young women would involve themselves. Even still they didn't buy much. Before long, they'd come to the second to last item on auction. Next, for your viewing pleasure, we have the last item before our main event. This is another A-ranked power gem. However, I must tell you, this is a gem that's at the absolute peak of its class. Let's take a look. He swept his arm towards the cart. A blue, opaque gemstone sat within a crystal display box. In all it was about the size of an adult fist, and round like a ball. Its interior looked like a storm of rolling clouds and mist, accompanied by an indistinct halo of dim light. Even with the barrier of the crystal box between them, Lan Jue could still faintly sense the energy waves given off by the power gem.
Lan Jue's face changed, just the faintest bit. Sui's eyes betrayed surprise as he exclaimed, a brine orb. I didn't look carefully at the brochure, I had no idea. Lan Jue's quiet voice responded. It was there, but the picture didn't do it any justice. Looking at it now, it's clear it's an excellent specimen. Once again, very suited for water adepts. The bid caller continued with his introduction. The brine orb. Storied, powerful. An A-ranked power gem that pairs well with any adept, especially when serving as part of a weapon. It gives the bearer the element of water to control during combat. As I'm sure all of our illustrious guests are aware, the brine orb pairs well with the water element's sustainability. I can tell you that, while testing the gem, it was able to sustain a stable emulsion of water element for 30 minutes. This is the longest recorded time for any brine orb. On top of that, the power it possesses rivals an 8th-ranked talent. Whoever you're facing, this power gem can protect you, unless you're running around picking fights with paragons. It's like carrying around your own bodyguard who has no need for food or sleep, and is immune from death. After use, submerge the gem in water for 12 hours and you're ready to go again. If you submerge it in the ocean, you'll only need 3 hours. I believe that's enough of an introduction for us to get started. We underwent extensive testing, considering it over and over again before the auction. We've determined that the starting price for this wonderful power gem couldn't be any less than 20 million NED, without doing it a disservice. Bids must increase at 500,000 NED intervals. Let's get going. 25 million. A hand shot up from the front few rows. In a blink the gem was now 1/4 more expensive. The bid caller had been right by describing the brine orb as one of the best A-ranked gems. The bulk of its price tag came from the fact that it only took a very small amount of one's personal energy to enervate the gem and call on its elemental powers. What the introduction didn't mention was that fresh blood was how one got the most out of the power gem. It created a link between the gem and the host, so that only one person was ever able to use that gem. The gem would remain under an individual's whim until that person died. As for Lan Jue, at his level of power there were other A-ranked power gems of more use. 50 million. A calm voice called out their bid. The voice was soft, yet everyone in the room could hear them clearly. Stranger still, a strangely oppressive sensation filled the area as the voice called forth. Everyone went silent. Everyone in the front turned their heads, looking for the origin of the sound. However, they were shocked to discover that everyone was looking in different places. The voice came from a different location for every listener. Fortunately, they eventually found the raised placard. 570 was clearly written on its surface. Number 570, 50 million NED. Even the bid caller's voice was somewhat surprised. It wasn't an outrageous price for such a high-ranked gem, however it was already twice the current price. With statistics like that, anyone would be shocked at the increase. On top of all of that, to possess such an overbearing sensation with just your voice, set even the bid caller on edge. As a 9th-ranked adept himself, he knew clearly the sort of power that was. Number 570 was at least as strong as he was. Any other interested parties? The bid caller asked. Not a sound. Silence met the elderly man's question. 50 million was a high number, by any metric. They also had no interest in testing a man who could command such power with his voice alone. Who he was, whether it was him or those at his side, none of that mattered. They had the power and resources to take what they wanted. A high price to pay, and doing so would also potentially offend a powerful adept. There were several things to consider, hence the silence. Most of those present were businessmen, merchants, traders. They understood the way worth and risk interacted. There wasn't enough draw for them to take the risk. Lan Jue dropped his placard. His face was calm, without expression. Beside him, Sui looked his way in curiosity. His new wife was similarly surprised. All she really knew about this man and his 2 female servants was that he was her husband's friend. She had no idea he had so much money to throw around. 50 million, going once. The bid caller had no choice but to abide by the rules of the auction. He began to call out the final chances. The oppressive sense, paired with the fact that the price was near enough to the auction house's goal for the item, meant he wouldn't waste any further time shouting for increases. Still, silence. Suddenly, a voice in front shouted out. 51 million. 60 million. Lan Jue raised his placard once again. His face still bore that calm mask. The challenging voice was quiet, shot down by the cool and indifferent increase of $9 million. While the voice may have been calm, it was like a blast of thunder in their ears. The whole place shook uncomfortably. The faces of the many businessmen drained of color. 2. Such power. This is no ordinary 9th-ranked adept.
Such was the thought going through everyone's mind.
60 million, going once. 60 million, second call. Third and final, 60 million. Takers? Sold. 60 million.
The hammer smacked the sound block. The deal was made.
1. Did Lan Jue really just bully an entire auction house into letting him win? 2. Wow dude, you're kind of a punk. It's like kicking puppies.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 211, The Tear of Neptune. Chapter 211, The Tear of Neptune. The organizers hadn't anticipated one of their draw items would be auctioned off so quickly.
Lan Jue sat amidst the gazes, cool and collected, face calm. He may as well have been seated beneath a cloudless sky enjoying an afternoon breeze. The only indication he was even present in the moment was his eyes sweeping the front row. The bidder who'd attempted to take Lan Jue's prize quietly stood up. He bowed at the waist, then removed himself from the auction. The elderly bid caller watched him go, nerves causing his heart rate to quicken.
Of course he knew why the bidder left.
It was a common enough occurrence. This situation was mild when compared to some other events he'd hosted.
Sometimes arguments could erupt.
However, no one wanted to offend somebody so overtly powerful.
Finally, we come to last item in today's auction. Our main attraction, of which I'm certain you're familiar.
I present to you, manufactured right here on Lyre, the S-ranked Tear of Neptune. On the cart, in its own crystal box, rested a teardrop-cut stone. The gemstone had a dreamlike quality, emitting a gentle blue light that was pleasing to the eye.
It lent the powerful item an aura of mysticism and peculiarity.
The light seemed to emanate from somewhere deep inside of it, and yet despite its striking appearance the waves of energy emanating from it were gentle. It felt cleansing, like the near proximity was enough to reinvigorate you. Even negative thoughts and sour moods abated under the pleasant warmth of the stone's aura.
Lan Jue's eyes flashed with electric power.
Just as quickly, however, they were back to normal. How much available funds do we have for transfer? Lan Jue asked Xiao.
Xiao answered by giving him a thumbs up.
Lan Jue nodded, and said nothing further.
The bid caller went on.
As everyone knows, any planet that produces an S-ranked gem is called a gem planet.
It is a distinction Lyre enjoys, thanks to the 5-carat gem you see before you, the Tear of Neptune. The very museum we sit within was named after it. The Tear of Neptune.
Touted as the purest power gem in the universe, and not just for its own purity of energy. It spreads that virtuousness wherever it goes, affecting everyone it comes in contact with, sharing its untainted power.
Carry it with you, and say goodbye to troubling thoughts or emotions. Enjoy days uninterrupted by afflictions of the mind and spirit. And that's not all.
The bid caller's earnest introductions continued, but there was no reaction from the buyers below. All of the momentum gained from the sale of the pelagic pearl was gone.
Alright, let's get to the bidding.
This is the largest tier in the history of production, available tonight to you for a starting bid of 400 million NED.
Increases must be more than 5 million at a time. Silence. 400 million. It was a minuscule price for an S-ranked gem.
In fact, it was difficult to even give a price for the better gems of this class.
Once more the problem lay in the largely uninteresting power of the gem.
It may be in a class of exceptionally valuable gems, but couldn't count itself among their number. Simply put, its primary function was to cleanse and purify another power gem's energy.
It improved its overall quality. However, the process required a great deal of sustained energy output.
The gem itself couldn't release energy, only take it into itself. This was first. Secondly, the better power gems already had very few impurities, true for most of the known S-ranked gems. The tier had no positive function for those. Under circumstances such as these, who would agree to paying such a high price for a Tear of Neptune? This was already the third year they paraded this stone before the auction bidders. It was beginning to look like once again, this year would pass without a sale.
Time ticked slowly by. With each passing second the bid caller's expression became less and less hopeful.
According to their rules, if an item underwent auction 3 times and no one swiped it up, it was no longer worth presenting.
What would they do with the gem then?
During its first showing, the gem had been priced at $600 million. They'd already lowered the price by a third, so even if it sold it was already below cost. Originally the hope was that someone with more money than sense would commit to the tier. Now it looked like it was them who would have to eat the cost.
It simply looked like this was not something people wanted. 400 million.
Once more, the imperatorial voice from before called out a bid. The bid caller physically jerked at the sound. The first time he heard his voice, it brought a host of negative emotions in tow. This time, though, it was like a smile from the face of God.
400 million.
The gentleman with number 570.
Are there any bidders willing to go higher?
His voice had become noticeably higher in pitch. In the end, his question was just an interlude in a play where everyone knew how it ends.
Half a minute, a few more calls, and bang!
Sold. At last, the most expensive piece ever offered in a tier of Neptune auction was finally sold. The final ticket price, $400 million. For the third time, Lan Jue was the focus of everyone's attention. And for good reason. The aggregate cost of everything else purchased today was $500 million.
Not including his purchases.
Sui swallowed back his surprise, the corners of his mouth twitched.
Are you really a teacher?
I may also run a small shop, Lan Jue told his friend.
The next time you visit Skyfire, you should come by Skyfire Avenue.
My place is there, Zeus jewelry shop. Two groups of security personnel entered. They flanked both sides of Lan Jue, separating him from the crowds as he left to finalize his purchase. It was a unique situation, and they wanted their big spender safe. It was ultimately Xiu that actually finished paying everything off. She was handed their highest level of VIP card in the process. A car came for them, waiting underground in a series of tunnels.
The whole thing was specially crafted to protect their buyer's safety and anonymity.
Lin Guogua gripped the pelagic pearl tightly to her chest as they left, while Xiu was left responsible for the tier of Neptune. Lan Jue and Sui took up seats in the front of the car. Xiu, Lin Guogua, and Yasho were in the back. They fit comfortably. These sorts of cars were large enough to comfortably house 8 travelers.
Xiu, you're the boss assistant here and you just let him spend all that money? But I guess I can't blame you, he looked quite determined.
At last Yasho couldn't hold her peace any longer. She asked the question of Xiu in quiet tones.
The Blade Maiden laughed. The boss always has his reasons, especially when he's determined.
And as far as I've seen, he usually makes the right decision. Lin Guogua was also grinning. You're more than welcome to try and brainwash the boss into behaving with his money, she said. Yasho helplessly shook her head, but said nothing else. In the end, things like power gems were more than they're worth. Who knew in the end if it would be worth the cost? Yasho and Sui traveled with Lan Jue and his 2 Amazons until they reached the hotel. Everyone was in a fine mood when they made plans to meet the bookworm together tomorrow.
Guogua, come to my room, Lan Jue ordered. This surprised the young woman, whose face instantly went red. Today may not be the best day, boss.
Xiu, for her part, watched the exchange with a clear glower on her face, and her brows knit tight. Lan Jue knocked on her head with a loose fist, his face a mask of agitation.
What the hell is going on in that head of yours? Xiu, you're coming too. He didn't wait for an answer, and left.
Lin Guogua was flush with embarrassment, and stuck her tongue out. Xiu covered her mouth and tittered.
Both women followed as their boss made for his room.
Once they had, Xiu shut the door behind her and took a step toward her employer.
Here's the tier for you, boss. Lan Jue shook his head. You hold on to it, he commanded. When we get back, we're giving it to the Skyfire Council. I have to pay them back for the help they gave me on Taihua.
In the hands of your average adept, this gem means little.
But for us, we can do amazing things with it. Guogua, give me the pearl. MHN, she handed the pearl over as instructed.
Lan Jue immediately stored it away in his interdimensional storage space. The remainder of the items they ordered would be delivered to the address they'd given the auction house at a later date.
There wasn't any need for them to lug them all back with them to Skyfire.
There was a silver flash, and suddenly a crystal box appeared in Lan Jue's hand where a moment before there was nothing. Within, the liquid living metal sloshed about like it had a life of its own. Lan Jue carefully placed the box upon a nearby table, then turned to Lin Guogua.
You're a psychic, he began. See if there's any way for you to communicate with this, Stot.
Now she finally understood why the boss had called her, and she nodded.
In a blink, her eyes shimmered an immaculate golden hue. Waves of gentle psychic energy flooded the room. Quietly, Lan Jue watched his Amazon work with rapt attention.
Meanwhile, the light in Guogua's eyes grew more intense as time passed.
Strangely, the metal seemed to respond by releasing a dull silver glow all its own. It made the bright blue spots along its surface even more brilliant.
Narrowing his eyes, Lan Jue took a closer look. He paid particular attention to the electric field, which didn't appear to react. In all, it seemed unchanged from when he first checked it. 15 minutes later, the golden light in Lan Jue's eyes gradually vanished. "No good, boss," she said. "I tried several methods to try and communicate with it, but there was no response. I never felt anything like sentience from it. But I could feel the purity radiating from it. The gem has a strange sort of energy resistance quality that I came upon that tried to resist me. It succeeded in keeping me from seeing all things about it. I can tell you that it has an extreme softness to it, an all-encompassing forgiveness. And yet there's a tenacity to it. It has its limits." Lan Jue's brows furrowed in thought. He speculated for a moment. "That's proof then. If Lan Jue is unable to communicate with it using her psychic powers, then the metal is either lacking psychic ability or isn't intelligent. That, or it somehow managed to hide this information deeper than we can penetrate. Alright, you guys can go. I'll keep at it." "Alright. Well, since we're finished, boss, what's for dinner?" Lan Jue inquired. "That I leave to you," he replied. "I want to look over this metal. I have a feeling this little treasure will prove very important for me." Lan Jue pouted, but grabbed Shosho by the arm and left Lan Jue to his own devices. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 212, Bliss of an Empty Mind. Chapter 212, Bliss of an Empty Mind. Lan Jue sat in silence, staring at the metal on the table in front of him. He looked lost in thought. The crystal box the metal was held in remained closed. Zeta. Dvarka, the imitation Skyfire library. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Of course it would be this way. My original determinations were correct. Completely right. Ha 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 ha. Keeper, you old bastard, I knew you were unwilling to give in. Of course I have to verify it. This old man won't lose to you again. The bookworm danced happily around his apartments. The accountant sat slumped against a chair not far off, his face pale. The last 2 days, 2 whole days, the bookworm had been asking him questions non-stop. No food, no water, and if the bookworm didn't like the answer he punished the accountant with physic blows. Against such oppressive power the accountant couldn't do much. This crazy old man's knowledge was as vast as the oceans, and his questions were poignant and cunning. The accountant did his best to appear cowed, but his brain was ever working on the problem before him. 2 days without food and drink, racking your brain morning to night. The accountant was close to breaking. The bookworm celebrated by himself for what felt to be a good half an hour, before returning his attention unto the young man. MMN. Now that we've taken care of that, this kid has no further use. The accountant was greatly frightened, and despite his slow descent towards unconsciousness he snapped back to life. Why you shouldn't act so recklessly. Look, I've done all you asked, answered all your questions. Think of how my grandfather would react if you did something untoward? And the jewelry master, ... The bookworm curled his lips in a hideous grin. Your grandfather? Distant waters hold no respite for the man dying of thirst. I wouldn't count on him, no. But that tricky gentleman, yes, we'll wait for him to show up. Ha. I'll deal with him, too. Daring to deceive me, ha. The bookworm came slinking back, bearing in his hand a strange bottle. In a blink he was standing before the accountant, the sadistic grin on his face betraying his ill intent. Hey stupid, bet you're hungry, right? Thirsty? Soon you won't feel any hunger, any thirst. Uncle here will get you something delicious, this decoction here. It's a wonderful draft that took me ages to figure out. I actually prepared it for use on your grandfather. However, now that I've worked out his game, now that I know I can beat him, then I don't need it. It's yours. If you hold any grievances about any of this, keep that to yourself, and you can blame your grandfather for all of it. Ha. No. I'm not thirsty. I'm sure we can find a solution to this. Your gripe is with my grandfather, why not just go after him? Ooh. The accountant struggled mightily as the bookworm's skinny hand gripped his lower jaw. He unceremoniously dumped the cloudy, purple liquid into the accountant's mouth. The bookworm flicked the younger man Adam's apple. He heard a gulp and knew the concoction had been swallowed. Hatch, gah. You will not die a natural death. My grandfather will avenge me. It was about this time the accountant began to feel a strange sensation in his brain. It was like an explosion through his mind, and the world before him went dark. He'd fainted. The bookworm's sinister expression slowly receded. For the briefest of moments, it was replaced by a strange smile.
You old wretch. Bastard. He suddenly looked much more like his age, hobbling pitifully with a crackling voice. However, his eyes remained as clear and cutting as ever. The bookworm cast the bottle away over his shoulder. The thoughtful look that invaded his eyes began to change. He looked to be simultaneously concerned and excited. Professor. A deep voice called from outside the door. Come in, he replied. The door opened at his command. Su He and Lan Jue entered. Upon seeing them, a distinct chill overcame the bookworm's expression. Lan Jue smiled at him. Have you looked it over? What do you think? The bookworm replied curtly. The keeper asked me to give it to you, Lan Jue said. Factual proof. You both were right, and neither were wrong. 1. You say you wish you could go back, and now's your chance. Back then, no one had made any efforts to deceive you. The library needs its master. The bookworm's eyes flashed. Do you presume to come here and test my IQ, young man? Lan Jue's eyes flashed to the accountant, passed out in a nearby chair. He gradually lowered his head. The keeper also asked me to tell you that he's not long for this world. His hope is to return to you what's rightfully yours, before he passes. The bookworm's whole body shook suddenly as though he'd been struck. When he spoke, his voice bore an icy chill. Child, twice now you've come before me. And twice you've lied. Lie a third time, and what do you think the result will be? I don't care who you are, or where you're from, no one would be able to talk me out of the things I do to you. Lan Jue sighed. Whether or not I am lying, you only need to dial a single number to find out. Determining the truth from lies is not difficult in this instance. The old man almost staggered. He recovered by quickly turning his lithe frame around, walking to the window, and punching in a number on his communicator. Beep, beep. Ah, you old coot. You finally agreed to get in contact with me? The keeper's voice crackled through the line. The bookworm's voice was harsh, mean. I heard you're dying. Does that please you? The keeper replied. The bookworm sneered. Oh yes. Of course I'm pleased. Terribly pleased. When are you going to kick the bucket? I'd love to come participate in the funeral. The keeper's voice came back thin and weak. About 3 months. I'm glad you're happy, bookworm. Sad would also be fine, though, everything passes. You know it's a nice feeling, with everything leaving your mind. I've spent the last little bit trying to hold to that, an empty mind. It's a wonderful sensation. Putting all of that away keeps the heart in a positive place. The connection was cut off. Lit by the light from the window, with his wrist raised and stone still, the bookworm looked like a thoughtful statue. Lan Jue hadn't moved. In fact, he seemed somewhat lost in thought. He'd heard the exchange. And despite his earlier conversation with the keeper, he had to wonder, was this all a trick, or was his old friend? Silence prevailed within the bookworm's apartments for a time. A gloom came over Lan Jue's expression. The bookworm spun around, speaking quickly to Su He. Help me pack. We're leaving for planet Skyfire immediately. I'm curious to see how this old man dies. Such splendid news. Best would have been if he'd died years ago, but this will do. I hope he dies before my very eyes. I'll curse him. I'll shame him. I'll make his death a misery, his last thoughts will be of sorrow and regret. The elderly scientist roared at them from across the room. Moisture had begun to gather in the corner of his eyes, seeping through the creases and wrinkles. His whole body shook ever so slightly. Yes, Professor. Su He left at once to prepare. An hour later, everyone had made their way to the public airship hangar in the heart of Dwarka. Upon seeing the beautiful azure make of Zeus 1, the bookworm's brows wrinkled. His eyes flashes, and then were covered by streams of cascading data. He waved a hand towards the ship, and a white light appeared before the bow. What are you doing? Lin Guodua balked. Lan Jue held her back. The white light glided over the length and girth of the ship. Once it reached the tail, it vanished. The strange light in the bookworm's eyes also faded into nothing. High lips curled into another unwholesome grin. Who designed it? I guess I did, Lan Jue replied. The old man chortled, but his face went slack as quickly as it changed. A cute little toy, but it'll do. Both Lin Guodua and Xiao shot him uncomfortable looks. Lan Jue silenced them with a glance, before they could voice their displeasure. The small group climbed onto the plane. Lan Jue carried the unconscious accountant slung over his shoulder. He never asked the bookworm what had happened to his fellow Avenue denizen. The tears he'd seen when the bookworm spoke to the keeper was all the answer he needed. The bookworm scuttled into the master control room, with Zhou Qianlin close on his heels. The older man was emotionally unstable, everyone knew, and so Zhou Qianlin had to postpone his own vacation until after his professor was settled on Skyfire. Please buckle your seatbelts. We'll be taking off shortly. Zhou Qianlin slowly rolled onto the runway. As it did, a pale light surrounded it until, suddenly, an electric blast fired from the engines and launched Zhou Qianlin into the skies. Hey kid, the bookworm said. He had chosen a seat nearby, and craned his neck to look at Lan Jue. Your command? Lan Jue replied with a smile. The bookworm gave him a sidelong glance. Do you want to improve this bucket you're riding in? Of course, the jewelry master said. Why? Do you have any suggestions? The old man chortled. I was an aerodynamics engineer in my youth. Even today, the majority of the East's Navy employs my designs. The reason I'm telling you your ship is no good is because of all the waste. Improper use of the materials and power gems you've installed have led to this. None of what you've tacked on is employing its highest potential. I can improve overall performance by 30% as is, but if you add a few materials we could double its output. Lan Jue was surprised at the accusation and subsequent offer. Zhou Qianlin was the single most advanced ship of its class, he thought to himself. A top-of-the-line battleship couldn't compete with it. If the bookworm was speaking true, what sort of levels could Zhou Qianlin reach? What sort of price are we talking? From the bookworm's face, Lan Jue knew this wouldn't be free. There's always a price, the bookworm cooed. I can hardly be expected to work for free. These last few years I've been busy with my own research and designs. Unfortunately, I'm in need of testers. Zhou Qianlin has told me that you've attained the rank of God pilot years ago. A first-rate pilot. If you're willing to help complete my research, I'll help you put together a blueprint for this leaky bucket. 1. Remember, this is in reference to the fight the keeper and the bookworm had years ago that they bet on, wherein the loser, bookworm, left. This is proof that neither lost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, Research Subject? Chapter 213, Research Subject? At this moment, the bookworm looked for all the world like the big bad wolf from the Red Riding stories. I guarantee that, in this area, you won't find a better person in all of the East, nay, all three alliances. The keeper, the old wretch, is a master of weaponry and simulation. When it comes to design, though, I leave him in the dust. Blocks behind, mind you. Lan Jue listened respectfully. And what does your experiment require me to do, Adept? The bookworm was suddenly alive with the vitality of a man twice his age. He shot up from his seat after popping the safety harness free, and made his way to a spot with a little more open space. He reached out with his right hand and, as if in response, a silver light appeared before him. Before his eyes the light spread, until it created a hovering silver portal. From the other side of the strange fissure, an enormous mechanical manipulator forced its way through. In its hand was something that looked similar to the sim pods they used to enter DreamNet. It deposited its payload, then vanished. As the sim pod was placed upon the floor, a loud and startling sound of suction filled the cockpit. The pod fixed itself to the floor, essentially becoming another part of the ship. Upon seeing the pod, Zhou Qianlin's face blanched. But he quickly shut his eyes and, when he opened them again, it was as though he'd never seen the machine before. This is it. My experimentation process takes place entirely in a simulation. I call it the God Pilot Rating System, GPRS. As you probably are aware, the difference between a sovereign and a God-ranked pilot is immense. It is not wildly uncommon for a pilot to break the threshold into godhood, however the three alliances never communicate this information. And, once someone has reached God-ranked, there aren't any systems of differentiation, or rankings. This makes it very difficult to determine who is strongest and weakest among the known God-ranked pilots. I designed and created this testing apparatus to remedy this problem, using it with pilots to place them in a new rating system. It was built with nothing but the most modern, top-of-the-line technology. And let me tell you this, I was one of the master researchers of DreamNet. If my research leads to success, this system will feature within DreamNet itself. But more than that, it possesses a very special ability. This item you see before you may just solve DreamNet's problem of being unable to allow pilots to employ their discipline in a simulation. That is to say, with my design, even in a simulation, you'll be able to fight to the best of your capabilities. You can fight with your mecha, and your power, as a cohesive unit. Upon hearing the news, Lan Jue's face clearly displayed his shock. He understood the implications at play. There was no amount of money that could measure the importance of this DreamNet upgrade.
Giving sim pilots the ability to use their disciplines safely for practice was practically the beginning of a new epoch. After all, the cost of manufacture for a mechasuit was quite high, and training in reality always came with the possibility of injury to the pilot or damage to these expensive pieces of equipment. If what the bookworm claimed was true, and a simulation was better able to mirror real life, this would give young pilots more opportunity to train. This, in turn, meant better pilots in the long run. Lan Jue couldn't help respect the old man, whose stoic features were trained on the younger adept. He unclipped his harness, saying, "Elder, even if you didn't promise to improve my ship, I'd still help you with this. Would it be alright if I ask how much a pod like this will eventually cost?" The bookworm nodded. Because of the many items needed in order for the pod itself to resist discipline power, it's quite expensive. At least 10 times the cost of modern sim pods. However, we might have found a way to get around that. It has to do with the various levels of discipline and adepts, and using pods specific to them. In this way we can solve a pressing issue. After all, the destructive power of a first-rank adept and a 9th-ranked adept is enormously different. Moreover, 9th-ranked adepts usually won't be in dire enough financial straits to be unable to purchase one. What you're looking at is one of the latter models, capable of sustaining against anyone but a paragon. Virtually indestructible. But I warn you, if you do decide to participate in this testing program, you must complete it in its entirety. Otherwise, the program will believe you're still testing and won't let you exit. There is no way for me to open it from the outside. The entire testing process takes about 3 hours, and we have more than enough time before we reach Skyfire. Lan Jue's eyes flashed in anticipation. No problem. It's my honor to help you complete this test. The bookworm nodded. He slapped his right hand against the side of the pod, and slowly its doors opened to reveal the small cockpit within. The exterior of the machine didn't look any different from the sim pods already in use, but for a small keyboard similar to the one found on the outside of mech suits. At a glance, no one would be able to tell this machine was any different from the hundreds of others scattered throughout the alliances. Lan Jue wasted no time in climbing in. The bookworm's voice followed him in. After the door closes, the test will begin. Don't hold back, pay attention to the pod's reactions. I'll be able to watch from outside as well. All right. Lan Jue shot the bookworm a big thumbs up to indicate he understood. The pod door slowly began to close. It shut with a hiss, completely isolating Lan Jue from the outside world. Sui swept his eyes towards the bookworm. "Professor, are you sure this is all right?" The bookworm scowled at his disciple. "What's not all right? Would you like to take his place? This punk dared to try and deceive me. We'll see how long before he begs for death. In fact, this probably isn't even a bad thing for him. That old bastard asked him to come on his behalf, so he must like him quite a lot. Trusts him. I'm simply curious how much he can take, since the lying Scrooge gave him this task. In a little while, why don't you go check up on the one that passed out? See how his body has reacted." "Yes, Professor," Sui said. He dare not say anything further. The bookworm then returned to his seat and, calling forth his own interdimensional locker, produced a strange helmet from within. He quickly placed it on his head. Zeta. As the doors closed, Lan Jue's world was plunged into darkness. He dutifully, almost unconsciously affixed his harness even without any light. He wore no flight suit, since he'd assumed he wouldn't need it on their journey on Zeus 1, and so instead was seated comfortably in his leisure clothes. He unconsciously placed his hands on the control board. He knew it all explicitly, by feel. A helmet slowly descended from somewhere, fitting itself to his head. Neural connection established. Test commencing. Suddenly, the interior of the pod lit up. Lan Jue found himself somewhere else entirely. It looked like an arena, upon which he stood nestled in a sim mecha suit. The suit itself didn't appear to be special in any way. Just a normal fighter. Nor was there any energy bar present, so it appeared the energy restrictions had been removed for this simulation. Test 1, hand speed. Please avoid the incoming mortar attacks. You may not avoid the strikes by neutralizing them. If the mortars score a hit, the test will end. 2. The emotionless electronic voice filled the pod. As soon as the instructions were delivered, arcs of golden light began to rapidly approach from all directions. There appeared to be 10 incoming strikes in all of which descending quickly right where Lan Jue waited. It wasn't a mass attack, this first volley. Instead, it seemed designed to restrict his dodging options. That was even more frightening than a wall of mortar shells. Lan Jue, however, felt no pressure as the golden light washed over him. Slowly, Lan Jue's mecha dropped into a crouch. Then, in a flash, he exploded off of the arena floor, becoming little more than a flashing beam of light. Outside of the pod, the bookworm nodded, causing his helmet to wobble atop his head. Disordered advance. Nice. Decent hand speed. The piercing bolts of light drew ever nearer. Lan Jue, however, was like a strange silver fish flopping from one location to another. He would wait until just the right moment, then leap out of the way. This was a test you could participate in using normal pods as well, though the difficulty level of this far outstripped the one offered in DreamNet. By Lan Jue's estimation, a hand speed of even 40 wouldn't be enough to pass this opening part of the test. Clearly this test was designed for God-ranked pilots. More waves approached. As he watched, not only did they become more intense, but also appeared to be coming faster. They tore through the air, bringing with them a screeching, ear-piercing wail. Sound interference? They were coming faster. Lan Jue's mecha matched the increase in speed. Flashing, racing faster, even changing location as they drew closer. Sometimes they would be little more than distant dots of light, and then sometimes they would be clearer and closer than they appeared. Still, none could come close to the wild mecha, which danced between the blasts effortlessly. On occasion, Lan Jue would also employ ghost abilities and similar high-level skills to avoid the strikes. As the test progressed, Lan Jue was pleased to discover his silver suit was capable of taking quite a beating. No matter how Lan Jue chose to use it, the suit reacted normally. There were no indications that it was being pushed too far. He felt like he could relax his inherent caution. Lan Jue was further surprised to discover that he was able to perform his maneuvers and actions calmly, without excess effort. His reaction time, hand speed, everything was far from his limit. Once an adept had reached the levels Lan Jue had, their understanding of their own body reached a keen knowledge others were incapable of. Any difference could result in a significant effect at 9th ranked. Of course, his also meant that even the slightest increase in hand speed at this level was a heroic feat. Lan Jue could feel that his hand speed wasn't the same as it used to be. 10 minutes later. Lan Jue's fingers danced like specters across the keyboard. Were others able to see the scores of incoming attacks, they would be horrified. One after the other fell in terrifying volleys, with no gaps in between them. Still, the silver light danced in between them, again and again, just barely avoiding obliteration. For this test, just one of those dangerous bolts of light would spell the end. Outside, the bookworm occasionally slapped the armrest of his chair, betraying his displeasure with the situation. With his helmet he was able to see everything Lan Jue did, and how he did it. 15 minutes later. Bolts of lightning had begun to race along Lan Jue's body. The silver mecha had also, at some unknown, adopted a blue hue, and its speed had increased exponentially from when they began. Still, the blue light deftly avoided the attacks from all directions. He was too fast for the human eye to see, at this point. 20 minutes. Boom. The sound of a detonation ripped through the cockpit. The lights vanished, and things returned to as they were at the onset of the test. Lan Jue's hands shook slightly. He shook them to try and bring some life back to his fingers. Beads of sweat had begun to congregate on his forehead. 1. For those of us who aren't robotics engineers, https://en. Wikipedia.org/wiki/manipulator. 2. Guys, it's GLaDOS. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, The God-Ranked Battle. Chapter 214, The God-Ranked Battle. The constant, high-speed maneuvers were difficult for Lan Jue to keep track of. Indeed, he'd already lost track of how long he'd been dodging. He did know that, at around the 13-minute mark, he'd begun using his lightning discipline. Thankfully the machine worked as the bookworm assured, it was able to read and translate his discipline into the simulation. Through that power he was able to inject his mecha and make it move the way it did. But really, it was a carefree and enjoyable experience to test one's limits. He'd been involved in very many tests over the years, but in all of those he couldn't recall one that went to the length this one did. His hands ached, but there was a competitive excitement in his eyes. It was a gift, and to him it seemed like there really was no difference in the simulation and the real world. Also, through the course of the test, he found himself to be stronger than he remembered after his recovery. Even his hand speed had improved. Test complete. Hand speed, 90 CPS 1. Total peak hand speed unknown. Peak hand speed for the first test, 90 CPS. 90? I've reached 90 commands. Lan Jue stifled a gasp at the surprising results. He'd been stuck at 87 for 6 years. It wasn't as though he hadn't vigorously trained to change that in the past, but he hadn't had many opportunities to train it. Now he was hearing from the simulation that he'd reached that hurdle and passed it. What's more, that may not even be his peak speed. Of course, Lan Jue was not aware that his mysterious increase in power was a result of the silkworm discipline that had saved him. The power that had poured through him was enough not only to heal his ruined body, but improve it. Lan Jue was only starting to clearly see the benefits his trouble have reaped. Outside the simulator. Slap. The bookworm viciously smacked the armrest of his chair with a wrinkled hand. Suhee, recently returned from checking on the comatose accountant, jumped at the sound. The kid actually passed. Humph. But we have more fun in store for him, and I doubt he'll be able to handle it. Within the simulation. Practical combat skill determination commencing. Please note, pilots will feel the simulation as they would in real life. Battles will continue until complete, or until the pilot sustained critical, life-threatening damage. The cold mechanical voice hung in the small sim pod. Practical combat, eh? Lan Jue's eyes flashed with anticipation. He was excited to get started. Weapons selection. Several sorts of weapons, of many different styles and sorts, appeared before the silver mecha for selection. Lan Jue picked up a spear with very little consideration necessary. He reached out for another, but they all vanished. A beam of red light appeared in the distance. It was a mecha ruby in color, that released a fiery red aura as it raced his way. This was a practical combat test, he recalled, not a competition. As such, there wouldn't be any starting whistle or other outside indications. His simulated opponent bore a large sword, with a blade as red as the rest of the suit. In the span of a few breaths, he'd arrived before Lan Jue. The silver mecha braced itself by shifting its left foot back and bringing its spear up before it. The encroaching red light fell to earth. Lan Jue did not move. With a flash, the red light washed over him. It was startling, but left no damage. The jewelry master suddenly thrust his weapon straight upwards. Dink! The sound of impact rang out. The red mecha shivered, lost its balance and tumbled to the side. It was clear now that the first appearance of the red mecha had been a mirage. The simulation was employing ghosting techniques. The silver mech moved the instant the red light flashed over him, shimmering with arcs of blue electricity. He was like a bullet, charging ferociously towards his enemy with spear outstretched. The red mecha, in response, swept its sword back once it got back to its feet. A fiery red aura sprung to life around it. The silver mecha continued its approach. The suit's forward motion was clear at the onset, but suddenly Lan Jue shifted, approaching obliquely. A flash, and then his direction changed again. He left a dazzling blue contrail in his wake, tracing his erratic advance. The spear flashed keenly in the jewelry master's hand. The strange conical blue light that followed him vanished, as the silver mecha disappeared from view. Then, without warning, Lan Jue barreled headlong into the red mecha. Boom! The ensuing impact was so intense that it seemed the whole simulation shook. Lan Jue's opponent was thrust to the ground like a sack of metal parts. The fire that surrounded it spread out in all directions. Lan Jue took the moment to recover his balance and, with a vicious swipe of his spear, obliterated the spot where the pilot's cockpit would be. Boom! Lan Jue's unfortunate opponent exploded, with shrapnel flying every which way. The pieces dissolved into disparate flashes of light, then vanished. As his first opponent vanished into oblivion, a second mecha appeared a distance away. This one was orange, and a sniper judging by the similarly colored rifle it bore. A moment after appearing, a frighteningly fast orange light raced towards him. The orange mecha reappeared at Lan Jue's back. The silver mecha vanished, as though it ceased to exist in the simulation. When he was spotted once again, he was floating in the air overhead. With a ferocious blast, the mech raced towards the orange attacker at impossible speeds. It was working. His power was flooding through the suit, forcing it to move at the speed of a lightning bolt. The orange suit was pretty quick itself, but whether from programming limitations or simply a failure of the suit, it couldn't compete with Lan Jue's speed. The following encounters between the two were brief, vicious, and in the end there was nothing left of the orange mecha but a pile of scrap metal. Arenas were really no place for a sniper. In no more time it took to tie his shoes, Lan Jue had defeated 2 challengers, both coded to be God-ranked. They were only just the beginning stages of God-ranked, though. Despite his apparent dominance, he knew that extended battles like this would really put a strain on his capabilities. More importantly, though, it was also pushing him towards the peak of his prowess. The unbridled emulated combat, his hand speed, he lost himself in the moment. There was nothing else he need consider but for the obstacles before him. The result, 2 God-ranked challengers, defeated in less than 5 minutes. The next enemy to reveal themselves was a yellow mecha. The moment the mecha appeared, Lan Jue knew it wasn't like the others. The orange mecha hadn't had time to completely employ its discipline before Lan Jue put an end to it.
This yellow one, though, it was smart enough to use it right away. The moment it landed, the ground beneath its feet became an earthen yellow too. Immediately following, great boulders extricated themselves and rose of their own accord into the air. Lan Jue stood in the midst of them and, as he looked on, the numerous crushing stones fell towards him from all directions. The yellow mecha blended well with the tempestuous boulders, disappearing among them. Earth discipline. What's more, even the topography bowed to the whim of this simulated enemy. The question was, how would it manifest itself? The silver mecha rose into the air amidst a shower of sparks and lightning. The boulders raced towards him, and just as Lan Jue's escape seemed impossible, the sky suddenly became a deep, navy blue. From the cloudless sky, scores of angry lightning bolts crashed to earth. The arcing bolts of electricity blanketed the entire arena. As they fell, they exploded against the levitating hunks of stone. The fractured pebbles were flung every which way, as the many earthen projectiles were obliterated. Strengthen the face of one's enemies. This was Lan Jue's creed. His enemy's invisibility was too strong, his cover too wide. He decided to play upon the strength of his discipline, to blanket the world in lightning. Under that terrifying anger from the heavens, and the cascading debris of burning rock, who could survive? His enemy had chosen to become his element. Lan Jue used his own to destroy it. The skies quieted abruptly, the shuddering roar of thunder pealing through the sky. Bits and pieces of the yellow mecha, most no bigger than a screw, tumbled to the ground in a shower of slag. Lan Jue had no respite. Next came green, cyan, blue and purple mechas. Lan Jue determined that they must also possess elemental powers. Notably the purple one, which bore a very rare discipline, darkness. Now, not only would Lan Jue have to contend with the inherent caustic properties of the discipline, he'd also have to do it in the dark. It took him 10 minutes. 7 battles. 7 mechas. 7 heaps of scrap. Scars and scraps dotted Lan Jue's battered silver warrior. However, despite the damage, it looked ready to take on another 7. Within the sim pod, Lan Jue was soaked through with sweat. His eyes were bright as the stars. Outside of the sim pod, the bookworm clutched the armrest with a white-knuckled grip. Within the simulation, sunlight flashed off of a silver mecha as it came to ground a distance from Lan Jue. It was slower than its predecessors, more dramatic. It gave Lan Jue a moment to catch his breath. Lan Jue could sense that, after 7 intense battles, his discipline was strained. It was to be expected, since his enemies have all been God-ranked 9th level adepts. The purple mech he disposed of was 9th level 7th rank darkness adept. That was where he'd expected the majority of his energy. Were it not for his innate double disciplines, for their combine's power, he'd probably have lost long ago. Now came the 8th. Judging by the exterior, this silver mecha looked a lot like his own. Lan Jue could instantly sense a danger about this one. It was a sensation he was familiar with. If the former sequence was being upheld, then this time he'd be facing a 9th level 8th rank fighter. With his powers so diminished, how could he defend himself? A ghost of a smile emerged on Lan Jue's sweat-soaked face. He lifted his left hand from the keyboard, and slowly clenched his fingers into a fist. A halo of dim blue light slowly spread outward. The light wasn't strong, and bore no intense aura. But there was something strange. Lan Jue's eyes flashed a bluish purple, and the light that surrounded his suit adopted the same hue. Outside of the sim pod. The hell is this? A phylactery? The bookworm shook with impudent rage. He'd seen Lan Jue defeat the 7 previous mechas. 7 of them, all God-ranked. And still he fought. His simulated opponent had unlimited energy to employ. A real adept had such luxury. These fights had drained him immensely, and already Lan Jue was surprised he had more to give. How much longer could he hold out? 1. Commands per second. 2. As an interesting aside, yellow is the color of earth in China. I assume, though I have no proof to back it up, it's because the color of the soil, especially in the north, is a very pale tan, almost yellow. Compare this to, say, farming communities in the US where healthy dirt is very dark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Little Monster. Chapter 215, Little Monster. The bluish-purple power enveloped him. Lan Jue could feel his discipline recovering. The phylactery stone embedded in his palm was the last bit of energy he could draw from. And it was enough, phylactery stone stored enough to satiate paragons. The bookworm glowered bad-temperedly as he watched the simulation unfold. But he was confident this 8th mecha would prove to be the young man's undoing. With a flash, Lan Jue's silvery opponent vanished. Then, bolts of a strange black power bloomed to life all around him. Powerful vacuums pulled at him every which way, causing his suit to lose balance. Interspatial discipline. Tears in the fabric of space. Lan Jue was stunned. He finally understood why his opponent had seemed so familiar. It was the Wine Master's aura. The silver challenger appeared once more in the sky above him. As he looked up, he was met with a silvery beam crashing down from on high. An orb of silvery light, containing with an unstable interspatial core. In terms of explosive power, the interspatial disciplines weren't quite a match for thunder. However, if you were to consider them by the metric of pure destructiveness, the two were quite evenly matched. The electric power surrounding Lan Jue's suite fluctuated violently. The outer layer prepared itself from the oppressive strike of the orb. Just before impact, the manifestation of Lan Jue's power changed, adopting a brilliant golden hue. The majestic, battered mecha he commanded was suddenly surrounded by an overpowering golden aura. Skies, defend! A commanding voice filled the arena. Everything stopped. It was as though the world had frozen, and now everything in their surroundings was painted gold. The entire simulation. Moron, what are you doing? Stop it! The bookworm quickly leapt to his feet and sent a wave of light careening towards the sim pod. The errant power lay over the pod like a membrane, blanketing it. Within the simulation, the engineered world around him vanished. The bookworm's irritated face appeared in the darkness before Lan Jue. Lan Jue sheepishly avoided the old man's irritated expression. He immediately allowed his discipline to disperse. Screech! The sim pod's hatch creaked open, allowing a plume of dark smoke to billow free. Xiao and Ling Guagua had raced over. They rustled to see inside and spotted Lan Jue's sweat-soaked form. He looked fine, though, so the women visibly relaxed. The bookworm, who looked to be mostly dead most days, moved with a speed that was simply staggering. He effortlessly yanked Lan Jue from the simulator. His voice was furious. Look at what you did. What the hell were you thinking? Who told you to use proto-powers? When did I not tell you this machine can't sustain Paragon-level abilities? Hack, cough. Lan Jue coughed, giving the bookworm an awkward and apologetic glance. I'm very sorry, sir. It wasn't intentional. I was caught up in the fight. I forgot it wasn't real. You really made something incredible here. A damn miracle, almost. Ever since attaining God rank, I felt like DreamNet had nothing more to offer me. Now, it has the capabilities to employ discipline. It's a game changer. Elder, you're amazing. I'm sure your name will go down in history as one of the Three Alliance's greatest scientists. The bookworm's face softened under the deluge of praise. He let go of Lan Jue's shirt. Change your clothes, you stink. This little monster. Lan Jue chortled and trotted off. It had been 2 hours of joyful, carefree practice. Excitement still filled him with energy. It had also been his first time tapping into the phylactery stone. Every day during his meditations he'd inject some of his energy into the stone, but he had yet to fill it entirely. One could only imagine the staggering amount of power it could contain. Just then it had taken him only a dozen seconds to have his power return to just under half. It was a point he had to remember, it could heavily influence his combat time. Previously he had to be careful not to overtax himself, and be economical. Now, not so much. As Lan Jue made his exit, the bookworm stared forlornly at his ruined invention. He busied himself while diagnosing the problem. His original hope had been to watch Lan Jue suffer a vicious beating in the simulation. But who'd have thought he'd actually break the damn thing? Though it was, after all, only a semi-finished product. Zeta. Zeus 1 steadily made its descent into the Skyfire public airship hangar. The accountant was still in a coma as they touched down. Lan Jue had to sling him over his shoulder before disembarking. There were too many people to handle on his own, so Lan Jue had to hire another verticar to fit them all. Thus they all made their way to the avenue together. The car stopped just outside of the avenue. As they approached, Lan Jue used his councilman's badge to get Suhi and the bookworm temporary blue badges for entry. Elder, will you be visiting the keeper right away? Lan Jue asked. The bookworm's face was strange. His expression was almost sentimental. There was something there, but whether it was regret or pure madness was difficult to discern. Eventually, he nodded his affirmation. Let's go. I want to see if that wrinkled toad really is dying, but... Lan Jue and Suhi exchanged a look. Lan Jue pondered for a moment, then spoke again. I'll accompany you. Xiao, Guagua, you guys head back. I'll take the tier now. Yes boss, Xiao responded. She immediately fished the tier from her luggage and handed it over. He Bookworm's eyes flashed as he watched the exchange. You bought it, eh? From the auction? Lan Jue smiled. I have a use for it, Elder. You'll see later, I suspect. Shall we? This way, please. As he spoke, Lan Jue urged him on with a welcoming motion. The bookworm slapped his hand away. I know this place better than you do, the crotchety old man rumbled. He stomped off down the avenue with big strides. Lan Jue and Sui fanned out behind the old man. The accountant bounced along on Lan Jue's shoulder. As always, a permeating sense of peace and calm surrounded the library. Anyone who came here to actually read the books understood that there were a number of strict stipulations. For instance, damaging a book required the culprit to offer another of equal value, or otherwise you paid with your life. As one can imagine, the result was very few visitors. The books were all in pristine condition, though. Upon entering the library, the bookworm ignored all that and stomped directly to the stairwell. Still his nose twitched incessantly as his did, taking in the particular aroma of an old bookshop. He bore an expression of regret. Returned at last. But why, he pondered, did he not feel any joy over it? He moved through the place without even having to look around. He was as familiar with it as he was his replica back on Lyre. Once he got to the keeper's office, he didn't even knock. He simply pulled open the door and walked inside. As the door opened, the large swivel chair behind the enormous office desk swung around. An old, craggy face came into view. I was just wondering who would be so uncivilized as to just barge in, then I remembered you were coming, the keeper's frail voice called out. The bookworm spat out his response. Who are you calling uncivilized? You're the uncivilized one. And a soon-to-be-dead swine as well. Hurry up and die, piss off, give my library back to me. Lan Jue pushed his way in, the accountant still slung over his back. He eventually maneuvered him on to a nearby chair. What did you do to my grandson? The keeper grumbled. I poisoned him, the bookworm replied. The keeper sighed. You're a senior citizen. Can't you act like a normal human person? Bullshit, the old man said crassly. What's not normal about me? I'm a hell of a lot more normal than you. You shit paragon, Mr. Arcane Magus, you can't even extend your own life. What right have you got to talk? I was lying, the keeper said in that same quiet voice. Lied? Pff, the bookworm's response was automatic, but after a second the words sunk in and his pupils narrowed. When he spoke again his voice was monstrously enraged. What? You lied? You're not dying? The keeper chuckled, unfazed. MMHM. By the time you're dust I'll still be stomping around. Lan Jue suddenly had the sense he should leave the two alone, and escape while he still could. It was getting more dangerous by the second. He stooped down to pick up the accountant once again when he heard a voice from behind him. It's fine, leave him there, the keeper said. Give me that tear of Neptune. Eh? Lan Jue straightened and faced the old man. How did you know I was bringing you the tear? The keeper chuckled, this time bearing a note of polite disdain. We think alike. I heard that this S-rank gem had been sold, then remembered you were in Lyre. Then since I was already looking, I checked through the tier's information. By coincidence, I tapped into the auction feed just in time to see you purchase it. Not bad, it holds promise. Lan Jue was speechless. Coincidence? He was expected to believe that? People could just willy-nilly tap into auction house video feeds? I'll kill you myself, then, you rotten bastard. A figure raced wildly at the keeper. Wait. The keeper shot out a hand, and the bookworm skidded to a halt. Let me show you something, then you can continue with your murderous rampage. The keeper produced a box as he spoke. Within lay the energy core they'd ripped from the Tai Hua monster. It immediately drew the old exile's eye. The anger, however, remained. I'll tear you apart in a little while. With a flick of his wrist, an instrument of some sort appeared in the bookworm's hand. He swept it over the box. With the crazy old men occupied, Lan Jue felt it safe enough to approach and hand over the tear, safely nestled in its crystal box. The keeper smiled in thanks, then wordlessly motioned for him to depart. Lan Jue smiled in return, proud at completing his mission. Indeed, it seemed the bookworm's anger wouldn't result in any misfortune. Lan Jue soundlessly made his exit, pulling Sui along behind him. His former classmate looked worried. You think the two of them will be okay? Lan Jue smirked. They'll be fine. If your teacher was really as angry as he let on,
they wouldn't be poring over research material together. I also believe, now that the keeper has convinced the bookworm to show up, he'll find a way to convince him.
Let's let the two old friends work it out on their own.
Let's go, I'll show you where you're staying.
1. Lazy translating.
I believe earlier I translated the ability to fundamentally alter the rules of nature/physics as protogenic.
If you guys have nothing better to do, you could help me confirm?
I can't find the chapter 1 first reference this in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 216, Stealing into the Boudoir. Chapter 216, Stealing into the Boudoir. Suhi breathed a sigh of relief. So long as there isn't going to be any trouble, then great.
I was so determined for a vacation, and was worried my plans would be dashed to pieces. I'll stay for another couple of days to observe, and if there really aren't any problems I'll be on my way. Lan Jue leads Suhi to Skyfire Avenue, where he'd arranged a room in a luxury hotel for his friend.
After dropping him off, Lan Jue didn't immediately return to his shop.
Instead, he returned to where the high-alt verticar had been waiting. The soul caller gem hummed with power.
Lan Jue, I back. Zhou Qianlin, you're back quick. What are you up to? Meditation. What you taught me. I feel like it's very useful.
I can feel the energies moving within me, it's very interesting.
This is discipline, huh? What exactly is my discipline?
Once your discipline has been cultivated to a certain level, it will reveal itself on its own.
Maybe you'll turn into a tigress. You're a tigress. How about I go meet you? I bought a little special something on Lyre I want to give you. And by the way, I can see where your discipline's at. Alright, so when will you be here? 10 minutes. I'll meet you downstairs. Alright, I'll tell the guards. No need.
We don't have to trouble others.
I have my ways. Oh. Their conversation ended there.
Lan Jue's Makeli verticar soundlessly rose into the air, and took off in a beam of light.
Zhou Qianlin leaped from the bed and immediately went to her closet.
She nibbled her lower lip as she rummaged through her options, eventually extricating a white dress. She changed quickly, pulling her loose hair into a ponytail. It was a very relaxed look.
Her eyes couldn't conceal her excitement. 5 minutes later. Tap tap.
A soft noise came from the window lattice.
Qianlin shot to her feet and made for the window.
She drew back the window curtain to reveal Lan Jue outside, clad in black.
1.
She shut off the infrared security measures, and pulled open the window.
Lan Jue silently pulled himself in.
Safely inside, Qianlin took a quick peep outside before shutting the window and pulling the curtain.
You're pretty good at skulking around. You'd make a good burglar. Zhou Qianlin said through a grin.
Lan Jue couldn't respond, he was too busy lost in thought after seeing her in the white dress. However, he recovered fairly quickly.
How have things been at school these last few days? He asked. She shrugged. Nothing special.
Richard went back to the West and hasn't returned.
Other than that, everything's more or less back to normal.
Of course, everyone's still excited about the concert and our victory over Lyre. They had quite the influence on our school. The Mecha Combat Department is tearing ahead at full speed, and Professor Tan has been given tenure. She isn't even 30, and already the youngest tenured professor in the school's history.
Lan Jue smiled.
I'll be taking that title in the near future, probably. Qianlin could only roll her eyes.
You.
A tenured professor. Your work week consists of 3 days fishing, 2 days sunbathing.
You can count the number of classes you've taught on one hand. Oh, by the way, I heard a few students talking about you the other day. I had suggestions.
Oh?
Lan Jue replied.
They like your teaching style, she began, but your lifestyle is very different from most of the students. So, I suggest you tailor your classes more towards things they'll actually encounter.
I bet that'll get you an even better response.
Lan Jue was speechless. His face was scrunched in thought as he pondered her recommendation.
She's right, he thought. I've been addressing them, teaching them as though they were already nobility.
That's not a bad thing, but they're still too young and too unrefined for a lot of the content. I think it best I teach them about fine liquors another time.
Zhou Qianlin went on. I'm not saying your classes aren't good, just...
Lan Jue waved his hand, cutting her off.
I understand, you had good intentions. And you're absolutely right.
I really hadn't thought about it until you said so. After all, this is my first semester teaching. I'll make the necessary changes. Qianlin smiled pleasantly at him. Great. It was your own decision to teach etiquette anyway. If you'd come as a mecha combat instructor, we wouldn't have anything to worry about.
Lan Jue huffed. If I had all the other instructors would be out of a job. That's no good, am I right?
Qianlin's lips curled into a smirk.
Megalomaniac. Lan Jue, taller than she, looked her over, followed the curve of her slender neck.
He puckered his lips thoughtfully.
All right, let me see how your discipline is progressing.
Qianlin's face reddened ever so slightly.
How are you going to do that? Give your hand, Lan Jue answered. Okay.
She stuck her hand out towards him.
Just then, a voice called. Qianlin? Are you asleep?
You ate so little at dinner, I brought you a glass of warm milk.
Drink it before you go to bed.
The voice was getting closer. The last few words were spoken just outside her door. Lan Jue, by this point, was holding her hand in his. For a moment the two of them were in a daze, unsure of what to do. It was the first time they'd encountered an interruption, especially under such clandestine circumstances, and both were at a loss.
Knock, knock, knock.
Lan Jue reacted first, pulling Qianlin into his arms and speaking quietly in her ear.
Answer the door, I'll hide.
He nudged her towards the voice, and she obliged. As her hand gripped the doorknob, she unconsciously turned back. Lan Jue was already gone from sight.
She pulled open the door. Her mother, Bai Xiao too, stood outside.
In her hand she bore a tray, upon which was a glass of gently steaming milk, and a cookie.
Qianlin, are you all right? Why is your face so red?
She walked into the room, concern written on her face. I'm fine, she replied hastily.
My face is red?
Probably because I just took a shower, so I'm still a little hot. Bai Xiao placed the treats she'd bought on a nearby nightstand. She gave her daughter the once-over, her face skeptical. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed something on the floor.
Ah, darling, your floor is so dirty. Qianlin gulped. Really? Yeah, I guess so. I'll clean it up. Bai Xiao nodded.
Go get a cloth. Qianlin entered the bathroom connected to her room. Her heart beat like a drum. She didn't know where Lan Jue was hiding, and he could be found at any moment.
She pulled open the bathroom door.
Lan Jue was nowhere to be seen. As Qianlin left to find a rag, her mother furtively rushed to look under the bed.
Then the writing desk.
Then the closet. Qianlin returned in time to see her mother shuffling through her things.
She blinked. Ma, what are you doing?
Bai Xiao shut the closet door, smiling sheepishly.
Mama's just checking to see if you need any new clothes.
It seems like you prefer white clothes these days. I see it more and more in your things.
Yeah, she replied, nodding her head. AIU, 3 Bai Xiao whined. Mama's tummy hurts. I'm going to use your restroom.
She didn't wait for a response, immediately making for the door while covering her belly. Qianlin dropped into a squat and began cleaning up the dust on her floor.
Tiny beads of sweat had begun to form on her brow.
She mustn't fall for her trap. How could she face her mother?
A man in her room, so late at night.
After a short while Bai Xiao reappeared from the bathroom. She smiled pleasantly. All right dear, make sure to go to sleep early, I'll leave you to yourself.
Thanks Mom. You make sure to rest, too. Qianlin followed her mother to the door.
Once her mother was outside, and the door locked behind her, Qianlin breathed a long sigh of relief. Just as she was about to call out for Lan Jue, a finger pressed against her red lips.
The soul caller gem warned. Shu, 4.
Qianlin, wide-eyed, turned her head to look to the side.
She spied Lan Jue, flickering in an undulating aura of blue light.
He'd just crackled out from the nearby wall socket. Her wide eyes looked at him incredulously. Bai Xiao was outside her door, ear pressed to the wood. She waited patiently for something, a sound or sign that something was amiss. She eventually left, though suspicion was still clear on her face.
Lan Jue was back to normal shortly afterward, fully extricated from the power socket. All right, she's gone.
It was Lan Jue's turn to sigh. Your mother must have been a forensic detective in a previous life. She has the eyes of a hawk. Qianlin stuck her tongue out at him.
Yeah.
I was told she used to be an investigator.
A shrewd one. But how in the world did you get into a power socket?
Lightning is my discipline, he explained.
Part of that is I can become lightning. By virtue of the transformation I can follow any electrical or power line. That's amazing, she said.
But that means you can enter my room through the socket, there's no need for the window. Hack, cough, M. Lan Jue's mind filled with memories of the one time he'd done just that. He stuttered over himself as he answered. I am possible, see, cuz, your house has protective measures in place for electricity. Surge protectors and the like, right? I can only stay changed like that for a short time anyway. Yeah, so there you go. Really? Zhou Qianlin fixed him with her gaze. Lan Jue looked like the very avatar of truth and morality. Of course, really. Alright, let's get on with this check. He snatched up her hand. Qianlin felt a tingle go through her arm, making her cheeks redden once more. She didn't fight him. After a few minutes, Lan Jue relinquished her hand. Now it was his turn to be shocked. Your cultivation is progressing very quickly, unnaturally so. From nothing to something, and first rank too. It's not a terribly difficult landmark to reach, but in only a few days? To improve so quickly, without any outside forces to help, it's inconceivable. 1. What is this, interview with an adept? 50 Shades of Lan? Christ, Mr. Angsty, how about some primary colors? 2. White Dawn. 3. Literally the sound every middle-aged Chinese woman makes. 4. Iowa, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=OTV easywayMUFO. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, The Pearl's Defense. Chapter 217, The Pearl's Defense. The first time Lan Jue had performed this check of Zhou Qianlin's abilities, they had just indistinct and only just beginning to manifest within her. This time, however, there was no mistaking its presence. It was far more substantial than it was the last time. For an adept whose powers just awakened, didn't even know what their discipline was, it was startling, the speed at which it was evolving. It must mean your genetic talent is very strong. Generally speaking, the strength of one's innate talent and the speed at which their discipline grew were inexplicably tied. As everyone's level of congenital talent was different, so too was their cultivation speed. The better their talent, the faster their improvement. If, for instance, a person's talent could reach in the levels of 9th rank, even if they didn't spend time cultivating their abilities, they would rise to a certain plateau all on its own. Some people express it as genetic talent being the denominator, and their actual power level as the numerator. The higher the denominator, the easier it was for the numerator to quickly increase. But if the numerator wanted to break the bonds of its denominator, it would take special circumstances. Whether through the West's Fantasia Genetica decoction, or the North's cyborg programs, there were ways to break the denominator or catalyze its evolution. But Quick couldn't appropriately describe the speed at which Zhou Qianlin's powers were rising. Lan Jue thought back to his own youth, when his discipline had just awakened. His growth wasn't nearly this fast. Jin Tao was the only person who could match it, and that was due to the Genetica decoction. Is there a problem? Qianlin asked. Lan Jue shook his head. Nope. It's just your progress is incredibly fast. Strange. We should keep this under surveillance. We'll wait a little while then check again, maybe then we'll be able to get a clearer picture. I had no idea it was even possible for something like this to happen to someone your age. What do you mean my age? Qianlin said through a frown. Are you saying I'm old? Lan Jue grinned ruefully. No, of course not. Much younger than this bodyguard. By the way, I brought you a souvenir. As he spoke there was a flash of silver light, and suddenly a crystal box was in his hands. The pelagic pearl twinkled within, awash in misty blue light. It tinted the entire room, like a drizzly afternoon. It's beautiful. Qianlin admired. Her face betrayed the surprise. Lan Jue flipped the box open and extricated the pearl. The thing itself was very small, perhaps the size of a cherry, and yet looking at it was like staring at a portrait of the universe. It was covered in layers of gradient blue, making it look like you were peering into the misty depths of space. He placed the pearl in her hand. Make sure to take good care of this. There may come a time when you're in danger and I can't immediately reach you. If that happens, pour your discipline into the pearl. It'll create an elemental ward that will protect you. But first make sure you cover it with a drop or two of your blood. It's necessary for the pearl to recognize you and your power. Afterwards the pearl will head your command. Surprise emerged written across Zhou Qianlin's pretty features. This must have been very expensive. I can't accept it. Not expensive at all, Lan Jue lied. Anyway, this is me doing my job. Another way to make sure you're being protected.
After all, I can't be at your side all day every day. What if I have to take a trip to another planet? With the pearl in your possession, it makes me feel better. I can relax a little. You should think of some way to keep it on you at all times. A necklace, earring, or something. When you find out what you like, I can help have it made for you. For now, just keep it around. Qianlin was still shaking her head. She stuffed it back in Lan Jue's hand. Really too valuable. I don't want it. Lan Jue had bought the pearl at auction specifically to give Qianlin. He hadn't thought that she wouldn't want it. It certainly wasn't something he anticipated. 1. Why not? He asked. Just because it's valuable? You really don't need to worry about any of that. Qianlin raised her head, looking him in the eye. We are neither relatives nor friends, how could I take something like that from you? Lan Jue, seeing she was hesitant, backed away a few steps. Look, I'm just your bodyguard. Protecting you is my responsibility. A calm came over Qianlin's features. So you do it yourself, don't rely on a pearl. I don't need it. Lan Jue looked at her, helpless. Then how about this, I'll loan it to you. When my contract is completed and our working relationship resolved, you can give it back. What do you think? Suddenly Qianlin smiled, stepping closer to him. My dear bodyguard, you must think I'm stupid. Don't forget that I'm a national scholar in the NEU. You can't assume I wouldn't know about Liar's famed pelagic pearl. A high-class, A-ranked power gem that can only bind with a single person. A drop of blood, and it has a master forever. Lan Jue just stared at her for a moment, then an embarrassed grin spread across his face. You sure are well-informed, boss. But I've already bought it, and it can't be returned. If you don't take, it's a waste. That's not my problem, Qianlin said through a sweet smile. Alright, it's time for you to go. A man and a woman alone so late at night is improper. Lan Jue looked at her beautiful face, her moist lips, that impish smile. She made him want to throw himself to the ground in a fit. This girl. He thought. She makes me want to dash. Lan Jue took a calming breath. I've made up my mind, there's nothing for it. If you won't accept it, please forgive my impropriety. Qianlin took a cautious step back. What are you talking about? Lan Jue chortled maliciously, and took a step forward. What do you think? Before she could answer, his hand shot out to cover her small mouth. A flash of light, arcs of lightning, and Qianlin collapsed into his waiting arms. Lan Jue held up her unconscious form. You know what, boss? My job as your bodyguard means sometimes I have to take extreme measures to keep you safe too. All of this is necessary, as part of my duty. He pulled out her hand. A small pinprick of light, no thicker than a needle, appeared from his hand. It struck her finger, and a droplet of blood issued forth. Lan Jue gently placed the pearl against her finger. As he watched, the pearl drank the blood into itself. The dim light it normally expelled became a powerful halo that bathed the room in blue light. Then, the light congealed around Zhou Qianlin and was drawn into her. Zhou Qianlin's body was numbed, she could neither move nor speak. But there was always the soul caller gem. Zhou Qianlin, don't think you can skirt your duties as my bodyguard by giving me this thing. You absolutely must protect me in person. Lan Jue, when did I ever say I was trying to get around our deal? I made a promise, and I'm going to stick to it. I may not always be best suited for the job, but isn't this an example of me protecting you to the best of my abilities? You know I have a lot on my plate, and if something happens when I'm not around, what will you do? This is exactly why I brought you the pearl. So behave. It took a good 5 minutes for the intense light let off by the pearl to subside. Once again it was the pretty, quiet little pearl it had always been. Lan Jue finally released Qianlin from the control he'd had over her. She quickly and violently shot to her feet. She was livid. You forced me. Lan Jue coughed uncomfortably. I've already explained my reasoning. I haven't done anything I wasn't contracted to do, boss. Zhou Qianlin turned her face away, striking him from existence. Lan Jue snorted bitterly. Bite the hand that feeds, this girl can't recognize good intentions. Zhou Qianlin's head snapped back to him. In one fluid movement she grabbed his arm, pulled it out, and viciously bit him. Lan Jue didn't move or attempt to evade. He didn't employ any methods to lessen the pain. He just took it. His expression even bore a sort of softness. Qianlin veritably gnawed at him, but when she noticed he wasn't reacting she let go. She lifted her head and glared at him. Her hard eyes met his gentle gaze, and the two simply looked at each other.
Her look softened and then, soundlessly, she pressed herself into his arms. Her silken tresses had come loose, their fragrance filling his nostrils. The scent was burned on his heart. He raised his arms, as though to wrap them around her, but after a few moments frozen in the air he let them drop. Like he'd lost his nerve. He took a deep breath, then pulled her to arm's length. "It's late, I should go. You should sleep soon. I'll bring the pearl back once I've fixed it up." Without waiting for her response, he fractured into 1,000 bolts of electricity and vanished into the wall socket. Qianlin swayed slightly on her feet, without his weight to support her. It had startled her. She thought back to it, that brief moment. Clearly she'd felt there was some impenetrable barrier between them. Lan Jue made his exit from the villa and Mount Tian as quickly as he was able. He wasted no time returning to Skyfire Avenue. When he got back, he didn't immediately go to sleep. He pulled out some tools, some precious metals, and set about fiddling about in his apartments. Zeta. Under the intense heat, the silvery white metal began to change. Under Lan Jue's deft guidance, slowly it began to take shape. His cutting tool flashed, slicing away the metal and leaving slivers along his desk. Eventually, a fair and elegant bracelet began to reveal itself. Zeta. Early morning. Zhou Qianlin washed her face and brushed her teeth, preparing for the morning. Listlessly she picked at her breakfast, then slung on her backpack and silently made for school. Did he come today? He just got back from Lyre yesterday, he's probably too tired. He probably won't be coming. There was public transportation that served Mount Tian. Certainly she could find something that would bring her to the city. Sometimes, when Lan Jue wasn't around, she would use them to get to school with Tangmi. Sometimes just herself. Although she was the Eastern Alliance chairman's daughter, she was careful not to employ any privileges it might afford her. She was like anyone else. A normal citizen. One, for real woman. It's not a diamond engagement ring, take the damn pearl. Of course, it was more expensive than a couple dozen diamond rings. 2. I kinda think he just wanted to shock the ever-loving shit out of her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Quite the Adventure. Chapter 218, Quite the Adventure. Today, Zhou Qianlin didn't bother to call Tangmi. Perhaps there was still some expectation she'd run into her bodyguard. She followed the familiar road down Mount Tian. As she did, she noticed the bicycle parked to the side. A familiar figure stood beside it. Gray suit, green shirt, and a gray jacket today. Fresh and clean, with a lopsided grin on his handsome face. Qianlin couldn't help but mirror the smile the moment she saw him. She quickened her pace to catch up to him. Lan Jue pushed his bicycle forward as he walked to meet her. Once they met, neither said a word. Qianlin climbed onto the back of the bike and they were on their way. The antique bicycle carried them smoothly along the road towards the university campus. At one point Lan Jue's left hand left the handlebars just long enough to hand something to Qianlin. She took it in her hands, a white metal bracelet. It was delicate and beautiful, without any unnecessary flourishes. The pelagic pearl had been set along its spherical make. Her lips curled up in an appreciative smile. She said nothing, did not refuse his gift, instead immediately slipping it onto her wrist. Her smile spread wider. She slipped her arms around his waist and scooched closer. Zeta. Tan Lingyun had been agitated for days. Indeed, the savage goddess was in a foul mood, worse than normal. She'd become the focus of everyone's attention since the games, but it was the last thing she wanted. Being constantly under scrutiny wasn't a feeling she relished. What's worse, she didn't even deserve it. Where is that guy hiding? She felt like a thief. Every day she accepted the praise and attention of teacher and student alike. As she did, however, she also furtively observed the male faculty for signs they might be the mysterious Lei Feng. Unfortunately, she'd had no luck. She'd started with the mecha combat department, carefully watching every male teacher there for any indication. Contrary to her hopes, though, nothing revealed itself. He'd vanished as mysteriously as he'd arrived, like a phantom. Who on earth is he? Tan Lingyun sat within the teacher's lounge, lost in thought. Her fingers were buried in her hair, entangled, much like her heart felt. For years she'd had a contentious relationship with nearly every man she'd encountered. In her eyes most were trash, hardly worth her attention. But that day, for the first time in ages she'd met a man who made her feel like a weakling. The encounter had left quite the impression on her. She couldn't even clearly pinpoint why this strange man suddenly occupied so much of her attention. The only thing she absolutely knew without a doubt was that she needed to find him. She needed to.
Professor Tan, isn't your class starting soon?
The teacher seated at the desk next to her offered the gentle reminder. Tan Lingyun's head shot up, frightening the teacher who'd addressed her. Sure fixed her hair, muttered a curt thank you, then left for the classroom.
Zeta.
At the same time, Lan Jue was lazily seated before his own desk. His eyes were closed as he enjoyed the quiet moment. He was a little tired after his return from Lyre, but it was not because of his late-night jewelry making.
Instead, he was still recovering from the exertion of the sim tests he'd endured from the bookworm. He was still excited over the prospect of an upgraded DreamNet.
Although he hadn't had the opportunity to finish the entire process, the God-ranked battles alone were clear indication of its worth.
He wondered how the two old friends were getting on.
He hopes there weren't any problems.
Zeta. Skyfire Avenue, Skyfire Library. It's actually fine. Interesting.
The bookworm hopped from foot to foot in excitement like a small child.
The keeper stood before an expansive testing table.
Upon it were arrayed various research equipment. In the center rested the Tear of Neptune. The piece of Taihua monster they'd recovered rested upon another apparatus. At this moment a pale, gentle blue light was being emitted by the tear.
It spread until it covered the monster core.
The living matter had begun to change as the tear's power flowed through it. The turbid aura that surrounded it had faded, and its natural coloration had changed. Little by little it went from purple, to clear, to a deep jasper.
It was a quick change, that took only the night to complete. A dozen or so hours had seen the process through. Neither the keeper nor the bookworm had slept, instead bringing the full force of their collective intellect to bear in researching the items. For researchers of their caliber, a single night of work was only the beginning. It hadn't taken the keeper much effort to persuade the bookworm to help. All he'd needed to do was explain where the subject had come from, and what he suspected it did. The novelty of it was enough to get the bookworm's full cooperation. The keeper nodded his white-maned head. It looks good. The jewelry master is a clever boy.
He thought of this on his own, without my input. The Tear of Neptune itself isn't worth its weight, but if it can join with this energy core and catapult it to S-ranked, then it'd be priceless. The bookworm shot him a crooked eye.
So you're hoping to see it release all that energy,
Horsepucky, the keeper grumbled in irritation.
That would be an unimaginable massacre.
There's no saying how many would lose their lives in order to create such an energy crystal.
The bookworm huffed. At any rate, purifying it will require no small amount of time. We should address the situation between you and I. You old bastard, tricked me to get me back here. You tell me, how do we rectify this? The keeper grunted one. What makes you so sure that I'm lying?
You said so, the bookworm accused.
The keeper replied.
I only said that so the kid wouldn't worry.
3 months. That's really all the time I have left. Everyone assumes this frail exterior is feigned. I've also spread that I am the oldest living man in the universe. However, as you know, I am the oldest among the paragons. I asked you back because, if and when I do pass, I can do so with an easy heart.
The bookworm just stared at him for a time.
You're really dying, . Shouldn't you be pleased? The keeper said quietly. Bullshit, I should be happy, the bookworm hissed. Who will I have to curse? Who will be my archenemy? How am I supposed to be happy?
The bookworm veritably roared at his old nemesis, but there was a sorrow gradually creeping into angry eyes.
The keeper gave a small laugh. If it was a choice, who would choose death? Not you, not me.
My death will undoubtedly affect not only the Avenue, but all of the Eastern Alliance. Worse, the clairvoyant is nearly as old as I, leaving only the winemaster to protect our little slice of neutrality now that we're reaching the end of our stories. The West and North are also aware of this, if only faintly. And so, it's a fair assumption that they are sending their agents here to feel us out, under the guise of a friendly visit. Not long ago I took a trip to the Pontiff's castle myself, both to impart justice on behalf of the jewelry master, but also to let them know I'm still breathing. But the Pontiff, the wrinkled bastard, must have noticed something. Now he'll be coming to this exchange himself. The bookworm slapped his hands on the table, the sound like an explosion in the small study. Don't talk to me about this garbage. I haven't been a part of the Avenue for years. The keeper responded through croaking laughter. That's where you're wrong, you absolutely are part of the Avenue. You always have been. They never removed your name from their roster, so even in your self-imposed exile you've always been one of us. What's more, even though I may indeed die soon, who's to say what the future will hold? 2-inch a cunning smile spread across the old pedant's face. You're saying, the bookworm trailed off.
The keeper indicated the energy core. It's not just me. You're getting on in years yourself. Hell, you probably only have a few more days over me.
And with that being the case, we should spend our final hours immersed in the work we love. If we end up cheating death a while longer, we'll be a couple crotchety old scoundrels denying everyone their wish for our demise.
Ha! It'll give those bastards one hell of a headache.
The bookworm's eyes brightened. Well, if you really do manage to stave off dying for a little while, I can give you a break.
But the second you die, I'm whipping your corpse into tiny bits. The keeper laughed at his old friend's threat. I doubt it.
What's more, it looks like your old scars are finally healing. In the end, neither of us were wrong.
We were correct, just in different ways. But don't you want to see it for yourself? In all my years, I've found a way to do it.
A bit of a bottleneck, but not impossible.
See, your biggest failure is physical limitations, is it not? And if we could figure out this problem, what then? Hey.
The bookworm stared dumbly at the keeper, and again the change in his thinking was revealed in his eyes.
You crazy bastard. You.
The keeper patted him upon the shoulder.
Perhaps I am.
Hell, at our age crazy is the only thing that keeps us going. Like they say, you're only given a spark of madness, don't lose it.
Trust your elder, I'll take you on quite an adventure. Knock knock.
The gentle noise roused Lan Jue from his slumber.
Oh, Director Wu, what brings you here? Lan Jue shot up in his chair, surprised by the appearance of his employer standing directly in front of his desk.
1. These two are like carbon copies, made for each other.
2. The clairvoyant. Da.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 219, The Old Fox's Coercion. Chapter 219, The Old Fox's Coercion. Wu Junyi nodded.
I knew from the outset you got hired through a recommendation from that respected old master.
Knowing that, I didn't want you here as an electives teacher.
Frankly speaking, when the dean asked that we start you at the associate professor level, I balked. I was in complete disagreement.
Now I saw that I was short-sighted.
I'd like to apologize to you, Professor Lan.
As he spoke, he actually bowed low at the waist to his employee. Lan Jue immediately leapt to his feet, pulling Director Wu up. Just then, a powerful expulsion of force radiated from Wu Junyi's shoulders. It was intense, and far beyond what any normal man could sustain. Lan Jue's response was immediate and subconscious.
His discipline flared to protect him, however there was nothing to protect himself from. The frightening aura had dissipated.
No!
Lan Jue's face scrunched in a frown the moment he realized he'd been tricked.
It was too late.
Sparks of dancing electricity raced over Director Wu's body. A yellow light covered him like a membrane to protect from the emulsion, and yet he still had to step back until he bumped against the wall.
Lan Jue straightened, and a bitter smile spread across his face. What's this about, Director?
The director chuckled, pleased at the success of his deception. It's my own fault we never realized our school has such a great talent. Now that we know, however, it's time to make adjustments.
Professor Lan, as Director of Teaching Affairs for the National Eastern University, it is my opinion you are no longer a fit for teaching electives. I ask you pick a more suitable post, for everyone's benefit. Lightning. That was your discipline, wasn't it? Powerful. Lan Jue sighed. This cunning fox.
He was smart enough to catch the holes in my story.
Director Wu, as it stands you currently have two choices. First, I immediately resign and leave the school.
Second, you act like nothing has changed. I continue on with my etiquette class and no one's the wiser.
Peaceful, quiet coexistence.
A pale blue light flickered around the mercenary king, an icy cold light in his eyes.
The entire teaching office grew heavy with an oppressive energy that threatened to suffocate Director Wu. Wu Junyi's suspicions had begun when he'd witnessed him arrive with the accountant.
It was the young scientist's reputation that was the biggest giveaway. And so, hearing Lan Jue had returned today, he went first thing to go and confront him. The sudden release of his powers had been a test. As expected, Lan Jue had had no choice but to react with his own powers.
He saw everything clearly then, why else would he be smiling so profusely?
Facing the younger teacher, under the weight of that terrible aura, he stood strong and still as though nothing were amiss. He let the jewelry master's power wash over him like a tide, and did not resist.
Fine.
Such was the director's response, much to Lan Jue's surprise. Of course Lan Jue didn't really want to leave. He'd promised Zhou Qianlin he'd protect her in several years of service, and there was still so much left to his sentence. What's more, he was truly enjoying this relatively relaxed lifestyle. He was becoming used to it. Under these conditions, how could he want to give all of this up? Wu Junyi's face bore a small smile. With your capabilities, Professor Lan, refusing a post of your choosing is a monumental waste of your talent. However, logic dictates that there must be a reason for your presence. A man of your status, here on a mission, certainly will not leave you till that mission is complete. If you're willing to walk away from your duties, then I have nothing more to say too. Lan Jue fixed Wu Junyi with those electric blue eyes. He stood tall and proud, a king in his kingdom, and he was, for his teaching director, everything here was under his purview. But if he was a king, he was a rascally one. Director, being too smart is traditionally very bad for a person's health, Lan Jue threatened. Wu Junyi would not be cowed, and when he addressed Lan Jue he did so with a righteous countenance. My death means nothing if it's for the development and future of our university. Lan Jue's face went stiff. He was starting to realize that Director Wu's greatest strength didn't come from his discipline, but instead from his scheming brain and insufferable pride. Is that really what you want? Lan Jue asked helplessly. Wu Junyi responded with a soft laugh. Of course not. I'm here as a director, re-evaluating an employee. It's criminal to cover up a person's talent, don't you agree? Ah yes, and unless I'm mistaken the pilot of that blue mecha on Lyre was you. Indeed, you are the hero of Lyre, a hero for all of humanity. I'm sure there would be no end of media attention as they try to uncover your plethora of courageous deeds. As your colleague, I feel it's my responsibility to help you disseminate this information. I also deeply feel it would be in both of our best interests that we work from the same office. Lan Jue released a frustrated sigh. He wanted to allow his discipline to explode like a volcano, but he fought to control it. Growling through gritted teeth, he addressed the cunning older man. Conduct yourself with some kindness and integrity, Director. Wu Junyi chortled, a sinister smile plastered on his face. I have always treated my companions with integrity. And now that you've shown your hand, I think it's fair to assume Professor Tan's miraculous upset during the educational exchange also bears your fingerprints. Tang Xiao has also been cagey about his whereabouts, so I took a look at the school's security footage. He seems to be coming here to the electives building an awful lot lately. You are an instructor, we are all instructors here. For the benefit of the next generation, for the future of our university, Professor Lan, I'd like to officially invite you to advance to an official post. Wu Junyi's voice had slowly grown more powerful and imperatorial as he spoke, until his majestic announcement rang with power and sincerity. 3. Lan Jue found his situation both hilarious and aggravating. This normally upright and righteous man, director of the teaching department, now seemed nothing short of a miracle worker. With nothing but the faintest hints of subversion, he was able to uncover nearly all of Lan Jue's lies. I ask you give me some time, Lan Jue said in resignation. Wu Junyi nodded without a hint of hesitation. Of course, how long do you think you'll need? I trust an hour is sufficient? 4. You're pushing it, Lan Jue hissed. Wu Junyi raised his hands in capitulation. Come now, contain yourself. I'm kidding. 3 days. Professor, you must understand, I haven't the slightest idea why you're here, or how long you'll remain. Radical action was the only option left to me, to ensure you help our university as much as you can for the time you're with us. I'm sure you can understand where I'm coming from. Lan Jue waved his hand in irritation. Fine. 3 days. You'll have your answer by then. With that, he returned to his seat. Wu Junyi's face bore a smirk dripping with guile and self-satisfaction. He turned on his heel and left. However, he was stopped in his victory march by a pudgy face coming around a corner. Su Rengjian approached and in a low voice asked, how'd it go? Wu Junyi gave him a big thumbs up. You're a damned genius, Dean. A damned genius. He. He's got nowhere to go. And he verified all of your suspicions. That was him on Lyre, and he was behind our victory in the games. I had my own suspicions about how Professor Tan could suddenly become so proficient, The pudgy man's face wobbled as he nodded. Keep all of this in the strictest confidence, not a word to anyone. He. Now that we're taking full advantage of this young man, after the Grandmaster sent him to us, I almost feel bad. Zeta. Achoo. Once Lan Jue had settled onto his chair, a sudden overpowering sneeze overcame him. 5. Director Wu is really too cunning. But no, that can't be right. It couldn't just have been him. Even as director, he couldn't extend such a deal without the approval of higher-ups. There must be someone else pulling the strings. The dean. 2 old foxes sousing me out. No wonder. Lan Jue knew there was nothing for it. Now that it had progressed to this point, it would be enormously difficult to wriggle his way out of it unless he asked the keeper himself to intervene. But even that wouldn't work. What Director Wu had said was true, their cause was righteous, the development of the next generation, and improving the strength of their mecha department. How could he refuse? Did that mean he hadn't any choice? Was he going to be forced to move to mecha combat? Lan Jue was painted into a corner. All he'd wanted was a quiet, peaceful life. If he accepted the post, he'd absolutely have to put his whole heart and soul into it. He'd certainly become the center of everyone's attention. There weren't any guarantees that his history as Zeus wouldn't eventually be revealed. He had no shortage of enemies, not to mention his flagrant kidnapping of the Eastern Chairman's daughter. During her wedding. If that were to happen, his only option would be to hole up in the avenue for protection. Was this truly the destruction of the peaceful existence he'd worked so hard for? With no classes scheduled for the day, and his mood soured, Lan Jue prepared to leave for the avenue. He had to think about things, carefully find his way. He pondered the issue as he left the building, out onto the campus grounds. What could he do? What was the right play? How could he protect both his identity and his hope for an easy life? He needed time to really examine the problem. A cold voice intruded upon his thoughts as he wandered the streets. If you dare run into me, you'll be writing your own death warrant. Lan Jue's head shot up, and who should he see directly before him but the savage goddess herself, Tan Lingyun. Lan Jue was in no mood to deal with her or her irrational anger. Are you incapable of going around? Go around? Her finely sculpted brows shot up. She, too, was in a sour mood after being unable to locate Lei Feng. Lan Jue decided it wasn't worth it and stepped to the side. Go on then, move along. It was, after all, the gentlemanly thing to do. Tan Ling huffed and stormed off. As ever, she glared at him scornfully as she passed. Lan Jue's eyes lit up as he watched her leave, as though something had crossed his mind. His right hand curled into a fist and beat against his chest. Got it. 1. Pimp status achieved. 2. Pimp level, over 9,000. 3. To truly understand the gravity of this proposal, you have to understand how government positions work in China. Working in a university is considered a solid government job, wherein you can almost never get fired. Tenure isn't required, it's just a lifelong post unless you do something exceptionally crappy like murder someone. Even then it can be swept under the rug. Now these positions are, 99% of the time, actually legally purchased. You spend several 100,000 yuan and you can buy your way into an eternal, cushy gig. They're very rarely given on merit of ability, so for Wu Junyi to offer this to Lan Jue is veritably unheard of, and is a significant display of his respect for him. For, why isn't this guy the hero of our story? 5. This is equivalent to the Western old wives' tale that your ears burn when someone's talking about you. In China they said you sneeze when someone's talking behind your back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Mysterious Teacher. Chapter 220, Mysterious Teacher. He quickly tapped Wu Junyi's number into his communicator. Director Wu. Hello, Professor Lan. Have we come to a decision so soon? Wu Junyi, on the other end, was nervous after receiving the call. From his earlier trickery he discovered that Professor Lan was at least a 9th-level talent. It was not a fact he could afford to disregard. Lan Jue answered. I do have an answer for you. I can teach your mecha combat class, but I have a few conditions of my own we need to discuss. Go on, the director coaxed. First, you must swear to keep my identity a secret, Lan Jue began. You can't tell a soul. Second, I wish to keep my etiquette class without any changes. In addition, I'll wear a mask when I teach to protect myself, and you will ensure that no one, no teacher, organization or student, find out who I am. Tell them I'm some visiting professor. In this way we can both work to limit the chance of exposure, preventing it from affecting my life. Not a problem. Wu Junyi didn't hesitate in the slightest, accepting Lan Jue's demands on the spot. All he and the dean were interested in was that he worked for them. Who he pretended to be in the process didn't matter to them at all. Lan Jue went on. So it is, then. Let me know once the classes have been arranged. Remember, not a word of this matter to anyone. I must warn you that, if my identity should become known, well, the consequences would be dire.
Wu Junyi did not take the statement lightly. You can relax, Professor. I give you my word.
With that, Lan Jue severed the connection. He found his bicycle and returned to Skyfire Avenue without any further delay. The matter was what it was, he thought, but at least now he could hold his head up. Still, he thought, he better speak to the keeper. If he could avoid this at all, it would be better. Truth be told, he was also curious how the old man was getting on with his rival. He was a little afraid of the trouble they could get up to.
Zeta.
Immediately Lan Jue made for the library, upon arriving at the avenue.
However, he didn't walk right in.
Instead, he waited outside for a moment to see if there were any waves of power coming from the building. If something felt amiss, he still had time to run. The library was quiet, though, not a sound to be heard. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He pushed the door open and entered. He climbed the stairs, careful to be as silent as possible, when suddenly a craggy voice filled the hall.
Why are you skulking around? Hurry up and get in here.
Oh. Lan Jue hurried his pace. He found his way to the keeper's office and pushed open the door. What he saw stopped him in his tracks. The two old men were seated pleasantly, facing each other across a table, sharing a plate of dried fruit. Standing behind their respective masters were Su He and the accountant. Both were holding bottles.
The accountant was currently refilling the keeper's glass.
Su He turned his face to peer at Lan Jue as he entered. The jewelry master's former classmate shot him a smile. It looks like you two are getting along, Lan Jue began.
The bookworm huffed. We'll be sure to take your marvelous deduction under account. I've already spoken with the old bastard, and from now on you're gonna be my guinea pig.
Once I get that sim pod fixed and running again, you'll continue with our experiments.
No excuses. Lan Jue chortled. I won't. I'm eager to continue. The keeper's face lit up at Lan Jue's answer. I guess the results have been good so far.
Lan Jue nodded his head.
Excellent, in fact.
There are some small detail adjustments that need to be made, and perhaps the difficulty could be increased, but overall it's something really incredible.
God-ranked pilots can finally find a place in DreamNet to further hone their abilities. It'd be even better if there was more variety in combat modes.
In the future, the bookworm and I will be conducting the experiments together, the keeper revealed. We'd like to have a working prototype ready as soon as possible. Over the course of these trials we hope to improve everything about it, and we'll need your help to do that.
Lan Jue looked delighted. Very well.
I only ask you give me 2 of them when the bugs have been ironed out. The bookworm shot him an angry look.
What's the meaning of this? When we've got this squared away we'll have the most advanced simulator in the universe. The price will be astronomical. You're dreaming if you think I'll just give you 2. Lan Jue laughed. Fine, 1 then. After all, I'm the one in there expending my time and energy, am I right?
Humph. The bookworm glowered dubiously.
I'll think about it.
Lan Jue could only smile helplessly. He knew this old man's bark was worse than his bite. He was going to be using this thing anyway, once it was complete, and it wasn't like they were going to be the pilots to test it.
Su He interjected.
Hey classmate, the master's already made up his mind.
I've spoken with him, and later I'll be leaving for my vacation.
When I return I'll come for the master, and to express my gratitude. I hope to hear news of your breakthrough soon, mentor, Lan Jue said. Sometimes it's important just to see the beauty the universe has in store for us.
Su He beamed. More and more I feel the same.
Hopefully one day I'll have enough ability to face you in the ring and hold my own.
If I win, it'll mean I've reached my ultimate goal. Same here. The accountant blurted out.
The keeper's lips curled into the ghost of a grin. Such indelible self-understanding.
Stop making us laugh. The accountant glowered, hurt evident in his features. What's so funny about that? The bookworm was the one to answer, his quavering voice soft. For some things, talent is the biggest determining factor. Your talents don't lie in that area, so why would you waste your effort? With the skills your grandfather has taught you, how can mecha combat compare? Planning to steer a bastion ship, are we? The accountant's eyes lit up. I'll be able to drive a bastion ship? The bookworm looked embarrassed simply to be having the conversation. Moron, it was an analogy. Do you think a single person can pilot a bastion? Do you have any common sense? What has your grandfather been teaching you? The keeper glared across the table. Take it easy on my nephew. What's wrong with the way I've taught him? The keeper's objection didn't appear to dissuade the bookworm in the least. Your teachings are a waste, especially on this thick-skulled twit. Or maybe the concoction I gave him made him dim. The keeper slammed a fist against the desk between them. Their respective glasses danced and threatened to topple off of the table. You dare to continue down-talking my family? The bookworm slapped the table just as hard, and shot to his feet. What are you going to do about it? Dimwit? Lan Jue waved to Su He, and made his escape before he could be dragged into the argument. These two old madmen. It was a phrase that described the both of them admirably. A love-hate relationship if ever he'd seen one. Lan Jue employed the nearby elevator once exited the library, making his way to the underground. Chu Chang and Hua Li had spent the last few days in the warehouse they're training. He went to check on their progress. There were very many in the underground today. Most of the stores on either end of the long street looked deserted. Lan Jue made his way towards his own shop. On the way, however, his trek was interrupted by a figure coming his way. It was none other than the man the beautician had called ruthless and sinister, the barber. Upon seeing Lan Jue, the barber stopped in his tracks and stuffed his hands in his pockets. It's been a while, jewelry master. You're quite the difficult fellow to keep track of, you know. In fact, the council put me in charge of the reception for the big meeting coming up. Even when you're here you aren't attending meetings, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself with these matters. Lan Jue couldn't help but grin. Didn't they push the whole thing back a month? And yet there's still a mountain of work to do, the barber responded. How we receive our guests reflects the honor of Skyfire Avenue, as I'm sure you're aware. Lan Jue still seemed unconvinced. Of course I do, that's why I've been focusing on my cultivation. So you'll be leading the welcome party when the two powers come knocking? The barber's face went stiff. The battle the two had those long months before had left a deep impression on him. He had been working on his own abilities of late, but he also knew his place before Lan Jue. Lan Jue only smiled. If there's nothing else I guess I'll be heading on. If you need something call me on the communicator. With that he walked on towards the jewelry shop, leaving the barber in silence. It was nonsense, saying he had no need to participate. Nobody had said anything to him. Besides, the wine master would have told him if there were any preparations to be made. This was all the barber looking for trouble. Ding ding. The jewelry shop bell tinkled pleasantly as Lan Jue pushed his way in. Mika was behind the counter, crouched down and looking at something. She lifted her head at the sound, and smiled as she saw her employer enter. There's our diligent boss. Just got back tomorrow and already here you are in the store. I heard you spent no small amount of money this trip. Where's the stuff? He reached out her hand expectantly. Most of it should be arriving soon, he assured her. Mika snorted. I'm talking about the tear of Neptune and the pelagic pearl. Those two are the pricey ones. Lan Jue could only shrug. I gave the tear to the keeper for his experiments. To pay off my debt to the avenue. I gave the pearl to someone else. The cost of those will be deducted from my share of any profits. That should be enough, right? Once again Mika huffed, clearly irritated by the circumstance. You run the place and yet have no head for finances, boss. We have the money, but haven't you ever heard of saving? You spend the money, so it's done. And fine, you gave them away. Now buy something for our own store. Lan Jue laughed sheepishly. Didn't I put you in charge of stock? Business hasn't been so good, Mika replied. Not just us? Lan Jue asked. I did notice there were only a few people out today, on my way here. What's going on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221, The Great Adept Tournament. Chapter 221, The Great Adept Tournament. I'm not sure, Mika said in response to her boss query. It seems to be the same for everyone lately. By a third, and it's the evening rush hour as we speak. It's like the place is deserted. So the short answer is no, I don't know. It's actually clear as day. The North and the West's Pontiff's Castle are holding a big adept competition. The prizes are amazing, and the alliances are making a pretty big deal out of it with all sorts of resources and manpower being thrown around. Their intentions for that is clear. They are saying there are 3 S-ranked power gems as rewards to the winners. Aside from the champion's prize, the North has also sworn to build a mecha to their specifications, using only the latest and greatest technology. It's the same for all levels of prizes, probably to attract the universe's better talents to come and participate. That being the case, you can imagine why we're seeing the result here. Lin Guogua had appeared from the back, a tray in hand. Several power gems were arrayed atop it. Lan Jue's brows furrowed at the news. This is the first I'm hearing about it. The keeper didn't mention anything. Mika's chuckle bore a chilly undertone. Of course we wouldn't be able to participate. The North and West arranged this whole thing as posturing against us. The Avenue's prestige has only grown over the last few years. Then you have the keeper's visit to the pontiff's castle, which was revealed recently, where he threatened to use his abilities to tear the whole castle down. After coercing the pontiff's submission, suddenly the castle and the Dark Tower delay their visit for a whole month. Probably to prepare for this tournament. Lan Jue looked thoughtful. Do you know when exactly this is supposed to take place? In about 3 months, Mika answered one. It's being held on planet Luo. A twinkle flashed in Lan Jue's eye. Got it. I'll ask Zhou Qianlin about it later, he should know more. Think we should participate? Mika asked. Lan Jue pondered the question. Even if we do, you and Kor couldn't come. With so many adepts around, I wouldn't able to properly protect you. And that was the truth. If the North and West both decided to focus their efforts on capturing Mika while on Luo, there wouldn't be anything he could do. Mika, though, huffed dismissively. Still so antsy about them. At worst we have a mighty struggle. Lan Jue helplessly shook his head. Alright, well you just keep working on your cultivation. How are you feeling lately? Anything requiring my attention? I've been training just as you instructed, Mika replied, slowly motivating the power in my blood to manifest and strengthen. Even though I'm only at the beginning of fusing my powers, there haven't been any problems yet. Your determination was the right one, bottling it up is much worse than letting it flow. Simply keeping it locked away would allow my devil's blood to grow in power, and eventually explode forth. At that point it'd be too late. So I've been working on controlling it, fusing it into myself, so to fuse some of that terrible power and prevent it from negatively influencing me. Once that happens, my progress should speed up considerably. Lan Jue smiled at her, and nodded his head. Excellent. Very good. Well, keep after the store, at least for a little while. If it remains this slow, then lock up shop, take the time to rest up. I'm off to find Cheng and Ailey. With that, Lan Jue made from the warehouse set in the back of the jewelry shop. When he got there, he didn't find the two training as he'd expected. Instead, they were seated on the floor with plates of snacks between them, talking as they munched away. Aren't you guys afraid of getting fat, eating all this junk? Lan Jue teased the pair as he sauntered towards them. Zhou Qianlin snickered at him. If there's any danger of us getting fat, then the whole world should fear for their waistlines. You're back then, you make a terrifically bad landowner. And a worse friend. We've been locked in here and you haven't taken us out to relax this whole time. Vanished, poof, like a magician. Lan Jue adopted an imperatorial air. I'm a hard-working gentleman, unlike you two loafing about. Why aren't you two training today, It was Hua Li's turn to speak up. We wanted to use the sim pods to train, but it's too difficult. Unfortunately, the sim is the only place to properly train our coordination. However, without the ability to use our disciplines, we're stuck. We heard you might be training with us soon, anyway. I'm back, aren't I? Lan Jue answered. There's a new sim pod being developed as we speak. If everything works out, the problem of discipline and mecha unification in DreamNet will be solved. We wouldn't have any further problems pushing ourselves to our limits in that situation. Zhou Qianlin was visibly surprised, and Hua Li looked at his friend incredulously. Bullshit. Where'd you hear that? If that were true, how have I never heard of it? Gobi Entertainment was among the largest cooperatives in all the 3 alliances, and an integral sponsor of DreamNet. Hua Li prided himself on the belief he would be the first to learn about these sorts of things. That's probably because it hasn't been finished, Lan Jue explained. It's still in its development phases. We should have some very good news in the near future, I promise you. Oh, and by the way, I just heard from Mika and Guogua about this tournament on Lyre. Have you heard about this? Hua Li shrugged. Of course. They reached out to me to do the opening ceremony. Why, are you thinking of going as well? I heard there weren't any invitations sent to the East, though. This is something cooked up by just the West and North. A provocation from you all? Lan Jue pondered quietly. What's this you all? I have nothing to do with it, Hua Li countered. Politics disgusts me. I'm surprised you haven't gotten that yet. Zhou Qianlin, meanwhile, shrugged his shoulders. I may go and participate. After all, I'm always getting nonsense from Pops about wasting the family fortune. Poof.
Maybe coming back with some winnings will shut him up for a little while.
Hell, I guess I have to go. You think this is that sensitive a matter, Zhou? The jewelry master nodded.
Very sensitive, I'm afraid. We have 2 of the 3 alliances gathering together all the adepts they can, specifically barring the East from getting involved at all.
Isn't their intention clear? This I actually do understand.
The East may be less powerful than the West and North when you consider aggregate power, but when it comes to adepts you occupy the top spot.
Huali picks at the food as he explained.
Look at the avenue alone, where its 3 paragons outmatch anything the other 2 alliances have.
2 paragons each. Moreover, the biggest of the baddest of those powerhouses is in your camp. That alone is a massive deterring force.
I heard the North is actually researching ways to manufacture a paragon. Fusing the greatest adepts they have with precision equipment and power gems to catapult them to their highest levels.
I don't know if they've succeeded or not, thought. Lan Jue frowned. The North hasn't been sitting around, ever dreaming up ways to take control of the other 2 alliances. Your Western alliance teaming up with them is a doomed marriage from the start, I'm telling you.
Huali shrugged.
Who can say definitively? You want my people to try and put a stop to this? Watch your mouth, Ali.
Yu Cheng's face had grown critical. He spoke low to his comrades. This tournament has been arranged by the most powerful alliance in the universe, and the 2 biggest organizations of the West. The Pontiff's Castle is even putting aside its feud with the Dark Tower to get it going. Gobi may be powerful, but not powerful enough to stare down all the adepts from 2 alliances.
You're a Westerner yourself. Huali grunted dismissively. What's that got to do with anything? I'm the black sheep of the family.
Compared to you, what's it matter if I lose the whole company?
I'm sick of this family inheritance anyway. And when it comes to my brothers, I don't give a damn who they are or where they're from.
He said the words with sincerity, without any hint of bluster. However, as ever, he paired it with his trademark charming smile. Chu Chang slapped his forehead comically, muttering to himself.
Thank whatever powers are up there you aren't a woman, otherwise I'd be your biggest threat. Huali stuck a leg out to kick at his companion. Go die in a hole too. Pervert.
I am a woman, but Zhou's the love of my life.
What do you say, Zhou, let's elope? That unsettlingly gentle, feminine quality invaded his voice as he spoke.
He whined at his friend prettily. Lan Jue's whole body shook, and he quickly shook his hands as he suppressed the urge to vomit.
That's enough, all right. We'll revisit that thought in your next life, when you're an actual woman, how about that? Let's get in DreamNet and back to training. Chu Chun lazily unfurled and got to his feet. Let's do it. Still 2-on-1? Your Amazons aren't around, but I still think you could handle it. I've told you a dozen times to go kill yourself.
What are you still doing here? Lan Jue spat.
Have some pride.
Huali cracked his knuckles.
I think it should be the 2 of us against him, Zhou.
Lan Jue slowly nodded his head. The 3 broke up their little powwow, and made for their respective sim pods. A few moments late 3 avatars met in DreamNet.
Zeta.
Dreamberg, DreamNet.
3 figures stood amid the deserted streets. So where to? The arena?
Chu Chang, appearing now as Hades, asked. Onward, Lan Jue said in response.
By the way, has someone gotten in touch with Big Brother? Does he have any time to meet up with us?
A distinct tinge of fear appeared in the depths of Chu Chang's eyes.
You couldn't pay me to talk to him about this. It's asking for a beating.
Yiwa, I think Zhou's best suited for that job, Huali said. That guy's temper, and who's to say he isn't in some super important meeting or something?
Lan Jue could only helplessly shake his head. Is he really that scary?
Chu Chang and Huali both vehemently nodded their heads.
Guess I'll give it a shot, Lan Jue sighed. He tapped a number into the communicator. 3 rings later, someone picked up. Zhou? Surprise was clear in Lan Qing's voice as he answered the call.
Beneath that, though, was the tough and commanding tone of an officer.
Wait, how does she know this? Didn't she just say she didn't know why there were so few people?
Lin Guogui is a ventriloquist as well.
2, best friends forever.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 222, Triple Threat. Chapter 222, Triple Threat. Yeah, it's me. Are you busy?
Lan Jue couldn't hear the chill that had crept into his voice.
No, what is it? Lan Chang responded.
I'm with Cheng and Ailey, Lan Jue explained. We're in Dreamburg, and we're wondering if you'd like to join us in training for a little while. There's only half a month left before this God Team battle we've committed to. Lan Chang was silent for a moment. Eventually his quiet, constrained voice replied. All right. Wait for me at the entrance to the arena. Got it. As he hung up, Lan Jue lifted his eyes to see both Hades and Poseidon looking at him in horror. What? DreamNet's version of Zeus looked at the two of them in confusion. Chu Chang heaved a long sigh. We really do live in an unfair universe, he lamented. Why the hell is the big guy always so nice and gentle to you? To me he's cold as death. Lan Jue chuckled. That's enough. You have no idea what kind of temper my brother has. He's just this sort of person, he demands precision. Oh, and you do know that they record everything here, right? Bro is a rather vindictive guy. Chu Chang, gritting his teeth, glared daggers at his young companion. You're just desperate for an asshoopin', aren't ya? You betcha. The three of them squabbled good-naturedly as they made their way to the arena. As they walked, they encountered several other god-ranked pilots making their way to various places. They all made way for the three-storied monarchs. Even in DreamNet they were respected and honored. Who wouldn't recognize Zeus, Hades and Poseidon in their masks and robes? Even though the God Team battles were not far away, the Divine Monarchs were still top of the lists for now. They arrived at the arena before long. The three of them silently awaited the final member of their team. Super excited to see Lan Chang's godly incarnation. And yes, I know Prometheus isn't a god. Before long, they spied a figure approaching. He was clad in black robes and a black mask. Over it all hung a dark set of armor. It seemed like his very presence turned the beautiful and vibrant colors of Dreamburg into pale shadows of themselves. You're all here. The black-clad man approached the three monarchs and stopped. Chu Chang chortled. It's been a while, boss. How've you been? Lan Chang, appearing as the others in his godly form Prometheus, nodded in response. His masked face turned to Lan Jue. I'd like to speak with you about Tai Hua, later. All right, his younger brother said with a nod. Prometheus looked at the time scrawled across the face of his communicator. I've got a meeting in an hour. Let's get this started. He didn't wait for a response, making for the entrance without hesitation. The three others followed close behind, and the group vanished into the arena. Several groups of pilots watched from a distance, murmuring quietly to one another. That's Prometheus. You never see him around. Yeah, that's got to be him. Who else would be leading three of the Divine Monarchs around? What are they doing here? The God Team battle they've been advertising is soon. They must be here to train. Probably. Shame they don't make their training public. It wouldn't matter the asking price, there'd be scores of people coming to see them fight for themselves. Well, you probably won't have to go without your wish for long. Once their exhibition fight comes, you'll be able to see them with your own eyes. Zeta. With Prometheus in the lead, the four Divine Monarchs entered the arena together, for the first time in ages. In the blink of an eye an arena was chosen, and they appeared within it. Such was Lan Chang's way, quick, efficient, direct. They appeared in disparate flashes of light, but not as themselves. Instead they arrived prepared, in four giant and magnificent mechasuits. The four Divine Monarchs, four horsemen of the apocalypse, astride their mighty steeds. Prometheus within Zeus, https://en. Wikipedia.org/wiki/Zeus Hades in his machine Cerberus, Zeus athwart Thor, and Poseidon commanding Triton. Cerberus was a dark, blood red. Thor, a shimmering cobalt blue. Triton was a fresh sky blue. Zeus was a deep, penetrating black. Seeing the four legendary mechas side by side, there was very little visually to tell them apart, aside from the color. Of course, in reality they each had their different styles and loadouts. Powerful swells of energy radiated from each of them. So how do we go about this? Lan Jue asked. Chu Chang rushed to answer. I'll be on the boss team, you can be with Ailey. 2-on-2, perfectly fair. Hua Li didn't say anything. Lan Jue, however, gave an irritated response. Really, fair? We're brothers, we should be on one team and you and Hua Li should be on the other. Alright, Lan Qing's voice quietly interjected. We're wasting time. The three of you against me. Cerberus turned its metal head to look toward Zeus. You sure, boss? Zeus didn't answer. Its two eyes began to glow with a sinister power as it returned Cerberus' stare. Hades coaxed his mecha back a few steps, until he stood beside Triton.
This left Thor alone between them and the leader of the Divine Monarchs. It's all you, Zhou. You start her off, me and Ali'll back you up. Zhu's eyes narrowed in the great mecha's cockpit. He could almost feel his blood boiling. You certainly don't have a very high opinion of us, boss. Lan Jue fixed his brother with a glare. If you hadn't wasted the last 3 years, maybe you'd have the right to complain, Lan Chang replied in his infuriatingly calm voice. Chu Chang sucked in a breath. Damn guy, absolutely no respect. Zhou, you know I'm not one to hold a grudge, but I simply can't suffer this insult. I'm glad I'm on your side. Beating the crap out of the big guy is one of my major goals in life. Imagine how awesome it'd feel beating him into submission. Lan Jue took a deep breath. Outside, Thor crouched, preparing to spring into action. Let's go, then. Zeus looked up, just as a stabbing green light shot from its eyes. Without any further wasted time, the great leader of the monarchs was on the move. There was a flash of green light, then suddenly an indistinct figure was assailing Thor. The deep blue mecha was also in motion. Instantly coiling arcs of electricity began to race along its surface. This was no discipline, DreamNet couldn't handle that yet, but instead the result of equipment installed in the simulated mecha itself. Zeus made no effort to dodge, welcoming his opponent's approach. Lan Jue had complete confidence in his fighting ability within Thor. Both Thor and Cerberus were prepped for fighting on the front lines. Triton was a master of battlefield control, whereas Zeus was set to be effective in all areas. However, the drawback was, as the old saying went, jack of all trades, and a master of none. Prometheus was wise enough to start with where he bore the greatest advantage, frontal assault. Both were too fast. Be it Zeus or Thor, their approach and subsequent clash was too fast for either to employ weaponry. Keen eyes could see that as they collided, the electrical light around Thor flared to life. The blue mecha's towering figure blurred, like it was a dream or illusion. Just before impact, Thor had become a chaotic orb of electrical fire. Afterwards, Thor appeared 5 meters beside his target. This was a special battlefield advantage for ghosting, concealing your attack. Upon seeing their team captain rush to the fore, Cerberus and Triton were in the fight. They spread out to either side as Thor raced ahead, seeking to flank Zeus. Despite Chu Cheng's earlier claims of fear, his charge was instant and merciless. Dark red light enveloped him, sizzling with heat as he brandished an enormous alloy sword. Both weapon and suit acted as one, sweeping around to catch Zeus in the side. Triton was coming around from the opposite direction, its body a shimmering bloom of gentle blue light. As it approached, a crystalline blue orb of power shot forth and enveloped Zeus. It had been a very long time since the three had fought together. However, it was carried in their muscle memory. They fought in almost perfect harmony, playing off each other's strengths. It looked like they had Lan Chang locked down. But just then, Zeus' metal figure flashed. Waves of cyan light pulsed outward, and when it receded there were 3 shadowy figures where a moment before there'd been but one. Each picked a target, Thor, Cerberus and Triton, and went in for the strike. 3 doppelgangers? All 3 of Lan Qing's challengers looked on, stunned as though struck by lightning. They spoke the words in unison, wide-eyed and shivering in their respective cockpits. In the eyes of the common pilot, ghosting was a magnificent display of ability. For god pilots, 3 doppelgangers was legendary. 1. It was the peak of mastery for that ability, and it was one very rarely seen in the whole history of mecha piloting. It was practically impossible to describe its combat value. The very basic requirements necessary to achieve such an astounding feat was a hand speed surpassing 100 CPS/2. 100 maneuvers, every single second. Of course the mecha suit needed to be able to handle such inhuman speed. It required an S-rank speed amplifying power gem to make it happen. Lan Jue, Chu Chang, and Huali were themselves god-ranked pilots. They were each well aware of how difficult something like this was to do. They knew that even hovering around 100 CPS wasn't enough to use 3 doppelgangers effectively in a fight. To use it as perfectly as their leader was, needed at least 120. There was no one in all the 3 alliances who could match this kind of speed. It was no surprise, then, that Lan Chang's 3 challengers were stunned at the revelation. How could this be? A pilot's emotional state certainly had an effect on the suit they commanded. Zeus stood still as he processed the information, but his attack had landed on the center image. To Thor's astonishment, the cyan-hued figure dissolved into a halo of light and vanished. That one wasn't his brother. No, Lan Jue thought his understanding washed over him. Not truly 3 of them. If his brother's 3 doppelgangers were truly the result of ghost mastery, they'd each possess damaging capabilities. That is the most terrifying aspect of it. One god-ranked pilot suddenly becomes 3 to contend with. But what Lan Jue faced wasn't that. It was an illusion.
It was not, as they feared, true cloning. The strange bubble Triton cast forth naturally enveloped nothing but air. He had retreated and conjured a reflective shield to protect himself from the cyan shadow's onslaught. Once the figure collided with Triton's shield, it, too, vanished.
Fake? That only left one.
Just to make it clear, he's moving so fast at all three of them, at the same time, that there are 3 afterimages of his mecha performing different combat maneuvers. I can't even drive and change the radio station at the same time without a button on my steering wheel.
2. Remember, commands per second.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 223, The Power of Seus. Chapter 223, The Power of Seus.
The moment Lan Jue realized the image in front of him was fake, his eyes immediately shot to Huali. Zeus looked just in time to see that, like his own, the image Huali had targeted was simply an illusion. Both he and Poseidon had forgotten the same fact: Lan Cheng's specialty was not hand speed. Though a renowned monarch, his hand speed wasn't anything so completely outside the norm for god-ranked pilots. It was silly for them to have believed he improved so much in a few short years, to the point where he was able to simultaneously create 3 doppelgangers.
However, this realization came too late.
The third and final figure racing towards Cerberus looked identical to the 3 that came before it. It rushed its target like a cyan specter. However, unlike the other 2, when Hades brought his weapon up to strike, the shadow evaded. The attacker flashed and shuddered through reality like a force of evil. Where there had been 1, there were now 9 separate images racing towards the dark red mecha. They burst outward like an explosion, with the first 3 dissolving as they met Cerberus, but strangely did not do any collision damage. However, the whole of the frightening mecha reacted by releasing a powerful aura of dark red light. The remainder of the illusions flashed all around him. They raced in circles until Hades was lost in an orb of cyan light. What followed was a series of vicious strikes from every which direction, scarring the ironclad sides of the red suit. Lan Jue reacted first, immediately moving towards his beleaguered friend the moment he saw him in trouble. But before he could approach to save his friend, one of the figures extricated itself from the group. It raced his way, faster than a shooting star. The first thing he noticed was how perfect its trajectory and advance really was. He didn't even have time to prepare for evasion before the figure approached. He'd only just turned completely to face the pinned Hades and, instead of racing towards his friend to offer support, he had to focus all of his efforts on defense.
Bang!
Thor lashed out with its spear of lightning, catching the oncoming form dead center. But instead of being blasted back, as one might expect, the frighteningly fast silhouette dodged to the side and dashed off in another direction.
Directly towards Poseidon. Had the sky blue mecha not stopped its forward advance the moment it saw the figure coming, they'd have run directly into one another. There was a palpable fear of Seus, living in the heart of each of them. Poseidon, the current target, knew he couldn't sustain a direct attack from their leader. So he turned sideways to make himself a smaller target, and stretched his trident outward. The cyan light surrounding Cerberus had become a raging tempest of violent power. The red light captured within it was becoming dimmer by the second, while shards of shrapnel launched out in all directions. Thor and Triton made no move to save their companion. They understood very well the capabilities of Seus. Going after Cerberus would accomplish nothing, and in fact may lead to them becoming ensnared themselves. The 2 blue mechas stood back to back, and allowed their powers to amalgamate. Those aren't doppelgangers.
The big guy's illusions, most likely. Hua Li's voice called to Lan Jue through the mecha's communication system.
Lan Jue responded with a deep, pensive voice.
Yeah, but we found that out too late. From the outset we've been dancing to his rhythm. I hadn't expected him to immediately employ the phantoms.
And this power isn't assisted by any discipline.
He painstakingly employed the maneuver to make us think they were doppelgangers, and in the confusion went in for the strike.
Chu Chan got caught in the trap.
The swirling tornado of cyan light lifted away and landed a distance from the others. It looked like a half moon, perhaps 5 meters long in total. It was a blade of light, curved and frightening to behold, with a handle set in the middle.
One of Seus' moonblades. Boom! A blast tore through the arena, interrupting Huali and Lan Jue's discussion.
There was an enormous red eruption, followed by the expulsion of a single beam of cyan light. The weapon that had been cast so far away had inexplicably vanished.
Triton hefted its massive trident, and a shimmering blue aura burst into bloom, rapidly expanding into the distance.
This was one of the suit's special characteristics to assist in battlefield control, a probe.
It was a blast of energy not unlike an ocean ripple.
It passed harmlessly through the phantoms, in search of their true enemy. Thor raised its spear. It stood still and attentive, careful not to react without thought, though the blue light pulsing from it was growing stronger. "You disappoint me," Lan Cheng's harsh and critical voice called out. The strange cyan light coalesced to form Sias, standing a short distance before them. Lan Cheng's mecha had sustained severe burns on its left shoulder, blackening the alloy. However, it was clear the damage wasn't having much of an effect. It was the last-ditch strike of their defeated comrade that had scarred him. Lan Jue and Hua Li were silent. In terms of pure speed, Sias had both of their suits soundly beat. Were Thor capable of sustaining Lan Jue's discipline here, the jewelry master would be able to catch up to his brother with the addition of his lightning. But he didn't have the dexterity. The intimidating mecha shimmered, and split in two. Both mirror images raced towards Lan Jue and Hua Li respectively. There it was. Triton's probe confirmed it, these weren't illusions, they were true doppelgangers. Triton rapidly moved behind Thor, who slowly separated into two doppelgangers of its own. Lan Cheng was somewhat lacking in hand speed, when compared to his brother. The doppelganger maneuver required a punishing level of dexterity, but this was something Lan Jue didn't shy from. The mirror images racing their way bore crescent-shaped moonblades in each hand. Were he standing still, one might notice that the two weapons could join to create a single loop. Thor lashed out with his spear like a snake, its sizzling tip roaring through the air towards Sia's cockpit. One of the moonblades rose in an attempt to deflect Thor's deadly spear. However, just as the blades were about to touch, the spear burst into a countless number of smaller piercing lightning bolts that shot off in all directions. The two doppelgangers reacted by bringing their moonblades together, and as they did there appeared a curtain of protective light around the offending mecha. It was sufficient to deflect every one of the lightning strikes. Lan Cheng's surprised voice crackled through Lan Jue's cockpit. Clearly Thor's lightning attack had caught him off guard. Triton had not been cowering during the exchange. By then its trident was gone, and it was standing with its arms outstretched as though it was holding something in its embrace. Waves of intense energy were caught between his arms, growing more and more powerful as the waves washed over one another. A small opening had appeared from the mecha's chest plate, and it was from there that the energy was being released. The orb of light was growing more powerful by the moment, as energy was being fed into it. Parting of the waters. One of the most devastating of Triton's abilities. So great was its destructive capabilities that even the best outfitted mecha suit couldn't stand a direct blast. The drawback was that it required time to build up, giving the enemy time to avoid it. Thor had corrected this by masterfully holding off Sias, and blocking Triton from view as it prepared. It was enough time for Hua Li to get ready in total secrecy. Now all that was needed was for Thor to coax Sias into the kill zone. Lan Jue had pulled all the stops. He was surprised at his hand speed, faster than he'd ever been. It had allowed his spear's lightning attack to explode with power similar to his forest of lightning. It was a torrential attack that succeeded in forcing Sias to retreat. Lan Cheng's mecha couldn't Thor his pure explosive power. Still he felt somewhat helpless because, though his hand speed was clearly superior, his enemy's massive weapons would always be able to easily deflect his blows. Were this fight one-on-one, it would be Lan Jue who would be fighting uphill. Luckily, though, he wasn't alone. "We've got it, Jue," Hua Li called out. In an instant, Thor was on the move. The massive suit dissolved into a blinding blue light that shot headlong towards Sias. The furious charge left Lan Cheng no option but to withdraw further. He knew Thor's destructive capabilities would materialize faster than his own could. He was flustered, reacting instead of controlling the battle's flow. Caught off guard, all Sias could do was spin its mighty blades haphazardly in attempts to keep Thor at bay. But Thor was simply too fast, too furious one. Thor focused all of its energy, and as he raced forward 7 interlaced beams of light tore through the skies. Each one viciously slimmed into the hero of the East, one after the other. It was all he could do to protect himself, like a tree trying to stave off destruction in the midst of a hurricane. Each beam of light took with it shards of twisted metal. At last the tempest passed. Sias hovered in the air, clearly destabilized. It was Hua Li's chance, and he didn't miss the opportunity. His parting the waters strike was released, creating a tremendously massive column of blue light that exploded outward just as Thor landed its final strike. It was that last little push that shoved Sias directly into the oncoming coup de grace, and spun him around away from Hua Li. After such a blitzkrieg, his defeat seemed certain. Lan Jue's hand speed had reached its limit. He shot a glance at the control terminal which recorded the maneuvers, and saw that his last strike had reached a maximum of 92 CPS. It was his own personal best. Unfortunately, his hand speed was too much for the suit's power gems to sustain. Were that not the case, he could have employed the 7 stars. That, he was confident, would have ended the fight there and then. The thought tumbled through his head as he watched the final moments of their exchange unfold. He looked unconfident in the knowledge that nothing his brother could do would save him in the face of his rapidly approaching demise. There was no dodging, no deflect his friend's terribly blast of power.
He couldn't even see it coming. Boom! The two mecha collided with one another. Prometheus coaxed his suit to race forward and crash into brother's Sapphire mecha.
But just as its fate seemed sealed, Zeus tipped his hand.
Too fast for y'all.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 224, Total Victory. Chapter 224, Total Victory. Zeus unexpectedly cast aside its two moonblades. Its whole metallic figure shuddered as they fell to earth. The suit swept its left arm around Thor's electric spear, pinning the weapon against it. With a mighty pull, Zeus forced Thor to lurch into a shoulder smash. The juke pull completely neutralized Thor's thrust. It was masterfully executed, effortless, and seemed as natural to Prometheus as breathing. Looking from a distance, one could see Zeus and Thor, devoured by the terrifying light of Triton's parting of the waters. Thor's defensive capabilities were second only to Triton's in their little band of pilots. However, the Sapphire mecha had just expended all of its energy in the previous strike, leaving nothing left to protect itself. How could it be expected to sustain such a horrible attack? Zeus' enormous mecha went soaring, cast away by the parting of the waters. A series of shuddering explosions followed. Although the blasts didn't seem as apocalyptic as those Cerberus had suffered, it was clearly the end of the fight for Thor. Zeus slowly turned in midair. Scrapes and dents had appeared all across its formerly polished surface. Hovering overhead, its dark cyan figure smoldering, the mecha looked like a demon come to earth. Under the circumstances, Prometheus had taken on 3 challengers and came out with significantly less damage than one would expect. Meanwhile, both Cerberus and Thor were defeated. Only one remained to face him. The expansive arena was looking desolate and inhospitable to Triton, as it hovered in the air a distance from the terrifying Lan Jue. Although he knew Zeus had sustained severe damage in its fight against his two friends, Qianlin was also keenly aware that their leader had yet to use his strongest attacks. He calculated about 60% energy reserves remaining for his opponent. One-on-one. Qianlin was beginning to feel hopeless. Boss, there doesn't appear to be any need to continue. Triton lifted its metallic arms in surrender. Lan Jue huffed. There was a flash, and he was gone. Lan Jue and Xu Chang were waiting outside by the door to the arena. Both of their faces were similarly steeped in anger and depression. They were each very aware they couldn't take Lan Jue on individually, but they hadn't thought they'd be so handily beat on pure mecha combat alone. From the very beginning they couldn't find their rhythm. This was certainly one reason for their dour expressions, but more than that was the painfully large gap between the three of them and their leader. Lan Jue had felt he'd impressed lately, both physically and in his discipline. He should be equal to his brother. This fight served to clearly and incontrovertibly underline the difference that remained between them. The two young men said nothing, and waited until Poseidon and Prometheus appeared from within the ring. They didn't even need to ask, their fate had been sealed from the onset. The three of them sighed in unison. Prometheus displayed no pride in his victory. He swept his eyes over the other three. Are you aware of why you lost so quickly? His quiet voice expressed. Xu Chang spoke first, his tone full of bitterness. Even from the start, we knew in our hearts we weren't a match for you. We didn't give it our all, and we ignored our advantage. You have a wealth of combat experience over us, Lan Jue interjected. You knew to take every advantage posed to you. Qianlin thought for a moment before speaking. We were at a disadvantage the moment it became 3-on-1. We had no momentum. I believe that, if we'd come one after the other instead of together, each of us would have pushed to our highest point in the battle. You wouldn't have come out of it the winner in that circumstance. Lan Chang nodded with each determination. You're all correct. However, even knowing this, even training until your hands bleed and you collapse from exhaustion, you still would never catch up to me. Lan Jue felt his anger flare. Why? He shot back. Lan Jue, unperturbed the tone, went on. None of you have experienced true suffering. You haven't been tempered in the fire. Were you the leaders of men, your companies would be defeated in short order. Routed. If you had to fight off assassins an average of 3 times a week, if you had the level of crisis awareness and experience that I did, then you could be my equal too. If you truly seek power, you need to step out of your comfortable existence. None of you have any less talent than I. The difference is your desire to improve. If that continues, you'll never even get close to me. Ali is incorrect 3, even if you came at me one at a time, in the end the only result is your inevitable defeat. You simply can't make me suffer enough. Were it anyone else, the 3 monarchs would balk at their arrogance. But this was Prometheus. He was a different case altogether. Xu Cheng's laugh was hard and full of hurt. So what, you want us all to be soldiers? We're all from different alliances. If we did, there's no telling if one day we'd face each other in battle. Prometheus' eyes softened appreciably. Unlikely. At least for the next little while, we won't need to worry about civil-human strife. Zeus' masked face hid his surprise, but his voice didn't. You know something? Prometheus nodded. News from the proverbial horse's mouth. The Northern Alliance has lost contact with an armada of Navy ships it had dispatched, but Zeus' surprise intensified. This quickly? As far as he knew, the North had only just recently sent the ships out to look for the monster planets. Could it really be possible for a fleet of ships to disappear so quickly? Unbelievable. These sorts of missions were always led by a capital warship, an exceptionally powerful weapon of war. It was 2 classes above a common battleship, and with something so powerful at its head, the combat group was capable of obliterating entire planets. Lan Chang went on. It looks like our earlier conjecture has been proven correct. We have a violent and previously unknown alien species heading for galaxies under the protection of the 3 alliances. Our analysis indicates the attack of Taihua is connected. Under these circumstances, do you think the alliances will waste time and resources on fighting each other? Lan Jue, Chu Qiang, and Huali stood silent, their faces dark and brooding. The universe was ever a mystery, bringing both wonders and terrors. Humans were powerful, yes, but who knew how many unknown species were out there? Like these aliens, were they hostile? Could humans protect themselves if they should meet? In such an infinitely vast universe, who could say humans were the height of power? With an infinite space to explore, the chances of discovering something that could force humans into extinction was not negligible. Even if they hadn't had faced these monsters already, their rapid and clandestine approach towards human lands could not be well-meaning. Over the last 100 years of space exploration, one thing has been proven true: all creatures, human included, like their personal space. The small group stood in silence for a moment, a cloud of depression hanging heavy over them. After a time, Lan Jue looked up towards his brother. Do you want me to join the army? Lan Chang responded by shaking his head. No, that's not what I want for you. You have your own road to walk. If you came with me, you'd unconsciously come to rely on me. This would be bad for your talent. Your destiny lies further down the road. The decision is yours, and I can't interfere in it. Lan Jue silently nodded his head. His thoughts turned to Wu Junyi, and the pressure of the request he'd laid upon him. Now more than ever, he knew it wasn't something he could refuse. Soon it would be time for humanity as a whole to fight for their right to survive. I'd like you to explain your experience on Taihua, in detail. Lan Qing asked. All right. Lan Jue nodded, then went on to explain everything that had occurred during his time on Taihua. No detail was left out. When his younger brother got to the part about the Fantasia Genetica, Lan Qing's eyes grew hard and harsh. However, he said nothing, and just listened carefully to the rest of the tale. You did well. Of course, you are my brother, after all. You can bank on the reality that I will make the Pontiff's castle pay for hurting you. This, though, is strange. Skyfire Avenue is the strongest of the Adept organizations, but it is also the loosest. I don't believe that Doctor who claimed to heal you actually possessed the capabilities to do so. What do you think? I had the same thought, Lan Jue agreed. The phylactery only served to drain the tempest of energy that was within me. Perhaps he would be able to heal my injured meridians, but the side effects of taking the Genetica would be too extensive for him. And now, not only aren't there any residual issues, but instead both my talent and physical health have improved. Total contrary to reason. It may be possible if there was a paragon around specializing in healing, but in all the 10 known paragons there is no such person. Lan Xing turned his attention to Chu Qiang and Huali. When you two got there, did you discover anything out of the ordinary? But Huali pondered the question. When we saw him, he was in some sort of gray stone for. It was oval-shaped, really sort of like an eggshell. Yeah, I thought the same thing, Chu Qiang added. He was laying in it. When we got there, it looked like everything had just finished. The Cosmogus was there, so we didn't ask too many questions. At the time we were just concerned for Aju's health. Lan Xing looked them over. So the Cosmogus would know the answers we seek. Aju, you'll need to find a way to get it out of him.
If the Avenue has someone capable of healing such dire illness, this could prove invaluable in any number of ways.
They shouldn't keep that hidden.
Lan Jue nodded in acceptance.
It won't be easy. If they do really have someone with this ability, it's unlikely the Avenue will want to share that information. After all, that would be a very rare find. At any rate, I owe the Avenue my life. I'll need a way to pay them back.
1. Guys.
Seriously.
He's a super soldier. His job description is viciously murder punch people.
You're somehow surprised? 2. See comment 1. 3. Even though I just said he was.
4. I can't recall whether or not I mentioned this before, but this is an allusion to a popular Chinese trope, wherein a powerful being is born or escapes from a strange cocoon. For the Monkey King, he was born from a rock, was buried under a mountain, and then later escaped. He was powerful enough to challenge the whole of heaven. There was also a more contemporary example in Huluwa, or the Calabash Brothers. First, a farmer drills open a hole in a mountain and evil demons escape, then grows 7 calabashes from which 7 powerful babies emerged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 225, The Bamboozled Teaching Assistant. Chapter 225, The Bamboozled Teaching Assistant. Lan Cheng's quiet voice wafted towards the other 3. I have to get back. I'll be on time for the god battle. You all need to push yourself. Think on what I've said.
Chu Chang and Hua Li nodded their heads.
Lan Jue did as well, though there was a moment's hesitation. With a flash, the black-clad Prometheus was gone. Hades and Poseidon gave audible sighs of relief. Hades, now safe, couldn't help himself from complaining. What kind of brother is he, anyway? He gets worse every time I see him. Why did he choose to go after me first? You tell me, it's because he knows I'm stronger than Ailey, right?
Poseidon glared at his mouthy companion.
Oh yeah? And how exactly are you better than me?
Especially when it comes to defense, you got nothing on me.
Zeus interjected, his voice gentle. I actually do know why he chose to attack you first. Why, then? Hades inquired with genuine curiosity.
Because you talk too damn much.
Zeta. Dusk was quick approaching as Lan Jue bounced towards the NEU gate cockhorse on his bicycle. He'd already set a time to meet Zhou Qianlin via the Soul-Caller gem.
Once she showed up, he wordlessly made for Grace Hospital. It was dark by the time he took her home. They only exchanged a few words during the entire evening, but the more time they spent together, the more there grew a wordless sort of mutual understanding between them. As they sped along home, Qianlin would often wrap her arm around Lan Jue's waist for support.
He didn't stop her.
After he dropped her off, Lan Jue returned home. He ate a simple dinner, then spent some time at his writing desk composing something. When he finally did go to sleep, it was late. Jean Tao was still in deep sleep, hidden within the nutrition chamber they'd left him in after the Fantasia Genetica infusion. By now there were subtle differences in his physique becoming apparent. His bones were sturdier, his muscles stronger. Slender golden hairs covered his entire body, almost like he was reverting to his ancestral roots. Tang Xiao had made his way to the avenue after school, a religious habit he maintained after the competition. He appeared with a zeal that showed he'd forgotten, or was heroically ignoring, the pain his visits invariably ended with. Of course his zeal was in part due to the fact that Mika was his instructor, and the more vicious she was the more Tang Xiao pushed.
Zeta. Morning. NEU Electives Office.
Lan Jue's communicator beeped as he hung up.
He rose to his feet and walked to the nearby office window.
As the warm sun blanketed him in a comfortable tungsten glow, he slowly stretched his lithe figure. From the outside, he looked like an angel.
NEU Teaching Affairs Office. Wu Junyi closed the connection on his communicator, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Zeta.
Professor Lan's gotten here so early, today.
That's right, he has class. And what highbrow content are we expounding today? Wang Hongyuan spied Lan Jue as he stepped into the electives office.
He smiled pleasantly as he called out the greeting.
Lan Jue chuckled good-naturedly. Early. Hongyuan, I am a professional and diligent professor. Can I infer from your tone you don't agree with me? Wang Hongyuan's lips curled in an accusing grin. Sure you are. Diligent? Have you ever worked a full day here? Hell, I'm lucky if I see you at all on any given day. Not sure that qualifies as diligent. All we have to do is look at your class schedule, you can't even guarantee 2 classes a week. 1. Lan Jue meandered over to Wang Hongyuan's desk. How about you and me have a little chat outside? Hongyuan's eyes followed Lan Jue as he approached, curiosity in their depths. What do you want to chat about?
Nothing bad, Lan Jue assured, resting a hand on the man's shoulder.
Let's go.
Despite his words though, there was a no-nonsense tone to his voice.
Wang Hongyuan had seen what Lan Jue was capable of. He knew he was no match for the man.
Helplessly he rose to his feet, and followed the etiquette professor from the office.
Once they entered the hallway, Wang Hongyuan interrupted their trek with a few quiet words. This is a school, Professor. Don't act recklessly. Lan Jue blinked innocently at his contemporary. What are you talking about? If I were to do something like that, it wouldn't be against you. You aren't the savage goddess. Wang Hongyuan shot Lan Jue a nasty sneer. I'm pretty sure not even God knows what you'll do. If you got something to say, fire away. I have classes to prepare. Lan Jue grinned. It's like this then. Yesterday Director Wu came to the electives office looking for me.
With nothing but conjecture and hearsay, he puzzled out my abilities.
Wang Hongyuan was understandably surprised by the news. He found out you're. Lan Jue nodded. What are you going to do? Hongyuan asked, his brows furrowed. Leave? Lan Jue shook his head, and grinning, went on. Why should I leave? I'm a catch, aren't I? Wang Hongyuan snorted. I know Director Wu. Clever as a demon.
I'm sure once he found out you're a God-ranked pilot, he was pulling out all the stops to get you under his thumb.
Lan Jue sagely nodded his head.
Indeed, the old fox is a tough one to deal with.
I didn't have any choice but to acquiesce to his demands. Starting today I'll be assuming another identity and teach mecha combat as a visiting professor. Wang Hongyuan's lit up at the news. Mecha combat, eh?
This elicited a nod from the intrepid instructor.
Didn't you find anything odd about what happened on Taihua? It was downright inexplicable. How is it that these powerful beasts just happen to appear? There's a high chance we'll eventually encounter even more intelligent life somewhere out there in the universe. If that's the case, anything we can do to strengthen humanity as a whole is exceptionally important. With that in mind, I accepted Director Wu's terms. Of course I'll be wearing a mask during classes to protect my identity. I'll also be continuing with the etiquette classes.
I told our esteemed director that, should anything happen and my identity become known, this great find of his will vanish as quickly as he came.
Wang Hongyuan nodded in understanding. That'll work. With your instruction, it's safe to assume we'll see a number of excellent pilots graduating from our program.
Naturally, Lan Jue replied.
I have my worries, though. After all, our school is not a traditional mecha combat university.
Our students aren't the greatest picks from the gene pool, talent-wise. That'll be their biggest hurdle in improving as pilots. I hope I'll be able to find a few with higher natural ability, so we can train them as instructors and at least create a solid foundation for future improvement.
That would net the most benefit.
When all is said and done, it's better to train a single sovereign to godhood than a bunch of newbies to halfway decent status. The dance instructor just looked at him.
What's all this nonsense? Speak straight.
Lan Jue answered by fixing the man with his stare.
Would you like to learn a few things from me? Me?
Wang Hongyuan jabbed a finger towards his own nose, looking at Lan Jue in obvious surprise.
The God-ranked pilot only nodded. But I'm older than you are. He exclaimed.
Lan Jue shrugged indifferently.
Knowledge is independent of age or length of study.
If a teacher knows and can impart, then they are a teacher.
You should know this. Wang Hongyuan looked unsure. His words only confirmed it. Too sudden, I'll need to think about it.
Lan Jue patted his friend's shoulder.
Sometimes opportunities are only available for the moment. You got till the end of the day. If you aren't interested, I'll find someone else. Wang Hongyuan visibly shook. He glowered in irritation. Is there anyone as obnoxious and pushy as you?
Lan Jue only shrugged his shoulders.
Then you go ahead and find another God-ranked pilot to come and teach you. Wang Hongyuan had no answer for that. What rank are you anyway? Really?
There are no ranks for God pilots, Lan Jue explained.
Though right now there are those trying to find a way to do so. But if you mean discipline, then 7th degree. 7th.
Wang Hongyuan whistled appreciatively. His normally sour expression gave way, and he couldn't help but yelp.
Alright, I'm in. Wang Hongyuan was a 7th-ranked adept.
It was enough that he knew what it meant to be faced with a 9th-ranked, 7th-degree talent. The veritable top of the Adept pyramid, very nearly the peak of human cultivation.
And so young, to boot.
It was inevitable that he would break into the highest levels of power. Lan Jue gave him a small grin.
Call me teacher, let me hear how it sounds. Wang Hongyuan gaped at him. Me?
Call you teacher?
Hell no. Maybe when we're actually learning something. Speaking of, how are we going to learn?
Most of the students know who I am.
Lan Jue's face grew solemn. You want to learn, but you refuse to call me teacher?
Wang Hongyuan's face grew red, then white, then red. His hands wrung together, almost unconsciously. Of course he was very interested in learning with Lan Jue, not just for piloting, but in discipline as well.
It had been a very long time since he'd seen any improvement in either area.
But this Professor Lan was younger than he. And he was an instructor himself. For Lan Jue to force obeisance in this was more than he could stand.
He considered the trade-off for a moment.
He gritted his teeth, struggling with the words.
Seeing this, Lan Jue cut in. Never mind, there's another way. You don't want to be my student, I can't force you.
We'll do this then, you can also assume a disguise, and be my teaching assistant.
This way when I'm instructing the students you can listen in.
You won't be getting the benefit of being a student directly, but you can study on your own.
How's that? 2. The relief in Wang Hongyuan after hearing the words was almost palpable. Excellent.
In truth, Bud, I've got no problem calling you teacher. It's just, I need to maintain a presence and reputation here, you understand?
So don't take it personally. How about I call you teacher in private, what do you think?
Lan Jue chuckled and patted his forehead.
Fine, don't worry about it. We're still and always will be contemporaries.
After all, we faced the fire together, stuck through it in a life and death situation.
How can I really force you to do something like that? So it's settled, then.
I'll let Director Wu know you'll be acting as my assistant teacher.
I have to head out and prepare for the afternoon class.
5 o'clock, that's the first class for these visiting professors.
I'll get a mask for you, too. Find something you don't usually wear, something people wouldn't recognize. 3. Hairstyle, 2. He called the instructions over his shoulder as he swaggered down the hall. Wang Hongyuan followed him with his eyes, until the young braggart vanished around a corner.
He remained in place, dumbfounded, though there was gratitude in his heart. He was nothing special, and yet he acted inappropriately when a 9th-rank 7th-degree disciple offered to train him.
What he didn't see was the self-satisfied, guileful grin plastered on Lan Jue's face as he left. 1. Righteous burn. 2. To explain this a little better, we require some further insight into Chinese culture. Nianzi, or face, is a massive underlying aspect of life in the Far East.
It's a major underpinning factor in everything from family gatherings to highest-level government. What Lan Jue is asking and forcing his elder in both teaching experience and age to address him with that level of respect, if effectively emasculating him, making him lose face. You might think, then, that Lan Jue's a bit of a dick forcing Wang Hongyuan to address him that way, but not really. Teachers demand a great deal of respect in China, and in fact it's an absolute necessity in classrooms that the teacher command absolute respect. While that's slowly hanging nowadays, the old Confucian ideal of respect by teacher is still given a tremendous amount of lip service. It's not only not unreasonable, but expected that a teacher's students not only address them as such, but also bow and scrape and do whatever their teacher requires.
3. He's gonna show up in, like, a flamenco dress. Calling it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 226, Culinary Edification. Chapter 226, Culinary Edification.
So it was that Lan Jue had his assistant teacher squared away.
It was a good deal, for teaching mecha combat wasn't an easy task.
He'd thought over the situation last night, and came to the determination that it would be quite troublesome to teach the class entirely by himself. It was true that the mecha combat department had other teachers, but their knowledge base was woefully insufficient for what he needed.
Wang Hongyuan was best suited for the position.
It wasn't a farce, telling Wang Hongyuan that he would be learning as well. However, speaking was an art form. Had he approached Hongyuan directly about being his teaching assistant, the chances of him refusing the offer was high. He'd fear for his own secrets, which he'd fought hard to keep concealed. His method had solved the problem before it had even become one.
In fact, Wang Hongyuan was thankful for the opportunity.
As for Lan Jue, he felt much more positive about the whole ordeal. If he was going down, he was taking someone with him. It made it a less bitter pill to swallow.
Zeta. 2 p.m. It was time again for another etiquette class.
This time, however, there were clearly much fewer students than the last time. Around half of last class students were present. It was a shameful display. Certainly the students felt similarly. This Professor Lan was too irresponsible, they lamented. It had been ages since anyone had even seen him. There was certainly an attraction to the class, but likewise his extended absence made attendance difficult to maintain. Of course, there was also another reason why there were so few students today. The NEU allowed all of their students to enroll in mecha combat as an elective. However, those who chose to do so were required to pay an extra fee. After all, resources were needed to teach the class. Suits, mechas, weaponry, and more needed to be made available to the students. The NEU's bizarre and brazen defeat of their rivals, Lyre University, had made mecha combat the flavor of the day. Suddenly, everyone wanted to become a god-ranked pilot. It was almost impossible to get into the Savage Goddess class anymore. It was no surprise, then, that there were so few still willing to pay out for an etiquette class. Zhou Qianlin was among them, and she'd arrived early to participate. Tang Mi was at her side, as usual. She's accidentally told her long-legged companion that Professor Lan was holding another class. Once Tang Mi knew that, their afternoon was booked without question. Originally, Zhou Qianlin had no intention of attending. She had quite a lot of class work to finish. But, she recalled Lan Jue's conspiratorial tone this morning, when he claimed there would be fine foods on offer today. Eat a light lunch, he'd urged. Zhou Qianlin knew that, when Lan Jue said there would be good food, he wasn't lying. She knew his taste. And what girl didn't like a fine meal? She decided to see what he was talking about. Even though the numbers were still woefully small by comparison, Qianlin and Tang Mi's presence brought a fair few more than there would have been otherwise. The seat beside Tang Mi was occupied by her brother. Tang Xiao was still enjoying his status as the hero of the NEU. Suddenly his weight didn't matter, as was evident by the more than 100 love letters he'd already received one. The veritable cloud of smugness that followed him made it clear how he felt about the matter. It fueled his evening masochistic beatings. Suffering now leads to success in the future. Tang Xiao repeated the words to himself every day, a mantra to keep him on track. The moment Lan Jue walked into the room, everyone's attention instantly focused on him. The reason was his unconventional dress. Today, it was a snow-white chef's uniform, the white double-breasted jacket, the white pants, the apron, and the toque to top it all off. What's all this about? Tang Xiao followed his instructor with his eyes, confused at what he was seeing. It was like a cartoon. Once their makeshift chef arrived at the podium, he turned and waved his hand toward the door. From outside, a group of people shuffled into the classroom. They set up a large, circular table at the front of the class. Lan Jue spoke. All right everyone, gather round. Give space. Make room in the middle. I hope you all didn't get too full at lunch, otherwise I'm afraid you might regret it. Tang Mi poked Zhou Qianlin, seated quietly at her side. What's going on? How am I supposed to know? Zhou Qianlin muttered. It ended up being a blessing to have so few students today. 20-something, and that was all. It was a small enough class that they could all comfortably gather near the front. At Lan Jue's instruction, the students pulled their chairs close and found a place around the expansive table. So you treating us to a meal, Professor? Tang Mi couldn't help but ask. Lan Jue smiled at her. I suppose, something like that. An understanding of fine cuisine is an integral part of etiquette. Today, I'm going to teach you about Ma La Tang. Zhou Qianlin began to pay more attention after his introduction. Lan Jue had taken her suggestions, and instead of sticking to subjects beyond the ken of these middle-class students, he'd chosen something more accessible. This way a far more practical subject to learn about. One's sense of taste was certainly the strongest. It was as good a place as any to start. It was a dish he'd requested from the gourmet, since he couldn't create such a masterpiece himself. Zeta. Zhou Qianlin couldn't remember a time she'd been this full. She felt absolutely inundated with the fresh, spicy flavor of the meal. She could still feel it on her tongue. Her face was red from the heel of it, and she took sips of cold water between panting breaths. She noted, with some amusement, that her lips were numb. Despite her discomfort, though, she was better off than the others. Tang Mi was leaning against the back of her chair, groaning intermittently. She thought she had a formidable appetite, but it had only been 2 hours since her big lunch, and this was twice as much. It was too delicious for her to pass up. Too delicious for her to stop eating. But Tang Xiao was the most entertaining to watch. The unfortunate chair beneath his groaned and creaked with effort. And then broke to pieces, to the delight and surprise of a laughing classroom. All right. Now, I hope you all have a good idea of what real mala tang tastes like. That's all for today's class. Next time we'll have something new to discuss. Lan Jue could see the satisfaction on his students' faces. Today's class was a successful one. Once class was finished, he stepped out. Jin Yan was waiting for him. Ah, Professor Lan. I'm late. Class is over, isn't it? I was covering a class this afternoon. What did you talk about today? What's that wonderful smell? Her nose scrunched adorably as she sniffed the air, filling her nostrils with the heady scent. Lan Jue thrust his thumb over his shoulder towards the class. There should still be some left. You should go in and try some, Professor Jin. Tang me, tell Professor Jin about mala tang. With Jin Yan passed off, Lan Jue turned and left. He'd hired the workers to clean up once everyone was finished, so he didn't have to. 10 minutes later, there was one more poor soul groaning from their poor self-control. Lan Jue was still clad in the aromatic chef's uniform when he returned to the electives office. He found a spot to change his clothes. Professor Lan. 5 o'clock this afternoon you're teaching, right? What's the subject matter? Wang Hongyuan was suddenly at his side, quietly pushing him for answers. 1. What? So you're telling me all I have to do is trample a few people with a giant metal contraption and I can take my pick? Holy crap guys, who wants to spring for a defunct Soviet tank with me? Check this baby out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, A Wild Guest Instructor Appears. Chapter 227, A Wild Guest Instructor Appears. Ah, that reminds me, Lan Jue replied. I've already let Director Wu know you're going to be acting as my assistant. I'll give you a mask, change your clothes and then we're ready to go. The director has handpicked 50 students to populate our inaugural class. They should be top of their group. Today we'll be going straight to simulations, and start there. Once you're changed, head over and start setting up the pods. Get us a spot to train. I'll be there a little while later. Wang Hongyuan's attitude toward the young etiquette teacher was a sight different than normal. He nodded his head without hesitation or complaint. All right, right away. Let me get the mask. With his back to the other teachers, blocking their view, Lan Jue opened his interdimensional storing space and pulled free a silver mask. Wang Hongyuan took it, shot Lan Jue a thumbs up, then left to get ready. The etiquette teacher watched him leave, a smile on his face. This is the worth of a teaching assistant. The soul caller gem warmed. Zhou Qianlin, so full. But it was delicious, thank you. Lan Jue, happy too. By the way, I'll probably be leaving the school late this evening. Do you want to wait or find another way home? What's keeping you on campus so long? What are you up to? Director Wu saw through our charade. Once he found out I'd been behind the last few big news items, he forced me to agree to teach a mecha combat class. I had no choice but to accept, under the condition that he keeps my identity a secret. I'll be a special guest instructor. Ugh. Well, can I join? You? Me what? Is there a problem? You said yourself I'm an adept now. Director Wu said he'd chosen the students for this class himself. Do you think you can find a way in? He's already approached me. He said they were opening a special mecha combat class, calling class 1 of advanced robotic combat conditioning. He wanted to know if I'd be interested in joining. He said practical experience in mecha combat would improve my research. I said I'd think about it. The surprises never cease. He wants me to join the student government, commissary in charge of studies he called it. What do you think? Why not? Zeta. Qianlin, I'm so full I could die. But so good. I can feel myself falling more in love with Professor Lan every time I show up to one of his classes. He's not strong, but in peacetime he's nothing short of a dream guy. He's already conquered my stomach, and well on his way to my heart. Tang Ni feigned a doe-eyed, smitten expression to Zhou Qianlin who was seated at her side. Qianlin smiled at her. I decided to join you in that mecha combat class, little me. Tang Ni sat up straighter in her chair. Weren't you just on about not wanting to hurt anybody? Why the sudden change of heart? Qianlin's smirk was as mysterious as it was teasing. Why dwell on the past? Zeta. The sim pods are ready, teacher. You can come on over whenever you're ready. Wang Hongyuan's voice carried through Lan Jue's communicator. Alright, I'll be there shortly, he replied. Mecha Combat Department, Simulator Warehouse.
Wu Junyi looked severe with his serious countenance and black suit. His cold demeanor instantly set the gathered students on edge. They could feel the stifling pressure, simply by his presence. The students were dutifully arrayed in 5 rows, and stood as they waited for class to begin. Every one of them was clad in a black pilot jumpsuit. Wan Hongyuan stood beside Wu Junyi, his identity protected by the silver mask. He looked over the excited youths in their crisp uniforms and, without understanding why, he felt his own blood boiling with anticipation. They didn't have to wait long. After a short while, the rhythmic of footsteps could be heard from outside. The door opened, and a figure stepped in. He was instantly the center of attention. A golden mask hid his features from view. A blue flight suit hugged his lithe, athletic figure. As he entered, a powerful aura followed. Curiosity blazed in the eyes of all onlookers. Who was this masked man? When Director Wu had introduced the class, he'd told them only that they would be bringing in a guest instructor, and nothing more. The masked man immediately made his way to Wu Junyi with large strides. He stopped once beside the man, gave him a nod, then looked over the gathered pupils. Wu Junyi returned the greeting in kind, then faced the students. With a smile on his face, he addressed them in his characteristic imperial tone. "All right, students, allow me to introduce you. This is your new guest instructor and his assistant. You may address them as Drill Master." His opening words were simply and brief. He indicated the masked men as he spoke. "Today, those of you standing here will participate in our first Special Advanced Robotics Combat, or ARC, class. You were chosen based on your inherent genetic talent and academic excellence. I can assure you right now that, if you take this course seriously, under the Drill Master's instruction you will undoubtedly grow to be respected mecha pilots. You'll be contributing members of the Alliance. However, I must impress upon you the fact that your presence here is a privilege. Simply being chosen does not mean your attendance is assured. If any of you are incapable of keeping up, or are not improving as expected, you will have your spot taken away. I'm sure that anyone unfortunate enough to have this happen to them will regret it tremendously. As such, we expect 200% effort here, ladies and gentlemen. If you do, not only will you progress further than you ever imagined possible, you'll be doing your Alliance a service, becoming a skilled and sought-after mecha pilot. With that said, I yield the floor to your drill masters." Wu Junyi relinquished his spot before the students, stepping to the side so the masked man could take his place. The golden-masked stranger took up position as naturally as though he lived in the center of attention. They could only see his eyes, which twinkled with a mysterious power as he looked over the gathered pupils. "Salutations. There is no need for me to deliver some long self-introduction. In fact, I'm sure several of you are already thinking up nicknames for me. But let me stop you there, because I know exactly what you'll be calling me in just a little while, the demon. I suggest you get used to it now, because you'll be cursing it before we're done today. If you can't handle it, you can leave, but understand that once you quit, your opportunity to learn with us is forfeit. For those that remain, I can't tell you how far you'll go. What I can tell you is that if you graduate from this program, you'll be welcome anywhere in the East. There's nothing else to say. Pilots, pick a pod." Lan Jue and Wan Hongyuan watched the students filed into the many sim pods scattered around the warehouse. Within the group, the golden-masked Lan Jue spied several familiar faces, his overweight disciple, his sister and, in the very back, her enticing figure outlined in a form-hugging flight suit, was Zhou Qianlin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, Prince of Devils? Chapter 228, Prince of Devils? Getting into the special art curriculum was one of the luckiest breaks I ever had in my life, and at the same time, one of the unluckiest. That short period will forever be etched on my soul. It was then I learned the true meaning of hardship. There were so many times when I just wanted to quit, to walk away. But, every time those thoughts entered my mind, I looked to the people standing beside me. If they could sustain in the face of these difficulties, why couldn't I? Of course I could. I would think about my future, about what would happen if I became a legendary pilot. I promised myself that the first thing I'd do was defeat the demon drill master. Not just a demon, he was the Prince of Devils, and I promised myself I'd show him the torture he put us through. Zeta. These crack students were very familiar with the sim pods that dotted the warehouse. One after the other, they entered them as naturally as climbing into bed. Director Wu patted Lan Jue's shoulder, then turned and left. He did not remain to supervise for, after all, it was he who sent for Lan Jue to teach the class. He trusted the young man's capabilities explicitly, not to mention it was a plan concocted in tandem with Dean Su. It was beyond lucky to have found this god-ranked pilot hidden among their staff, and a great boon to have him teaching for them.
If in the end their gamble paid off, it would be the dawn of a new age for their university. Lan Jue nodded towards Wang Hanyuan, and the two entered their own sim pods to get the class underway. As they did, a figure ran in from outside. The savage goddess looked heroic, almost valiant in her tight-fitting flight suit. However, her face was dark with rage. She arrived just as Director Wu was making his exit. "What's the meaning of this, Director?" She veritably growled at her superior as they met in the hall. The teaching affairs director reacted to her attack with a nonchalant air. "What's the matter, Professor Tan? Is there something I can assist you with?" The savage goddess spoke with a clear undertone of rage. "You're asking me what the problem is? What's the meaning of calling away all of my best students, including Zhou Qianlin? And now I'm just hearing now about this advanced robotics combat class you've started. Why wasn't I told about any of this? What's this class all about?" Tan Lingyun had had her own mecha combat class in the afternoon. She'd first noticed something wrong when, during roll call, she discovered all of her best students were absent. Not a one was present. She only learned about the art curriculum after asking about them. She was out the door practically before her students finished telling her about it. Director Wu looked awkwardly at the famed instructor. "Lingyun, calm yourself. Everything happened rather quickly, so we didn't have the opportunity to bring all of our instructors up to speed. The fault lies with me, but understand that this is very fortuitous for our school. An advantage for our students that couldn't be disregarded. This is a chance that comes only once in a lifetime. So I must ask that you forgive me the circumstances, and trust that all will be explained moving forward." Doubt and displeasure were written clear on the savage goddess' face. She walked with the director as they left the building. "What on earth is going on, Director? Is this art class really that important?" Wu Junyi conversed with her in somewhat hushed tones. "We'd originally hoped to keep this a strict secret. However, your contributions to the school and your professional ethics are without question, so I'll tell you. You must promise not to share this information with anyone. If you do, it could cause immeasurable damage to our university. Do you understand?" Tan Lingyun's face gradually shed its angry expression as Director Wu went on. When she spoke, her voice was also hardly a whisper. "So what's going on?" "We've invited a God-ranked pilot into our school," Wu Junyi began. "A guest professor. However, as you know, these pilots are rare and powerful individuals. This man's particular demands were that his identity remains a secret. Not a soul is to know who he truly is. He's promised to carve out some time every week from his schedule to train our students in his craft. Because his tenure here is temporary, we concocted this class as the best opportunity to utilize his abilities while he's here. It was for these reasons we didn't discuss this with you, or anyone else, for that matter." "A God-ranked pilot?" 1 inch. The single phrase came as an utter shock to Tan Lingyun. Her pretty eyes were large, and her face was incredulous. A mysterious figure swam through her mind as the information was revealed. Wu Junyi only nodded in confirmation. Tan Lingyun felt off-kilter. The revelation threw her heart into chaos. Her red lips slowly curled into a smirk. "What's his name?" Wu Junyi shook his head at her. "I can't tell you. I've promised to keep this a secret. If I break this promise, he'll leave, and we'll have thrown away a chance at having a God-ranked teacher instructing our students. You tell me, how would that affect our school?" The passionate woman immediately nodded, indicating she understood. But she drew to a stop, and her eyes stared off into the distance as she pondered. Wu Junyi stopped as well, and turned to face her. "I hope you understand the circumstances, Professor Tan, and the gravity of it all. From the school's perspective, this was unquestionably the right move. If it has caused you any trouble, allow me to apologize on behalf of the administration." 2. She was shaken from her silent musing, immediately shaking her head at Director Wu. "I'm anxious that so many of our best students are being called away. Even considering this instructor's status as a God-ranked pilot, I'm still worried. I have a request." Director Wu regarded her calmly. "And what's that?" "I would also like to participate in the art classes," Tan Lingyun announced. "If this instructor you've brought really is a God-ranked pilot, then he must be quite powerful. In that case, I could stand to learn a few things as well. It would benefit everyone." Surprise lit up the director's face, but after a moment he nodded. "Certainly, I encourage you to participate." They should already be in the sim warehouse with class underway. "I'll go with you," explained things to the instructor. The two of them turned around and entered the room Wu Junyi had just vacated. They found a couple empty pods and turned them on. "Zeta.
DreamNet, National Eastern University Special Area. By now all of the students had arrived, together again in their various mecha suits. Each were as unique as the students who piloted them. Naturally, one's financial resources played a part in the mecha they possessed in DreamNet. Like anything, the more money you had at your disposal, the better your equipment would be. It meant there were a wide variety of students under his direction, both in terms of skill and equipment. What was surprising to them, though, were the two very low-key, and yet very familiar, mecha suits standing before them. Saber mechs. The most basic model available without just being a metal frame. Each had a name hanging over their head, Little Flea, and Nooblet. What kind of special instructors are these, they thought. Did they think this was a joke? One by one, hidden in their dark sim pods, the students' faces adopted various shades of contempt. Of course, not everyone shared the same idea. Neither Tang Xiao nor Tang Mi cracked a smile. Upon seeing Nooblet flash before her, Tang Mi's teeth immediately began to grind in rage. However, she bit back on the old young to her pride. She knew without a doubt that this Nooblet was as good as they say. As for Tang Xiao, who else was more aware of the truth around Nooblet than he? This special instructor, their drill master, the Prince of Devils, was his master. He'd had suspicions the moment he'd heard Lan Jue give his speech. Calling himself a devil was an even more obvious hint. However, his master was employing some sort of voice modulation, so the voice wasn't what he was expecting, and it threw him off. He couldn't believe the school had somehow convinced Professor Lan to teach mecha combat. It was that fact that caused him to be surprised. For the last few days, Tang Xiao had dutifully been showing up to suffer the torturous blows of Mika. However, despite the discomfort, he could clearly see improvement in his practice bouts with the Stygian succubus. In the half a month since they began, he felt his previously stagnant discipline improving by leaps and bounds. And there was something else, something more. It felt like a wall, a membrane or something that was preventing him from moving faster. But he could feel it tearing. It was an intense source of excitement for Tang Xiao. And after that day, when he routed the Lyrian challengers, his respect for his master only grew. With a woman like Mika under his command, how powerful was he? His only regret up to this point was that the master hadn't trained mecha combat with him personally. That changed today, much to his surprise. You all think your mechas are pretty nice, right? Your pride and joy. Any icy, accusing voice hung in the cockpits of each student. Silence prevailed. 50 students, the tops of their classes, each suffered a collective shudder as fear passed through them. Of course they were arrogant, regarded as treasures of the university. And yet they knew, instinctively, that their masked teachers were something more than normal men. Lan Jue's cutting voice rattled in their ears. Today's class is simply, children. You have one task only, defeat Nooblet and Little Flea. Once that happens, we call it a day. You've got the next 5 minutes to discuss tactics, then we see how much work we've got ahead of us. While you chat, my associate and I will turn off comms. 2 flashes punctuated the drill master's instructions. A Peridot and Onyx mecha appeared once the glare receded. Nooblet stomped over. It was Wu Junyi's voice he heard first. I apologize for the sudden interruption, Professor. This is one of our faculty, Tan Lingyun. She herself is a sovereign-ranked pilot, and would like to participate in your class. She's very excited to study under you. Will this be alright? Tan Lingyun. The green mecha, those 3 syllables, set the students into a tizzy. Tan Lingyun was here. The savage goddess. In the eyes of her students, she was god-ranked, and no one could tell them different. But that's right. With Professor Tan among them, why would they bring these strange outsiders to teach? Could this mean that this man could be even more powerful than their dear savage goddess? Were that so, it would mean this man was god-ranked himself. Was it possible? 1. Is everyone on Skyfire hard of hearing? It'd like a space culture thing to repeat what everyone says, like to prove you're listening or something? Will restating what was just expressed to you somehow dissipate the overwhelming surprise rattling your brain? Boggles the mind. 2. And another thought. How can he be so hard with Lan Jue, a man whose discipline could obliterate him, but when it comes to the savage goddess he's practically a pussycat? Where's the guy who stared down a divine monarch and didn't blink? Is this really the best way to handle a staff member with a famously bad temper, who consistently disrespects not only other teachers but also her boss? I'm disappointed in you, Director. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, Blitzkrieg. Chapter 229, Blitzkrieg. Tan Lingyun, in her brilliant peridot mecha, immediately recognized the sorry state of the instructor's suits. The corner of her lips curled in a frown. Could this mean that this mysterious teacher was not the one she sought? She felt her hope slipping. Join your unit, then. If you're to join, you'll follow instructions just like the others. You'll participate in the test like them. They'll fill you in on the details. With that said, Nublet and Little Flea lumbered away to give them space. Wu Junyi's black mecha vanished. Tan Lingyun coaxed her suit to join the gathered students. They expressed the situation to her, and she was surprised to discover that this drillmaster and his assistant were expecting to take all on of these advanced students on their own, with subpar mechas. These kids may not have been the best in the East, or even to the level of Tan Lingyun, but compared to a couple base model saber mechs they were practically juggernauts. Even if they truly were a god-ranked pilot, the likelihood of them being able to take on every one of them was slim to none. Tan Lingyun couldn't help but ponder on the possibility that one of these was Lei Feng. If that were the case, the two already had a massive advantage. Well, since they've told us to put together a battle plan, I suppose I'll do it. Tang Xiao. Present. Here's what I need from you. The savage goddess quickly ran through their plan for the coming struggle. Nublet and Little Flea remained separate in a distant corner of the simulated campus arena. Are you sure about this, Professor Lan? 2 against 51, you think there's a chance? Wang Hongyuan's tone was skeptical. Lan Jue's response was indifferent. What's wrong? No self-confidence? Comparatively, I am much weaker, he answered. How can I not be a little concerned? Lan Jue's voice crackled through his communicator. If I didn't have an answer for this, how could I ask you to call me teacher? If we win, hopefully that will convince you that I really have something to impart. All right. Wang Hongyuan spoke without hesitation. Lan Jue went on to explain his plan. The dance instructor nodded repeatedly as he listened, and with each word he felt his blood grow hotter. By the time they were ready, his pulse was pounding, ready for battle. In order to teach someone with significant talent, it was important to first prove you had something to offer. Once your domination was confirmed, then you needed their respect. Only then would they listen to instruction and execute them fervently. And so, today's class had one purpose, as far as Lan Jue was concerned, flexing his muscles. Relying upon her familiarity with the students, Tan Lingyun quickly allocated jobs to each of them. Every one of the 50 students had their specific purpose. She was in her natural habitat, commanding others. With 51 against only 2, she was confident victory would be theirs. According to her own experience, a top-level mecha pilot needed a complementing suit to truly employ their strength, not a couple rickety training mechs. They may be god-ranked pilots, she thought, but their mechas weren't. Even with sovereign mechas they may stand a chance, but these? The limitations of their mechas meant there were many skills and tactics they'd be unable to perform. Sustain, strength, speed, they were deficient in every category. They would know savagery. So what if they were god-ranked, she thought. Arrogance often leads to defeat. This was something she would teach them. She would not allow them to look down on the capabilities of her students. A hard, stubborn light shone in Tan Lingyun's eyes. For days she had been furiously searching for that man, all to no avail. Further, as the center of everyone's attention, her mood swings had become more severe. News of a mysterious woman god-ranked pilot had already begun to circulate through the internet. She knew she wasn't. She was disgusted with the reports, ashamed. And yet she was unable to refute them or explain the situation. It brought honor to the university, and she couldn't in good conscience take that away. This was a fine opportunity, she thought. Someone blindly stumbled into her sights, and now it was time to let off some steam. Boom! An explosion sent a shudder through her, and she saw the fires on the periphery of her vision. 50 faces turned towards the source of the blast. What they saw was a mecha reduced to slag, glowing red-hot as fires twisted the metal. The frightening screams of a student rang in their cockpits. They came one after the other, boom, boom, boom. 3 tearing blasts like frightening peals of thunder. 3 more suits were reduced to scrap. What's the meaning of this? We were never told to begin. Tan Lingyun roared over the communicator. The drillmaster's dismissive hiss crackled through every communicator. You expect your enemies to alert you when they choose to strike in a real fight? I told you 5 minutes, and 5 minutes has passed. Each passing second is a grain on the hourglass of your life, Professor. Your ancestors have paid in blood to teach you that. Her eyes shot to the time on her control console. 5 minutes had indeed passed. 5 minutes wasn't an adequate amount of time to plan, and what's more, Tan Lingyun had arrived late.
In fact, it had already passed the 5-minute mark by the time she'd arrived. Lan Jue had been carefully watching the clock.
Nublet and Little Flea had used the time and their students' distraction to circle around and flank them. Once it was time, they struck.
Caught off guard, the students' team paid with the lives of 4 of their own.
When it came to mecha combat, Wang Hongyuan couldn't hold a candle to Lan Jue.
However, that didn't mean he was a weakling, he was a sovereign-ranked pilot, after all. The students were about as distant to him as he was to the etiquette teacher. Tan Lingyun was livid, wrath filling her heart, and yet could find no means to contradict the drill master. She expressed her frustration with an indignant snort through gritted teeth.
Everyone, spread out.
Even before her instructions were complete, she was on the move.
Her green mecha was a beam of shimmering light as it raced towards Nublet and Little Flea.
Her strategy was simple: keep the battle to one front, with remote attacks keeping their enemies pinned to one location. They would take full advantage of their superior numbers, thus increasing their overall destructive capability.
With the distant long-range mechs carpet-bombing her foes, she doubted their simple saber mechs could withstand it.
It was a fine plan, and in fact the right determination, but for the fact she'd forgotten to keep track of the time. The lapse had thrown their strategy into disarray. A flash of color filled her screen, and suddenly there was something tearing through the sky toward her. It was an act so perfectly timed it instantly filled her with unease. The figure cut her off at the highest point of her trajectory, just before she'd planned to plummet towards her 2 foes. She'd already input the commands, leaving herself open to the strike. She did the only thing she could, and twisted so that the spikes dotting her mecha were positioned to intercept the rush.
Tan Lingyun watched it coming, and saw that it was the alloy blade of a saber mech. Ting! Blocked!
The spines and blade collided. What followed was bizarre and infuriating for, as she watched, the blade seemed to vibrate and deflect off the spikes to deal a blow against her mecha's frame.
Immediately Tan Lingyun called up her photomask shields.
She'd broken into a cold sweat, after just barely avoiding destruction. She had no choice but to pause in midair and react.
Below them, Nublet was on the move.
After throwing his weapon, he had not stopped to watch the result.
His deft movements danced between incoming missile salvos.
His movements brought him dangerously close to a group of students. Closest suit was a close combat mecha, bearing a long spear. It faced the incoming assailant without hesitation or retreat, a fine display of talent and experience. With a flick of its metallic wrist, the pikeman's weapon split into 3 opaque silhouettes, aimed at Nublet's head and shoulders.
Nublet's forward rush would not be dissuaded.
The simple mecha twisted mid-charge and the spear strikes bounced harmlessly off the metal armor.
Nublet grabbed the weapon mid-strike, while in the same motion lifting an E. Bang!
The muffled crunch of metal on metal prefaced the student flailing into the distance. The spear now rested in Nublet's hands. Without even pausing to look, Nublet swung its new weapon in an arc to deflect the 3 strikes coming his way from the student's allies. By all accounts, this basic model suit should be far less of a threat than these high-class mechas, and yet each their strikes met one of his. They were inexplicably deflected without much effort. Nublet extricated himself from their attempts to pin him down. The students had begun to recover, filing into their tactical formations. The long-distance fight spread out around the arena's edges, while the close combat fighters repositioned for the rush.
Boom! One of the long-ranged fighters became a cloud of smoke and debris.
Its laser rifle glinted in the hands of another saber mech. The simple mecha's alloy sword was softly glowing in the raging fires of the defeated enemy, protruding from the enemy's energy reserve apparatus. It was the sudden release of so much energy that had caused the terrifying explosion.
Little Flea's figure appeared between the dancing fires.
The gun in its hands shook as 10 beams of condensed destruction fired outward. Laser rifles, obviously, required sustained energy infusion to work properly. Rifleman mechas were designed to continuously pump energy into the gun. This is what allowed them to fire off so many rounds at once. As a result, Little Flea would be able to fire off a few rounds, but it was not sustainable.
It was all he needed.
The 10 blasts raced off towards 10 mechas. The students only saw a flash of light before everything went dark.
Self-preservation was a natural response when under assault.
Though intending to focus on the distant Nublet, the students providing cover fire stopped to pull up their close-range shields. The pause in their attacks was enough time for Nublet. Little Flea was also on the move, sword once more in hand. His next target was the nearest close-ranged mecha. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 230, Nublet's back. Chapter 230, Nublet's back. 51 against 2.
The two drill master had chosen to separate the work, with Lan Jue responsible for close combat fighters, and Wang Hongyuan dealing with ranged attackers in order to give Lan Jue some breathing room. Tan Lingyun, by this point, had recovered from having her charge cut short. She was still confused, however, for the discrepancies between her sovereign-class mecha and their base models should have meant its projectile wouldn't phase her. And yet it had, giving them the opportunity for a counterattack. She had had a fine view from her height, to witness Nublet handily defeating her students as well, despite their equipment advantage. It was then understanding dawned upon her, and she felt shock freeze her fingers. Oscillation. That was how he'd done it. The thrown sword, its defensive capabilities, whatever weapon the saber-mech held became a terrifying tool when oscillating. The skill disseminated an attacker's power, and fractured their defense. Hence its storied reputation. Tan Lingyun thought upon her own abilities, and while she could indeed employ some level of oscillation, she was nowhere near as practiced as Nublet. She watched as a beam of silver light raced towards Nublet from behind. It was positioned so that the drill master couldn't see its approach while, in the same moment, another student charged at him from the front to occupy his attention. Nublet stopped, deflecting the attacks from the students surrounding him as though he could see in all directions. Upon freeing up some room, Tan Lingyun watched from the skies as her opponent's spear dimmed, almost like an illusion. It seemed to drew into the mecha, only to be spat out a moment later in all directions much like her own spikes one. The 5 closest mechas to the Prince of Devils shook visibly. They stumbled around like shell-shocked until, as one, they all erupted into balls of fire and light. Looking down upon the scene, Tan Lingyun thought it looked like half a dozen fiery blossoms. Tan Lingyun raced towards Lan Jue in defense of her students. As she did, though, her thoughts turned over what she just witnessed. Mirror blade. Although he'd been using his spear, the maneuver was definitely mirror blade. There was no doubt in her mind, this was Lei Feng. Tan Lingyun raced on, though she was still some distance away. The other students looked on in fear and alarm as their companions were cruelly bested. All but for the furtive silver mecha that was still unharmed. A photomask shield crackled around it, and it was by virtue of this student's speed that the shield had deflected the terrifying attack. Seeing their opportunity, the silver mecha rushed forward at top speed, purple light erupting from behind it towards Lan Jue, who stood in the glaring light of the 5 fireballs. However, strangely this student held no weapon. Instead they spread their arms wide during the advance, as though to wrap the drill master in a hug. The cunning pilot was none other than Tang Xiao. Ever since realizing this was in fact his master, he'd been flush with excitement. But he was also a pilot, and so he'd carefully watched the battlefield situation as it unfolded. He saw his master's skill, saw his classmates' mistakes, as well as Professor Tan's advance. His teacher was using a saber-mech, and that meant that with the right opportunity, they still had a chance. As such he chose what he felt to be the best option, under cover of his classmates' fiery death, rush in. Of course Tang Xiao was no fool. He knew his own close combat fighter wouldn't be able to pin Lan Jue for long. However, that wasn't important. Tang Xiao only had to constrain his master long enough for Professor Tan to finish the job. A single, concentrated strike from a sovereign, focused right on that saber-mech, would spell the end of this game. Heh, master, I should apologize. A dark and sinister smirk spread across the kid's pudgy face. However, as he burst through the flames relying on his shield to protect him from the scalding heat, Tang Xiao saw Nublet slowly turn to face him. No! Tang Xiao saw his window closing, but it was too late. The power gems his teacher had gifted him made him frighteningly fast. The drawback, though, was that there was no time to stop. Tan Lingyun's mecha converged upon them as well. Spikes protruding from her palms glinted dangerously, aimed for Nublet's cockpit. Lan Jue reacted. He swept backwards to avoid Tang Xiao's bare hug, just enough so that when they collided the majority of the silver mecha's power was rendered moot. Tang Xiao felt the impact, ineffectual though it was, bounce his master harmlessly away. In the moment their suits collided, Nublet had grabbed the silver mech's arm. Lan Jue swung his suit around, using Tang Xiao's own forward momentum against him. They spun in a circle and, with just the slightest tug, Nublet sent the silver mecha flying through the air. Directly into the oncoming Tan Lingyun. Boom! Perhaps Nublet couldn't destroy the silver mecha by himself. After all, Lan Jue had given Tang Xiao quite a lot of exceptional power gems. But a direct strike from the savage goddess meant the only thing Tang Xiao could do was bemoan his fate. It had been wrong of Tang Xiao to assume his master had overlooked him. Lan Jue was very well aware of his student's cunning and had watched him carefully from the onset. The reason he hadn't gone for Tang Xiao first was for just those reasons. Those gems, and his sneaky nature were a dangerous pairing, especially when he piloted such a basic suit. Even a surprise strike may not have been enough to end him. He had to wait for just the right opportunity. It was something he'd learned from Lan Jue, and creatively applied as needed. Although the principle behind using this skill was different now than when Lan Jue had used it on him too, but the end result was the same. Tang Xiao had perished at the hand of Tan Lingyun, and the impact had cast the savage goddess away. If the onlookers had been required to describe that exchange, there was only one thing they could say: perfection. Rising onto the tips of its mechanical toes, Nublet stretched an arm out. The spear it had used to clear the path returned to its hand. It was off again, penetrating into the heart of the nearest group of students. He swept his eyes across the battlefield for a quick head count. He spied 21 long-distance mechas remaining. Adding the close combat suits brought the number to 29. 30, including their leading professor, the Savage Goddess. In the brief time that had passed since the fight begun, more than 10 close combat fighters had been disposed of. Wan Hongyuan, for his part, had felled 3 riflemen before being forced to adopt a more defensive posture. Tan Lingyun had watched impotently as her strike obliterated Tang Xiao. However, the intense rage that fueled her ensured that the surprise didn't lock her up for long. A moment later she poured everything she could into another headlong rush towards Nublet. Lan Jue was already pushing speeds the saber mech could only barely sustain. The students around him pushed into high gear, and began firing wildly all around him. It looked as though there were no means of escape for Nublet. However, in this critical moment Lan Jue was in rare form. He juked east, dodged west, taking advantage of every small gap and split second until a route presented itself. He burst through to freedom, his spear lashing out like a precision claw. With hardly any thought, his weapon found the critical weak points in suit after suit as he raced by. 2 more of her students were defeated in the space it took for Tang Lingyun to close the gap, ended by that unpredictable spear. Everyone pour full power into your shields. Tan Lingyun roared into her comms. Her mecha charged forward even faster, hoping to rely on her speed to overwhelm his ability. The spikes in her palms swelled and changed into beams of blinding light that burst outward to envelop Nublet. In the same instant a row of sharp spines broke out along the Peridot mecha's spine. The tip of each twinkled with a caustic green light. Specializing in close combat didn't mean that a suit wasn't devoid of long-range options. Top-of-the-line mechas certainly took both methods into account during construction. It really came down to a pilot's tendency towards one or the other. However, a basic saber mech didn't have that option. Tan Lingyun's combat experience was extensive. She'd recognized the problems and limitations with her opponent already. The greatest disadvantage was this Nublet's limited attack power. Even with oscillation, trying to one-hit kill her students through fully charged shields was a Herculean task. Of course there were disadvantages to pouring all your energy into shields. The energy needs meant that other systems, especially speed, would suffer, and their overall sustain in combat was diminished. Under the circumstances, though, it was the best decision. The remaining combatants executed Tan Lingyun's order immediately. The results were as expected, though oscillating and perfectly executed, Nublet's spear could break the energy barrier but not the alloy hull of the suits. By now, Tan Lingyun had gotten within striking distance. Would this spell the end of Nublet? While Nublet's strikes weren't enough to defeat the student before him, the impact force did lock him in place. Nublet made no effort to turn, or in fact any measure to block the strike coming from behind. Instead he toppled forward with the spear strike, leaving the student in place. Tan Lingyun's deadly spikes found nothing but air, but the beams of intense light that she'd fired did find a target in her unfortunate student. The Sovereign-class mecha claimed its second victim, though once more it was someone from her own side. All eyes turned to the explosion. Lan Jue, no longer the center of attention, expertly transitioned from the floor to another student's side with no wasted movements. The spear in his hand lashed out like a terrible viper 3 times, each one landing with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Another one gone. 2 more students appeared on either side of the drillmaster then, one gold and the other green. Lan Jue's cockpit filled with an urgent beep as both opponents got a lock on his position. With masterful cooperation they advanced, one bearing a spear and the other a 2-handed buster sword. 1. This is what he's talking about, in case you've forgotten. 2. Meaning this here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, What Moral Integrity? Chapter 231, What Moral Integrity? The 2 newly arrived challengers had chosen their timing well. Lan Jue was still recovering from his strike. He had no chance to retreat, especially with Tan Lingyun hot on his heels. Not bad. The chilly praise crackled from Nublet's suit. Tang Mi and Gung Yang sat in their respective suits. Since combat had started, the 2 carefully watched the drillmaster for an opening. They'd been patiently waiting for just this moment. Nublet planted its metallic foot and, with incredible speed, spun entirely around. Both Tang Mi and Gung Yang felt their weapons connect with their target, however they suddenly felt themselves being yanked off balance. Before they knew it, they were both stumbling into Tang Lingyun's path.
Tang Lingyun saw what was coming and pulled back the assault.
She recognized his game, and would not serve as his inadvertent helper any longer. However, the savage goddess was surprised to find that she was still tearing forward. A thrusting force was keeping her mobile. She could only watch as her deadly spikes rammed right into Gung Yang and Tang Mi. Her attacks were especially dangerous due to the fact that they were specialized sovereign-class weapons that bypassed most defensive shields. The ear-splitting sound of fracturing metal followed Tang Lingyun's spikes, ending her two students.
Naturally, her sudden forward momentum wasn't out of the blue.
Somehow, Nublet had distanced himself from Tang Mi and Gung Yang, with enough time to get around Tang Lingyun and seal their fate. The spikes at her back spat beams of powerful green light, attempting to give herself some room. By then, however, Nublet was already gone. This brought the friendly fire count up to 3, with Tang Lingyun laying waste to her own team from Nublet's manipulations. Worse, they were 3 Emperor-class pilots. Tang Xiao, Tang Mi, and Gung Yang had been her strongest pilots.
Tang Lingyun's heart was cold and anxious.
She certainly had a temper, as everyone was aware, but she was usually able to keep her head on straight in a fight. She was able to keep it together enough to understand her folly, and the defeat of her 3 best students shook something loose in her head.
I've got to be the one dictating the pace here, she thought. He doesn't have the attack power to defeat us by himself. Twice he's redirected my attacks against my own soldiers. The fact both enraged and surprised her. It was just a damn sabermech.
And yet it was not only rendering her sovereign-class suit ineffectual, but actually turning her strengths against her. It was as astounding as it was maddening.
Spread out. The rest of you focus on the flea.
Once again she shouted her orders, her voice hard and commanding. 31 of their number had already been defeated, the rest did as instructed.
Was it really so easy to defeat all of these students? Tang Lingyun had recognized the problem, but she was sure Nublet wasn't going to give her another chance.
The carnage continued, with 10 more students defeated in as much time as it took to look at them. The rest were terrified. But where they couldn't even fathom the destruction they suffered, Tang Lingyun saw it all clear. To them, he really was a demon. As a result of their fear and confusion, Tang Lingyun's orders were followed, but instead of an organized diffusion, the students ran headlong in every direction. No formation was maintained. The students were routed.
Nublet was gone before Tang Lingyun could pin him down.
He raced towards the closest group of students. However, he made no move to attack them when he arrived. Instead, he ran with them at their side to avoid Tang Lingyun. Now that the savage goddess knew his limitations, and how he'd planned to overcome them, she was significantly more careful.
And yet, despite her best efforts, many of the students fell under Tang Lingyun's onslaught, caught between her and Nublet as they attempted to flee.
Once they'd fully employed their shields, none of the mechas were capable of outrunning the saber mech or the savage goddess. Their squealing retreat was punctuated now and again with thunderous explosions. If there was anything Tang Lingyun could take solace in, it was that Nublet wasn't just using her to defeat the others. Likewise, he positioned his enemy in the line of fire of their long-distance comrades. Several of them achieved locks on Nublet's position, but firing invariably meant assassinating one of their own.
The drill master would shed their lock, timed perfectly so that their attacks would hit other students he was passing. With so many enemies, Nublet's situation awareness and battlefield control was nothing short of spectacular. More importantly, however, was the fact that his tactics hardly drained any of his energy reserves. Little Flea only added to the nightmare, wreaking havoc along the outer edges of the arena. Though he wasn't as adept as Lan Jue, Wang Hongyuan was more than a match for the many riflemen around him. Their focus was on speed and power, not so much defense. So it was that the two drillmaster danced among the enemies, Nublet within and Little Flea without, knowing precisely what the other needed to come out victorious. More and more students fell with each passing second. What had begun as a crowded area was slowly but surely growing deserted. From outside of the simulation, the defeated students could still watch as the combat unfolded. The longer they stared, the greater their amazement grew. Before today, none would have imagined a basic model mecha could be piloted with such mastery. On the surface, it didn't appear as though Nublet was doing anything special. Still, somehow Tang Lingyun was unable to catch up with him. Success explosions continued, as more and more students left the fight. Nublet was never among them. Only 10 fighters remained against the 2 instructors. Their despair was thick and palpable. However, Tang Lingyun could see she was getting closer. Several times Nublet escaped her strikes by just the skin of his teeth.
The savage goddess suffered to contain her flood of emotions. From pleasant surprise, to shock, then anger, amazement, and finally, calm. She took a deep breath, allowing a sense of peace to wash over her. She knew from the beginning she'd been forced to follow Nublet's lead. By this point, there wasn't much she could do to reverse the situation but try her best. Her final hope was that the limitations of the Sabermech's energy reserves would work in their favor. She didn't need to worry over her own, so if she could just sustain this pace she could come out on top. She was keeping an eye on Little Flea as well. The teaching assistant's own powers were considerable, but certainly not on the level of Nublet. With Nublet gone, she would have nothing to fear from him. Boom! The final close combat fight erupted into a shower of steel and fire, once more at Tan Lingyun's hand. Finally, only two remained in the center of the arena, Nublet and Tan Lingyun. For riflemen were still in the fight, racing along the outskirts in a vicious dogfight with Little Flea. For the present they appeared to be in a stalemate. Halt! Nublet's voice rang through the simulation. It was cold and hard, but not emotional. Halt? Do you yield? Tan Lingyun responded. I do. I'm out of energy. What's more, you were never my target. Nublet said. Tan Lingyun's Peridot mecha rumbled to a stop. She huffed derisively. Energy reserves are a part of combat. You lost, that's that. Nublet stopped as well. His response was tepid, even. I said 50 against 2 in the beginning. You weren't part of the equation. Without me here you'd dash. Tan Lingyun roared, but she stopped upon realized what she'd said. Indeed, her own kill count was significantly higher than his. All friendly fire. After being so blatantly led by the nose, how could she act so indignant? A profound sense of disappointment washed over her. Just then, Nublet once again was on the move. They were close to start, but once the battle finished their suits were even closer. Upon hearing that he'd given up, Tan Lingyun had retracted the spikes along her mecha. She's completely dropped her guard. Who would have anticipated that Nublet would continue, after having ceded defeat? Its thrusters launched Nublet forward. The spear in its hands punctured her shields and, with a groan of metal, the spear lifting her up and tossed her into the air. The spear in Nublet's hands fractured, becoming a countless barrage of light beams. They crashed against Tan Lingyun's green mecha like raindrops against a tin roof. Dozens upon dozens of strikes enveloped Tan Lingyun, screeching terribly as they met steel. The students, both in and out of the simulation, watched in bewilderment. The spectators saw it most clearly. The suit's spear had broken into a countless number of mirror images that struck at Professor Tan from all angles. Was this a result of intensely high hand speeds? Tan Lingyun was similarly shocked. How could a god-ranked pilot have such repugnant moral integrity? What sort of despicable person would wave the white flag, only to continue attacking? It left no one any chance to strike back. The strike against the chest plate of her mecha had caused the entire suit to shake violently, setting her off balance and unable to control her suit. The many spears congealed back into one, with Lan Jue striking the final blows. Nublet's spear was battered and dull. Despite that, it had still ended the savage goddess, and remained lodged in the mecha's chest plate. Nublet heaved the spear high, with Tan Lingyun's ruined suit dangling from the tip. Glinting beneath the harsh rays of the simulated sun, the green mecha exploded into a shower of twisted metal. The blast filled the sky like a firecracker. The remaining riflemen were stupefied, which left Little Flea with no resistance. Shocked, and with no will to continue, they were handled with little fuss. The Prince of Devil's harsh, taunting voice reverberated within every pod. This was a classic example of what not to do. Until you're sure of your enemy's defeat, never drop your guard. Otherwise, you'll end up like her. Mecha combat is life and death, survival or extinction. Moral integrity has no place here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, Your lay phone? Chapter 232, Your lay phone? There is no place for moral integrity. The simple phrase was like a slap to the face. Tan Lingyun silently ground her teeth, alone in the darkness of her sim pod. Bastard! Using me as an example of what not to do. He's the one with that lowdown attack, and he accuses me of not being vigilant? I won't let this slide. I can't let this slide. The distinctly one-sided battle had come to an end. 2 on 51. Just two basic mechas, against the best the school had. Nublet and Little Flea had relied on nothing but their own skill and ability to show the NEU's most outstanding students what really power was. Everyone, out of the pods. The barking command rang through everyone's communicator. One by one the various pods set around the warehouse opened, and relinquished the sweat-soaked students within. Their shell-shocked faces hardly registered the real world they were faced with. Not once since becoming pilots had any of them suffered such an agonizing, frustrating defeat. They stumbled around in a daze, trying to puzzle out what had happened. What they did know, at least now, was that the most basic, fundamental mecha suit available had the ability to completely rout a group of Emperor-class pilots and a sovereign. Until a few minutes ago this was so far outside the realm of imagination that they'd have laughed if someone would have told them otherwise. Some even swayed unsteadily on their feet as they left the pods, unable to process what had happened. The rest stared blankly in the faraway stare reserved for disaster survivors. Their fundamental idea of themselves and their role as a pilot had been fundamentally altered. "Gather!" The shout shook them from their stupor. Almost unconsciously they did as commanded, gathering into columns. Zhou Qianlin stood near the back, unconsciously chewing on her lower lip. There was a distinct bitterness written across her pretty face. She had been piloting a rifle mech, in fact, the only rifle mech Nublet had destroyed himself. At the onset of the fight, she'd used the Soul Caller gem to alert Lan Jue as to her location. She'd warned him of it so he would leave her be. What she got was Nublet's sword in her energy reserve tank. This guy had no idea how to treat a lady, she thought. She would ignore him completely for the rest of the day. Her thoughts seethed as she planned her passive-aggressive punishment. Still, there was just the slightest hint of a smile in the corner of her eyes. "You bastard!" Just then, one of the pods opened. It immediately released a burst of green energy, and a flash of light charged directly towards the golden-masked drill master. The moment the cry resounded, it was as though all joy was drained from the world. An imposing, strangling area blanketed everything, pouring in waves from Lan Jue. He didn't even look at her. Instead he lifted his right hand, and a small orb of dark blue light fired off to intercept the green beam. Its speed was startling, and the two dazzling light collected in the space of a breath. GRRZZT. The students in formation watched wide-eyed as the green beam hung in the air, and turned a shimmering blue. Chaotic arcs of electricity lanced out in every direction as a silhouette fell to earth. There was a flash of blue light, and the Prince of Devils was gone. He reappeared before the savage goddess, their great and terrible hero, with his hands on her shoulders. Tan Lingyun's body was numb, from head to toe. She wanted desperately to tear this man apart, but her frozen nerves refused. Snakes of electricity still crisscrossed over her, causing her to shake violently with each pass. Every single hair on her head stood erect, like a massive afro. Lan Jue drew his hands back from the prostrate Tan Lingyun. His eyes swept back towards the deathly silent students. "If there's anyone else who has a problem, they're welcome to bring it to my attention, but..." The warehouse was quieter than a room full of 53 people had any right to be. Their savage goddess was an 8th-ranked talent. In as much effort as swatting a fly, this demon had completely incapacitated her. Who would dare contradict this man after seeing that? Tang Xiao looked upon his teacher with a strange expression. He secretly jabbed his fat thumb upward in encouragement. So good. So good. Lan Jue's heart was so full of righteous joy it threatened to choke the heavens one. His desire for vengeance had been percolating, building for months now. She had been such a bully he could hardly stand to look at her. Ha, and here she was like a chia pet. Wang Honyuan's expression was monstrously appeased, though it was hidden by his silver mask. His own heart was full to bursting with a dark sense of satisfaction. It was all the greater considering the fact he couldn't do this himself. Lan Jue slowly walked back to the gathered students. "Are you aware of why you lost so quickly?" 2. "Drillmaster, I have no idea." Tang Xiao called out, loud and in true military fashion. He stepped forward to separate himself from the others. Lan Jue slowly nodded his head. He could count on his disciple to be cooperative. "Fall in," he said quietly, to which Tang Xiao replied by getting back into formation. Lan Jue went on. 51 against 2, and you still lost. You lack steel. From our short skirmish I can already see that your fundamentals are shot. So, we'll be going back to the basic saber and rifle mechas. We're going back to the very beginning, to temper yourselves in the ways of proper mecha combat. Scientific research has discovered that everyone benefits from a low-level electrical shock. It helps assist in mitosis, cell division. The stimulation strengthens resistance and furthers one's discipline. Today, then, we've got one last thing to do before I dismiss class. Lan Jue stretched out his hand, and gentle pressed downward. A lance of blue light tore across the sky, whereupon 10 bolts of lightning, thick as a man's wrist, came crashing to earth.
right on top of all the students. The students no longer need lament the cruel treatment of their savage goddess. They got to experience the sensation firsthand. Now there were 50 students and a teacher laying numb and infuriated on the floor. The arena looked like a war zone. However, as promised, the catalyst had caused each of their disciplines to react in order to protect them from the strike. Zhou Qianlin had herself been struck by the residuals of a bolt. Like the others, she felt herself go numb, though it was only just slightly. She had sustained the strike much better than her peers. Right, I think we'll end here for today. Tomorrow, same time. His voice was quiet, and with that said he languidly strolled towards the arena exit. Wait right there. Lan Jue hadn't employed a strike intended to damage any of them, and the savage goddess was an 8-ranked talent after all. As a result, she had already begun to recover from the embarrassing incapacitation. When Lan Jue stopped to look, he saw her running towards him. Lan Jue stopped and watched her approach. When she drew near, he spoke. Today, in front of the entire class, you assaulted an instructor. I'll let it slide this time, but if it happens again, don't blame me for the result. With her afro bobbing comically, Tan Lingyun finally caught up to the masked drill master. Her eyes were bright as she looked at him. Are you Lei Feng? Lan Jue snorted and turned away. Are you Lei Feng? She stumbled after him. All she saw was a flash, then once more she was staring at the sky as her body shook from countless volts of electricity. Who I am doesn't matter. If you're interested in participating with the other students, then be here the same time tomorrow with all the others. You can be my teaching assistant. As he spoke, there was a flash in the drill master's hand. A silver mask appeared, which he placed upon Tan Lingyun's quivering body. He did it again. Oh no, I have to pee, this bastard. Lan Jue walked on, unaware of Tan Lingyun's unfortunate reaction. Wang Hongyuan walked a few steps behind, silent as a mouse. He didn't want to be the Prince of Devil's next victim. He knew Lan Jue was strong, but he didn't know how strong. Their time in DreamNet hadn't only surprised the students, but Wang Hongyuan as well. From outside it looked as though Nublet and Little Flea had worked in tandem, but Wang Hongyuan knew that his own actions had been simple and self-serving. Never mind anything else, had Tan Lingyun chosen to go after him first, he wouldn't have been able to fend her off. After a little while, most of the students recovered. While there were still others fighting against their own bodies, the rest pulled themselves up to a seated position. Those with short hair themselves had a hairstyle to match Tan Lingyun's. So this demon was Nublet. Brother, you have to avenge me. Tang Ni growled viciously through gritted teeth. The mortifying defeat by Brunois assault she'd suffered from Nublet was still a sore wound. Tang Xiao fixed his sister with a serious stare. Tang Ni, how would you say I treat you? The young girl blinked. Very well. Her brother's voice was full of sadness and indignation. Then why are you so insistent on throwing me into the depths of hell? I've told you, he's my master. Did you not see how strong he is? Even Professor Tan can't stand up to him. How the hell am I supposed to avenge you? You give up this crazy idea of revenge immediately. Tang Mi huffed. What about it? Who's more important, your master or your little sister? Maybe you can't right now, but that doesn't mean you can't in the future. We'll work hard, so that one day we'll make him pay for this. I don't know why, but you're sure smitten with this guy. I should be worried about you. Tang Xiao glared at her. You think too much. When do you think you'll have another opportunity to meet such a talented pilot? And a powerful adept, no less, 9th ranked. A god-ranked pilot that can take on the savage goddess without a second thought. How did the school manage to convince this monster to come teach, anyway? Acting young and inexperienced with a name like Nublet. Shameless. How is what he did today called teaching? He beat us and then shocked us. This is abuse. Tang Zhao's tone grew comforting. You'll get used to it. He knew from experience that their nightmare was just beginning. It was his teacher's style. He shuddered to think what was in store for the next class. Zeta. Lan Jue and Wang Hongyuan quickly made their way to a private room Wu Junyi had prepared for them, so that they might change. Afterward they stepped back out into the campus. So, what are your thoughts, Wang Hongyuan? 1. The word they use is, and unfortunately there isn't a perfect way to translate it. It's basically a supreme sense of happiness and contentment. The person who taught me the word described it thusly, that feeling you have after taking a massive crap. 2. Sound familiar? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, Private Instruction. Chapter 233, Private Instruction. So what are your thoughts, Wang Hanyuan? Lan Jue asked with a smile. His voice had reverted to a more congenial tone, almost lethargic. Looking at him, Wang Hongdiyuna felt almost as though he were in a trance. He couldn't even determine whether the person in front of him was even really a man. This was the same person who, just moments before, was as cruel as the namesake he'd given himself. Before the eyes of DreamNet and the NEU students, he treated them like slaves and prisoners. Yet here he was now, polite and smiling. Wang Hongyuan's expression was stiff. Pretty good, just, was it true what you said about the lightning? That it would promote their discipline? Lan Jue chuckled. Of course. As long as it's within a reasonable scope, and it's bioelectric energy, then it will indeed boost their abilities. So that is to say, we can't use the electricity we employ to, say, power our televisions, but an Adept's bioelectric current will have an effect. How much will vary from person to person, though? Why? Are you interested in giving it a try? Wang Hongyuan grit his teeth. If what you're saying is indeed true, Crack. Before the dance instructor could even finish his thought, Lan Jue slapped a hand on his shoulder. There was an ominous crackling noise, then suddenly Wang Hongyuan's body went stiff as a board. Arcs of electricity danced over him, filling the air with a charged buzzing noise. The man's meticulously slicked back hair now stood out in every direction. Ah, so nice. Lan Jue stretched his arms out in a display of contentment. He nodded his head to the violently twitching Wang Hongyuan, then left. Darkness had begun to creep up, turning the sky purple. By dusk most of the classes had already finished for the day. As he meandered through the campus walkways, he came across Tan Lingyun walking the opposite direction. Fury was written plain as day on her pretty features. She really looked in a bad way. Her hair was tousled, and part of her face had been burned black. Her clothes were damaged as well, covered in tears and burn marks. She certainly looked like she'd suffered some inhuman treatment. Lan Jue, recognizing the danger of the situation, immediately stepped to the side of the road to give her space. He was playing the role of etiquette teacher once again, so he had to avoid conflict. Naturally Tan Lingyun saw him as well. Much to Lan Jue's surprise, however, she didn't sweep by, but instead stopped right in front of him. Hey! Have you seen someone come by here, with a golden mask? About as tall as you are. Maybe a little stronger. Her tone was accusing and impolite. Lan Jue rubbed his nose. Stronger than me, eh? She needs her eyes checked, I guess. Nope. Lan Jue's response was simple, to the point, and likewise not very amicable. Tan Lingyun huffed at him. If you do, find me right away. M'Chem, the etiquette teacher, replied by nodding his head, simultaneously sizing her up as he did so. Despite her pitiful appearance, he found that there was a difference in her. Her rough edges had been somewhat smoothed, if only just slightly. In her complementing flight suit she was actually quite feminine. However, there still remained that wild, untamed energy about her. What are you doing? Just as she was about to leave, she noticed the guy drawing his eyes over her. She hadn't stopped long enough to see what she looked like, but she could imagine she wasn't at her best. She narrowed her eyes dangerously at Lan Jue, desperately hoping he'd dare crack a joke. Nothing. Lan Jue animatedly shook his head. Nothing? That telltale hardness crept into the savage goddess eyes. She was absolutely lousy with choice curses and violent intent. She took a threatening step forward, and grabbed the front of his shirt. You think something's funny, don't you? He could only helplessly allow himself to be manhandled. Professor Tan, please control yourself. Take it easy, Take it easy, my ass. She pivoted on her foot and, whipping Lan Jue over her shoulder, violently thrust him to the ground. She stomped over, growling like a wild animal. Lan Jue lay on the ground, all twisted limbs in odd angles. Higher voltage next time, he thought. This woman. Why in the world was she always so violent? He had to remind himself, though, that while on the outside she was as monstrous as they came, she had a good heart. After all, she'd thrown him on the lawn instead of on the concrete. He clambered back onto his feet and set about fixing him rumpled clothing. His musings were interrupted by Zhou Qianlin's voice, ringing through his mind. Zhou Qianlin, don't send me home today. I'll be going with Tang Mi. Lan Jue, you're angry. No, I'm not. Now that you're a student, I have to treat you the same as everyone else. I want to study piloting. Of course I'll study hard. Good, then I can teach you. Then come by my place tonight. I have a simulator we can use. So you really aren't angry? Yeah, I'm just upset that I'm so unskilled. You really are something else. Naturally. Otherwise, how could I be your bodyguard? Are you sure it's alright if I go at night? My parents are out on a trip. There's no one home. Are you trying to find out if I'm a bad boy? Would you dare?
With that, their conversation came to an end.
Lan Jue slapped his forehead in frustration.
He muttered darkly to himself.
Am I too nice? Why is it everyone bullies me?
Of course, Zhou Qianlin being interested in learning to pilot a mecha was a good thing. If what Lan Chang told them was true, humanity would be facing a significant threat in the near future. Being able to protect oneself would be an invaluable skill. There was also the matter of the unnatural speed with which her discipline was improving. He promised himself to check her progress again soon. By now Lan Jue had retrieved his bicycle and was trundling along towards Skyfire Avenue. He ate a quick dinner with Chu Chang and Huali, then furtively left without alerting anyone. To save time, this trip he chose to use his verticar.
In a few minutes he'd arrived at Mount Tian.
By now he was well familiar with the single road leading up the mountain. He made his way towards the chairman's residence at the summit, but not before alerting Zhou Qianlin to his presence.
He used his electric metamorphosis abilities to quietly enter the home.
Qianlin had already prepared everything, and though she'd experienced Lan Jue's strange entry habits before, she was still surprised when his form appeared in a flash of light from a nearby socket.
You're here. Her face was grown slightly red.
Her thoughts turned to their conversation, where she'd inadvertently mentioned the absence of her parents. She mentally chided herself for the embarrassing slip.
What sort of respectable girl spoke that way to a man?
Lan Jue kept a straight face, and when he spoke his tone was strict.
Refer to me as Drillmaster. Is this your learning attitude?
He didn't wear the mask, but in all other aspects he was once again the Prince of Devils from earlier. Qianlin was surprised by the sudden change. She quickly recovered though, and stuck her tongue out at him. She paid no mind to his blustering facade.
Lan Jue's expression was hard and unfriendly. He'd wanted to frighten her. Put. Seeing his irritated and surprised expression, Qianlin couldn't help but snort a laugh. Fine, Drillmaster Lan, hurry up and get this lesson underway. Do you want to go to the pods?
Lan Jue fixed her with a fierce stare.
You think you're good enough to use the pods, with the level you're at? We start with the basics. Stretch out your hands, and let me see. 1.
Okay, she replied, then stretched out her hands palms up. Lan Jue looked over the appendages, deep in thought.
Uncanny, he thought.
Even the palms look exactly like hers. He grabbed one of her hands and pulled it up to eye level. The blush in Qianlin's cheeks darkened, but she didn't struggle. She let him examine to his heart's content. His eyes carefully followed the lines of her hands, while at the same time he kneaded the flesh with his thumbs. Her hands were soft, and supple like there weren't even any bones. Tender, and slightly cold, he couldn't help but to warm her hands in his own.
With each passing moment Qianlin's face was becoming more and more red.
Her breath was coming a little quicker. His hands were not calloused, and like hers bore long slender fingers. However, where they different was in grace, his hands moved with an unconscious finesse. With her smaller hands in his, she felt warm and safe. She felt her heartbeat quicken.
Done yet?
She felt like she was having trouble controlling her own emotions, made evident by the challenging question.
Lan Jue blinked, as though coming back from some other reality. He released her hands with a nod, oblivious to anything out of the ordinary. All right. You got good hands for it.
Your meridians are pliable and tough, good flexibility, all things necessary for a high CPS. But remember that hand speed isn't everything when piloting a mecha, but the inability to reach a baseline speed means you'll never be able to reach the higher levels of mastery. Your discipline has yet to fully emerge, but I can feel how quickly it's improving.
A tremendous pace, really. If this keeps up, you'll be a second-ranked talent in no time. Have you had any feelings? Something to tell you your talent has awakened? It feels like there's something else within you, all of a sudden. Or maybe that you are something else. Zhou Qianlin shook her head.
Lan Jue narrowed his eyes in thought and, pondering for a moment, went on. Anyway, keep up with your cultivation exercises we discussed.
At least it isn't hurting.
If in the process you feel discomfort anywhere in your body, let me know immediately.
I'll help make some adjustments.
All right, she answered, and nodded. Lan Jue flicked his wrist, and where there had been nothing a moment before, there now appeared 2 beads in his palm that looked to be made of glass. They were perhaps only a centimeter in diameter.
Take a look.
He stretched his hands out, a bead in each palm. He rhythmically began to wiggle his fingers. As they did, the small bead tumbled from finger to finger, and the grooves between, from one side to the other and back again. The motions weren't fast, but they were very fluid like the tide. "See what I'm doing?" he asked. "Mm," she replied. 1. You see this sometimes in the West, but it's a common trope in the East, and used as, they believe, an acceptable metric to determine whether you have the ability to be effective in a job that uses your hands, mostly instruments, like the piano, guzheng or pipa, but also art like calligraphy. If your fingers aren't perfect for it, long, thin, slender and nimble, they won't even bother to teach you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, Genius. Chapter 234, Genius. Right. Now you try. Lan Jue placed the 2 glass balls in Zhou Qianlin's palm. She extended her palm as she'd seen Lan Jue do, with the balls in the center. She paused for a moment, as though thinking, then began to appreciably undulate her fingers. Qianlin's fingers were longer than Lan Jue's, and thinner. However, she left no space between them as the pearl rolled, so that the ball bounced precariously from digit to digit. At the onset it was clear she was struggling, but little by little a fluidity crept into the ball's movements. It was absent the smoothness Lan Jue had displayed, but her control was impressive. Qianlin herself stared fixedly upon them, concentrating on her work. Lan Jue nodded approvingly. "Your kinesthetic control is good. Let's make it a little more difficult. Now have the left hand pearl roll counterclockwise, and the right side clockwise." She paused, considering his instructions, then began to roll the balls in circles along her palms and fingers. She adapted quickly, performing well but for a few brief pauses. But before long the new exercise was mastered. Lan Jue watched in silence, surprised at her speed. It appeared she had a real talent for this. Of course, a woman's poise and suppleness were innately superior to your average man's. "How am I doing?" Qianlin continued to roll the balls around as she shot her instructor an inquisitive glance. There was the faint glint of pride in her eyes. He pursed his lips and nodded sagely. "Not bad. That's enough." "Got it." Qianlin complied, allowing the balls to settle in the hearts of her palms. Lan Jue had more balls in his hands now, at some point plucking them from some unseen locale. He took back the 2 from Qianlin as well. "Watch carefully," he instructed. Each hand had 2 balls, one in the palm, and the other near the fingertips. With Qianlin lending close scrutiny, Lan Jue had the ball in his palm move towards the radial end of his hand, while the distant ball followed its trajectory in a circle until the 2 glass balls had switched places. Both hands undulated in similar fashion to the exercise before, but this time the balls rolled and danced around one another. In theory, the addition of an extra ball wasn't much, but practically it was significantly more difficult. Lan Jue's movements were slower than he was capable of, so that his student could observe. The exercises were called palm spinning, either mono or duo. It was a viable metric to determine hand speed, as someone who could maintain a good speed and fluidity with the balls could sustain 10 CPS1. If you couldn't complete this exercise, then there wasn't even any point in getting in a mecha suit. You give it a try. The balls were passed to Qianlin. She didn't say anything, but leapt right into it. The movements were fine, but when it came time to swing the ball around she hadn't used enough power. Both were cast into disarray, and fell to the ground. Lan Jue snatched them up and put them once more into her hands. Qianlin's face was red. "I must seem pretty dumb," she said, hanging her head sheepishly. Lan Jue shook his head. "When I first started doing this, it took me 3 days to master the basics. You're just starting, don't rush. When it comes to controlling anything, the most important thing is a calm heart. Pay attention to your state of mind. Start slow, and when you've got the movements down you can add speed." "Got it." Qianlin began again, with Lan Jue at her side periodically giving pointers. Tiny details, tricks and pointers were delivered in her ear as she practiced. Time passed, with Qianlin carefully working the exercises. She never complained, never commented, only diligently performed what her teacher demanded. Lan Jue's surprise only grew as their session continued. She really did have a natural ability for this, and her choppy movements were already much smoother. She was as yet unpracticed, but the rhythm and foundation were there. It had taken him a whole day to get to this point, when he started learning. If this was any indication, the fact she started her training late didn't look like it would stop Qianlin from achieving a very high CPS. The suppleness of her movements were as good as a child's. "Spend the next 2 days working on this, and once you're ready we'll move on to the next."
This is specifically to help your hand speed, and you'll see the benefits of it soon if you keep it up. Speaking of, tell me what you think about your mecha manipulation ability. I haven't reached 2nd grade yet, I think, she answered. All the basics I know, but I'm not proficient. I haven't studied much. Lan Jue nodded thoughtfully to himself. That's fine. It'd be better if we started from the beginning anyway. Qianlin looked up from the balls. Why do you say that? Lan Jue explained. If you've been teaching yourself, or you had a bad instructor who taught you poorly, you're likely to have developed a number of bad habits. Reversing these mistakes would be much more difficult than just starting over with the proper methods. Your improvement will be faster, too. If what I'm seeing here with your hands is any indication, your hand speed improvement will be impressive in the beginning. Once you hit intermediate, we'll see if your discipline will be able to help you push it further. We'll need to see whether or not your body will be able to handle higher speeds or mecha manipulation. The higher your abilities become, the more stress the suit's actions will put on your physique. Qianlin gripped the ball in her hand and raised her tiny fist towards Lan Jue. I'll study hard. Who knows, one day I might be better than you. Lan Jue chuckled at her zeal. I'll hold my breath. Before Qianlin could answer, he dissolved into electricity and vanished into the nearby wall socket. Qianlin stared at the wall with a small grin on her face. Her eyes dropped to the glass balls in her hands and, with an obstinate glint, got right back to practicing. Zeta. Lan Jue was also smiling as he left Mount Tian. He was surprised at how good of a student Zhou Qianlin was. By the time he'd met Hera, she was already an outstanding pilot. Her hand speed had been as good or better than his own. He hoped her little sister would one day reach that level. His mind turned back to his own days practicing hand speed and the experience he had. When you spoke about the 4 monarchs, everyone talked about their power and ability. No one knew the torment each of them had suffered in their childhood. He couldn't speak for Chu Cheng and Huali, really, but it was certainly true for him and his brother. For them, it wasn't glass balls they practiced with, but razor blades. For those few years at the beginning, neither he nor Lan Qing's hands were ever fully healed. He didn't know what they'd done to deserve such bitter punishment. His brother had gotten the worst of it, oftentimes as a result of trying to protect him. Often he'd sneakily replace Lan Jue's razors with balls for him to practice with, then help him improve. The reason Lan Qing's hand speed would never match up to Lan Jue's was due to that very fact. At one point he'd been severely punished, and sustained a serious injury to his hand. Though it eventually healed, his potential had been cut short. If it hadn't been for that, there's no doubt Lan Shang would have bested his brother in this regard, too, long ago. How much emotion bubbled beneath that cold and solemn exterior, Lan Jue wondered. I've really never blamed you, brother. I only blame myself. Lan Jue lifted his eyes to the heavens, thinking about his kin. He knew him to be An and Luan. He knew war was coming, and when that day came he would probably fight by his brother's side. Zeta. Early morning. What's with the panda eyes, Lan Jue said when he encountered Zhou Qianlin. Qianlin gave a soft laugh, rubbing the dark circles under her pretty eyes. It's nothing, I just didn't sleep very well. I had bouncing glass balls in my brain all night. Lan Jue shot her a gentle smile. So it is in the beginning. It'll be better once you get used to it. You also shouldn't overtire yourself, pace yourself, and once you feel proficient let me know. All right. She said nothing further, situating herself on the back of the bicycle and wrapping an arm around his waist. She rested her head against his back and shut her eyes. Lan Jue could feel her gentle breathing against him. He kept his pace low, so as to make the ride as smooth as possible. It didn't take long for Qianlin to fall asleep, even perched on the small back seat of the bike. A smile curled the edges of her lips, as she enjoyed some unknown dream. When they arrived at the university gates, they once more played their roles. One entered before the other, as though they didn't even know one another. She walked on ahead, but Lan Jue's trek was blocked by the appearance of Director Wu. Do you have a moment to speak? The teaching director asked in low tones. Mei Shem, but don't come looking for me like this. An observant person will know something's going on. I was serious when I said I'd leave if anyone found out my identity. His tone was quiet, but firm as he reminded Director Wu of their agreement. Relax, relax. I've already gone over all of this with the dean. We'll support you in any way you need, and spare no effort in keeping your identity secret. If there's anything you need, you only need ask. Wu Junyi's pledge was sincere. Lan Jue nodded. So what do you need from me? I was looking over the recording of your last class in DreamNet, Director Wu began. I've got to tell you, you've been hiding a great opportunity from us. You really are something special. I just wanted to thank you and say how lucky we are to have you with us. The school's DreamNet area was all under surveillance, and while of course Wu Junyi had no intention of sharing the video, he was curious how Lan Jue would teach the class. He was, after all, still the teaching director. He had no complaints or worries, but had simply been curious. He remembered how excited he'd been after Professor Lan's first etiquette class. He wanted to see if that success would carry over. 1. Use this to help you visualize. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, Closed Special Training. Chapter 235, Closed Special Training. No need for thanks. Lan Jue said softly. Wu Junyi regarded his young employee. Professor Lan. Thinking on the art class, do you think that one class a day is sufficient? All of our students seek to improve, and they'll do that quicker if they're working with you more. Otherwise we're just wasting time. I intend to open the classes up, and have them working with you all day long. Of course you won't need to be there all the time. If you create a lesson plan, I can have another instructor or your assistant lead the class in your absence. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes. This was a problem, for truly one class a day wasn't enough to impart the information these students needed to improve. If they wanted to get better, they would have to work 10 times as hard. Luckily the students weren't aware of Wu Junyi's plans, otherwise they would be trembling at the prospect. They were standing on the precipice, looking out over an abyss of suffering. If Lan Jue agreed, they'd be tumbling towards a world of pain. Let me put together a teaching curriculum, Director Wu, then we can see about implementing it. Just make it clear that these classes require absolute discipline. They'll be exceptionally difficult, and once you start you can't back out. You can't just quit halfway through. This may lead to some complaints by the family, who will likely cause you some trouble. I'll do my best to reduce the likelihood of this, though. Now that we're making it full-time, it's best to include evenings as well. I'll also need a closed-out space, big enough for training. The first condensed art class will run for 2 months of intense training. What do you think? Wu Junyi narrowed his brows. Make the art classes closed? Lan Jue nodded in response. That's right, close it off. Yesterday I got a feel for their power level as a group. Frankly speaking, their foundations are alright, but their practical combat experience is absolutely deplorable. Even their combat philosophy. If we want them to feel and understand that they're here learning, they can't be allowed to simply give up. We want to turn quantity into quality, and that means imparting knowledge through strict discipline. Wu Junyi fixed Lan Jue with a resolute stare. If that's so, we'll do it as you say. You have the university's full support, Professor. No matter the methods, you have the backing of myself and Dean Su. Teach as you see fit. Lan Jue was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Director Wu to agree so readily. He figured the director would at least have to consult his superiors before anything could go forward. Alright, then I'll submit a lesson plan later today. No point in wasting time, we'll get the new class started tomorrow. Lan Jue murmured thoughtfully. Good, Wu Junyi replied. I'll get things started. With that he bid farewell to Lan Jue and left. He watched the director leave, a small smile on his face. They're lucky to have a director like him, he mused. At the very least they won't be missing opportunities. I have to ensure I do my best, this time, and help the East develop a generation of talents. He lifted his wrist and tapped a number in his communicator. Boss. Mika's voice answered from his wrist, her voice affectionate and lazy. Mika, he replied. How's Jean Tao been doing lately? Has he finished absorbing the first round of treatment? Mika's response was quick and informal. He's doing great. The first round of treatment should be finished in the next few days. Alright, let me know when he's finished. I'll help him get used to the discipline increase myself. Alrighty. Taking the Fantasia Genetica decoction required 3 stages, each lasting about a month. Of course the time varied from person to person, so Jean Tao would require observation. From what he'd seen in the student battle yesterday, all of the students sported at least a 5th-ranked discipline. Where they would eventually end up in that regard, he'd just have to wait and see. There'd be more information at the end of their intensive training course. His hope was that he'd temper them into hardened pilots in this short period. But, what about Zhou Qianlin? The soul caller gem warned. Lan Jue, Qianlin, there's something I need to speak with you about. I just had a conversation with Director Wu, and we've decided to close off the art classes, make them private. For the extent of the class, students will have to stay in the school.
They'll live, train and study together.
Zhou Qianlin, alright, so what? Your discipline is still weak. Your body. I think it might be best if you drop out. I can train you individually. No. If it's no problem for others, then it's no problem for me.
I've told you before, I'm not some princess with a silver spoon in her mouth.
I'm the same as everyone else.
What you did during class was right, we don't want others to know about our relationship.
I'm to be treated the same as everyone else. And if they can stomach it, so can I. I'm not going anywhere.
With that said, Lan Jue felt the soul collar gem cool. Lan Jue stared blankly at nothing. This girl, an iron fist and a velvet glove, he thought. She may look soft on the outside, but she had an unbreakable spirit.
Perhaps she didn't understand just how torturous this class would be.
Although it would not be as bad as the hellish treatment he and his brother suffered, it would certainly change the way these students thought about improvement.
She wouldn't come out of it unscathed, would she be able to handle it?
He squelched the qualms within him, pushing them away. He wandered towards the electives building, lost in thought. Almost in a daze, he made his way to his desk and sat. Only then, much to his surprise, did he discover the steaming cup of tea situated there.
You're back, Professor Lan. Wang Hongyuan greeted him as he sat. He approached, indicating the tea. I bought some. Jasmine tea, give it a try. It's pretty good.
Lan Jue gave him a skeptical look.
What's all this? Making up for some unknown evil, eh?
When Wang Hongyuan answered, his voice was low but excited.
I realized you were right, Professor.
My discipline has been stagnant for a long time, but after the shock I received yesterday I felt it improve. I spent the night focusing on cultivation, and sure enough it was stronger. I was hoping that, if you had some time you could shock me again. The edges of Lan Jue's mouth twitched mirthfully.
As he'd told them, bioelectric shocks certainly could enervate one's discipline.
For Adepts a blast wouldn't do any lasting harm, but may help push their powers to a higher degree.
But that wasn't certain.
He just thought to give it a try when he shocked Wang Hongyuan, but apparently it had really helped.
Aren't you afraid my control might slip? I could kill you. Lan Jue asked the question through a smirk. He lazily lifted the teacup and sipped the fragrant liquid within.
The lingering, pungent scent seeped through him, filling him with a sense of ease.
Wang Hongyuan laughed. If you did, I wouldn't have any regrets. It's settled, then.
First I have something to discuss with you, Lan Jue said.
A few minutes ago I spoke with Director Wu.
He wants to make the art class a closed, intensive course.
Since I can't be there all day, every day, I was hoping I could rely on you to fill in the gaps. And as a heads up, the Savage Goddess will definitely be there.
There's no way she'll give up the chance to participate in this class.
Wang Hongyuan's excitement only grew. Not a problem, Professor. Do you think I should postpone my dance class for now? Lan Jue shook his head. That won't be necessary.
It won't take a lot of time out of our schedule, and besides if you were to suddenly stop the classes it might raise suspicion. You could inadvertently reveal your identity. While you're teaching, I can look over the students.
All right.
The dance instructor nodded in acquiescence. His experience yesterday confirmed it. If he stuck with Lan Jue, it certainly wouldn't lead to any disadvantage on his part. It was a shortcut to improvement.
What are you guys talking about?
The curious voice interrupted their exchange. Jin Yan walked into the office and immediately spied Lan Jue and Wang Hongyuan chatting, all smiles. It was a strange enough scene to cause her confusion.
There sure has been some changes between you and Lan Jue since you've gotten back from Taihua, Professor Wang. So harmonious all of a sudden.
The dance instructor smiled.
We're all colleagues here. Why shouldn't we work together as a unit? At any rate I'll have to get going, I've things to take care of. Nice chat, Professor Lan.
Wang Hongyuan shot Jin Yan a winning smile before returning to his desk. Jin Yan approached Lan Jue, looking at him through skeptical eyes.
What's with the look? Lan Jue asked.
I hadn't realized you were so charming, she answered. I've known Wang Hongyuan for some time.
He's a serious man, avoiding frivolity.
Even to a fault, maybe. And yet, lately the two of you have been the best of friends.
Lan Jue laughed. It's like he said, we're all colleagues.
We should all try our best to get along. Jin Yan piped up, as though suddenly remembering something.
Oh yes, and by the way Professor, how is Jin Tao?
I hope he isn't causing you any trouble.
Lan Jue shook his head. It's actually been a while since I've seen him. I imagine your family is also worried. You shouldn't be. In a few days the first round of treatment will be complete and he'll be back to classes. However, I'll still need him to stay in the avenue at night. He can't return home yet. I'll have him find you as soon as he is able. Jin Yan lit up with pleasure at his assurances. Thank you so much. For the first few days Jin Tao was gone for his training, his family felt liberated. Without the troublemaker around, they enjoyed a level of peace they hadn't had in ages. However, despite his rocky history, it didn't take long for family to long for their own. Whether it was Jin Yan or her parents, they had begun to desperately miss the naughty kid. The fact Jin Tao hadn't kept in contact with them at all since started compounded matters, and increased their apprehension about the whole arrangement. It was for this reason Jin Yan had sought Lan Jue out, to find more information about her brother. Now, after hearing from him that her brother was fine, she felt more at ease. It was a pleasant quality he possessed, she thought, by making other people around him comfortable. It had been nearly a full day before Lan Jue showed his face in the office. He'd been occupied by the art class all day. His thoughts wandered back to the first meeting, and he pondered over how to improve. There were always ways to improve, but he had to be careful he didn't make it too similar to the life he and his brother suffered through. He wanted to strengthen those 50 students, not kill them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, The Clairvoyant Starry Sky. Chapter 236, The Clairvoyant Starry Sky. Skyfire Avenue. Gothic Winery. Wine Master. We just received news from the Pontiff's castle. They said they and the Dark Citadel will be arriving in 10 days for the meeting. The barber gave his report solemnly. The paragon nodded his head. So be it. How goes the preparations? With the presence of both the Pontiff and Satan, the clairvoyant will be in attendance as well. He's decided to be part of the welcome party. The barber continued. Everything you've asked us to prepare is more or less ready. However, I do have some opinions about a couple of the greeters. The wine master smiled knowingly. And who is it you'd like to discuss? The jewelry master, he answered. He is also a councilman who's been assigned to this duty, but he hasn't once made an appearance. In fact, he's never even in his store and is exceptionally difficult to get a hold of. Those women who run his store are impossible, each more arrogant than the last. They forced me out of the store, the last time. The jewelry master himself is prideful, arrogant, unreasonable, and impossible to deal with. I suggest he be removed. The Cosmagus laughed in spite of himself. All right, take it easy. Everything's fine, you're just being a little narrow-minded. I know all about the little competition you and the beautician had with him in the Reaper Arena, just as I know who instigated the whole thing. Take care of your own business, that's all we're asking. As for the jewelry master, I would suggest you work on developing a better relationship with him. It is true that he hasn't done anything to help prepare, but it is also true that the Archangel Michael won't be in attendance. Why? The barber seemed confused. The wine master's gentle chastisement made him blush, but the mention of Michael made the slight all but forgotten. The Archangel was possible the strongest player in the Pontiff's circle aside from the Pontiff himself, and the Lord of Angels won. He was a terrifying, 9th-ranked 9th-degree adept. The wine master's response was soft and conversational. Because he and the jewelry master had a run-in. The wounds he suffered were dire, and in fact he's still recovering. What? The barber was struck dumb with amazement. What did this happen? I just saw the jewelry master a few days ago. Not long ago, the wine master assured. The jewelry master was injured as well, so I made him exempt from participating in the preparations. Wait until the two powers arrive, and he'll be among the welcoming council members. This will not be the case for Michael. Need I explain further? He didn't. In the time after their fight, Lan Jue had recovered fully whereas Michael still wasn't capable of making the trip. What did this mean? It meant their jewelry master was even stronger than the Pontiff's Angel of War. The barber already had a high estimation of the jewelry master's power, but saw him as a pesky waste of space on the council despite their similarity in age. Could he really be so powerful as the wine master described? He felt a chill run up his spine as he thought back to their friendly match. They were never even close to competing with his abilities. This guy's power. The wine master rose to his feet. There is also the matter of the Great Adept competition occurring in 3 months, sponsored by the Northern Alliance with the West's powerhouses in attendance. Undoubtedly, part of the reason the two castles are coming is to feel us out. Me and the other 2 elder councilmen will handle what we can there, so you needn't worry. Handle your business, do the job you've been assigned, and things will go just fine.
A hard, cold light grew in the depths of the barber's eyes. If it were up to me, we'd show them why the Avenue is a force to be reckoned with.
Do they believe they can join together and that we'd be frightened? Skyfire Avenue is not so easily cowed.
The wine master shook his head.
You shouldn't always be so confrontational.
We are a loose organization, remember, even down to our council members. We don't have the sorts of restrictions, and thus planning, that they do. Remember also that this competition of theirs may have nothing to do with us.
There are other things to consider.
What sort of things?
The barber asked curiously.
Now it's still too early to say, but I'm sure you'll hear more about it later, the wine master assured. But that's enough for now. You're still busy, I imagine, but...
Very well.
The barber gave his response, then made his way from the Gothic winery. His heart was beating as he thought upon the jewelry master's purported fight with Michael. This was no small feat. It looked like he was really going to need to correct his attitude around the young adept. A short time after the barber left, the wine master also exited the winery. He made his way towards the Skyfire Museum. Today, the clairvoyant was clad in long, white robes tied at the waist with a simple cotton belt. The robes were interlaced with a veined pattern of thread, bearing twinkling gemstones that surrounded him in a dim halo of light.
He topped off the ensemble with a tall, white hat. He looked older since the last time the wine master had met him.
His skin was thinner, and his color pale. However, age hadn't seemed to touch those piercing eyes. Even as a paragon himself, the wine master always felt strange in the clairvoyant's presence.
It was like he was in a daze, somehow separate from reality when nearby. Clairvoyant.
The wine master politely nodded his head toward the older gentleman. The leader of the Avenue offered a small smile in response. His warm voice flowed around his amicable smile.
I knew you were coming.
The wine master made his way across the expansive chambers to stand before his old colleague.
How are you feeling?
Fine, the clairvoyant assured. No need to worry over me. I've a few years yet before there's any cause for alarm. The wine master looked at him skeptically, eyeing his strange smile.
And what's got you so happy?
The smile spread further on the old man's face. One of my visions has been confirmed. The bookworm is back in the Avenue. The keeper is going through something similar and improving. It puts me at ease, after a fashion.
Surprise crept into the wine master's face. You mean the keeper? The clairvoyant nodded, without saying anything further. What about you?
The wine master hurriedly followed.
If the magnate is improving, surely we can use his methods to help you get better? The clairvoyant shook his head, though the smile remained. No. My circumstances are different.
We're both advanced in age, to put it mildly, but his troubles come as a result of exhausted vital essence.
He's little left.
My own problems are similar, in a way, though my years were clearly delineated the day I became a paragon.
My end is a result of destiny.
No matter what power or method we employ, there's no escaping the master plan. When you achieve the same levels the keeper and I have, you'll understand.
The wine master frowned. But, you.
The clairvoyant raised a hand, cutting his companion short.
After the castle and citadel have come and gone, I will seclude myself.
I'll need to conserve my energy, and prepare for the final prophecy. It is something that may very well affect the lives of all future generations, and I am sure it will occur. My own life is a limited one, and I have always sought to use it where it was most needed. Now the keeper, for all his knowledge, is not a leader of men, so when I begin my preparations for the end, I will need you to take over Skyfire Avenue. The wine master's brows furrowed in concern, but he nodded his head nonetheless.
The clairvoyant let loose a gentle laugh.
You've known me in this business for so many years, there's nothing you won't be able to handle. You'll likely see it long before you get as old as I, but the truth of the world is that life and death are fallacies. All energy is permanent, it only changes form.
So long as you keep me in your thoughts, I'll live on.
The wine master huffed.
You've done so much for humanity, not to mention the Avenue. We won't survive without you.
This caused the old man to chortle.
Don't be so melodramatic. You know the old adage, out with the old, and in with the new.
As one generation passes, the youth shall rise to replace them, as they have always done.
Humanity will thrive, it is an undeniable rule of the universe. The wine master looked apprehensive for a moment, then spoke.
The most important aspect of the castle and citadel's visit is almost certainly to check on how you and the keeper are faring.
How should we respond if they should ask?
Go with it, Skyfire's leader replied.
The keeper likely won't make an appearance. It'll be you and I who meet with them.
Their purpose in coming may not necessarily be of ill intent.
Oh? Have you seen something?
the wine master inquired. The clairvoyant smirked. No, just years of experience. It has been quite a long time since anyone's seen the pontiff or Satan out and about. Having them make an appearance is a good thing. The cosmagus nodded his head silently. He saw no further purpose in taking any more of the clairvoyant's time, so he left of his own accord. The clairvoyant remained where he was, and simply watched as his companion left. Afterwards, he made his way to the tallest level of the Skyfire Museum with unhurried steps. Now, with nothing but the walls of the museum to bear witness, he certainly looked like a man in his twilight years. It took him several minutes to climb the 20-odd steps to the top. He was met with a pair of massive double doors. The old man stood before the 7-meter-tall doors, dwarfed by their immensity. Despite his frailty, the clairvoyant only need gently push the doors to have them open. They moved soundlessly, as though they weighed nothing. As the doors split, a strange light emanated from the fissure. Bathed in the sudden luminance, the clairvoyant's body appeared to undergo a strange shift. His body, bent from rickets, straightened. His white hair thickened and became black. Under the power of that strange light, his youth was returning. In the space of just a few moments, the old clairvoyant had become a valiant-looking young man in his 30s. The myriad gemstones interwoven throughout his robes shimmered like stars. The small, easy smile on his face never changed. He strode across the threshold, and the doors closed at his back, isolating him from the rest of the world. Soft golden light followed his every footstep, expanding out in complicated flowery patterns. They expanded, twirling amongst one another until they filled the entire circular room. Were one to look up, they would discover a vast and endless expanse of starry sky. Every one of the twinkling suns shimmered with a golden light. Endless skies, infinite light, countless stars, bathed in the soothing glow, the clairvoyant strode to the center of the room. The light hung over him like a blanket. He was coated in the golden luminescence as though it were shining out from within him. Behind him, in stark contrast, arose an orb dark as pitch. It floated upward until it was level with the back of the paragon's head. Lifting his head to the heavens, the clairvoyant's eyes looked unnaturally clear. They reflected back every twinkling light he gazed upon. The crystal ball at his back suddenly glowed with a furious glare. Rays of blinding light shot in every direction as it hovered like a terrifying eye. Its expulsion of luminescence grew until it filled everything, even the skies above, until there was nothing but white. The golden stars scattered like fireflies. One by one they fell to the ground and joined the magnificent patterns. The clairvoyant stood amidst the stunning display silent, still, as though frozen. In a blink, the young man became encased in gold and stood there still. Like a statue. 1. In reference to Metatron. You can read more about the Angel TJSS based this character off of here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237, I am. Chapter 237, I am. Again the ARC students were in formation, ready to begin. Again, Tang Xiao stood at the front of the group. It was the same group from yesterday, and their mood was strikingly different from the first class. Where yesterday there was excitement, today they stank of fear. It certainly couldn't have felt good to be blasted with bioelectricity. It was like being perpetually stabbed by 100,000 tiny needles. While simultaneously your body was too numb to do anything about it. Moreover, the last time they'd seen just a smidge of this demon's ability, and it was terrifying. Even the god-ranked pilot, their savage goddess Tan Lingyun, had been completely unable to offer up any resistance. The Prince of Devils has used a basic sabermech to obliterate a high-level instructor and 50 of the school's best students. What else could he be capable of? There wasn't just fear, though. There was also excitement, faint and buried beneath the terror, but there. They felt like they were passing through a threshold, to a whole new realm of possibility. They were mecha pilots, and the pride of the school. How could they not thirst for improvement, and grow excited at the prospect? After all, everyone knew implicitly just what being a great pilot meant, an infinitely bright future. They were still students, not fully integrated into adult society but excited at the prospects. Hot-blooded and anxious, they each imagined how high their abilities might soar. But what would today's class be like? Tan Lingyun had arrived early, and stood at the head of the group wearing a nasty expression. Today her hair had been brought under control, and she changed into a less desperately singed flight suit. She glowered at nothing in particular, lost in thought. The blow to her own self-esteem had been minimal, after yesterday's loss. However, the real damage came from the whispers. Already word was spreading that she wasn't a real god-ranked pilot. She ultimately didn't care, though. Her primary focus was finding that Lei Feng, and this guy, this golden-masked devil, he had to be him.
He helped because he's also part of the faculty. He said it himself. What kind of person is he? Today, I'm going to find out. Zhou Qianlin was also in attendance, in her place near the back of the group. She had been first to learn about the change to the art class structure, though of course she couldn't tell anybody. Tang Mi was at her shoulder. She leaned in and whispered to her friend. So what sort of bad things were you up to yesterday, Qianlin? You're acting weird today, sleeping during class, it's not like you. Something about this class got you bothered? Qianlin rolled her eyes at her friend. There's plenty that bothers me, mostly. I was going over what happened yesterday, so I went to bed late. Just then, two familiar figures stepped into the warehouse. Their respective gold and silver masks twinkled in the fluorescent light. The moment they appeared, the chatter among the students died, until the silence was absolute. The young pilots stood with backs straight and eyes forward. Yesterday, Lan Jue's whole purpose had been to prove his strength to the students. They were adults, and they knew to respect strength. He approached until he arrived before the gathered pupils, and stopped. His eyes fixed upon Tan Lingyun. Tan Lingyun stared right back. For a long moment the two simply looked at one another. Eventually, however, the demon's intense stare was too much for Tan Lingyun, and she dropped her eyes. Professor Tan, if you'd like to remain you can do so as my assistant. However, I demand that you respect this class and my instruction. If you can't do that, I must ask you to leave. Anyone who tries to disrupt this class will be removed. Lan Jue's cold voice rang out, filling the warehouse. Tan Lingyun hesitated, regarding the golden-masked drill master. She eventually and vigorously nodded her head. I accept. Don your mask, and stand beside me, he ordered. Tan Lingyun took a deep breath, and choked back the comments she so desperately wanted to voice. Instead, she fumbled in her suit for the mask Lan Jue had given her at the end of yesterday's class and put it on. She moved to his side, and turned to face the students. Lan Jue returned his attention to the students. Starting tomorrow, the art class will be considered a closed curriculum. This means we'll be training all day, every day. You won't be going home to your mommies. This is the final time I'll say this, before this class really gets underway. If you want to quit, now's the time. If not, I'll let Director Wu know to tell our parents you won't be having dinner. The training period will last for 2 months. During that time all required resources will be provided by the school. I can promise you right now, that by the end of this class each of you will advance at least 1 rank as a pilot. I can also promise that these 2 months will be the worst of your short lives. Once your decision is made, there's no going back. Joni or not, this is the time to make your choice. Going forward, those who remain will be treated as soldiers, not students. You have 5 minutes to think on it. Lan Jue lifted his wrist and peered at his communicator. The students had learned from the last class that if this demon said 5 minutes, he meant precisely 5 minutes. The situation quickly washed through their brains. Closed class? 2 months? It wasn't as though they were unfamiliar with the concept. Every prospective mecha pilot student was required to undergo an intensive 3-month training before they could enter the mecha combat program. Everyone in attendance had been through it. 2 months, then, was certainly acceptable. They knew on some level this would be difficult, but the Prince of Devil's assurances that an increase of at least 1 rank was an enticing prospect. A mecha pilot's rank wasn't just a means to determine their relative strength. It was also a metric by which society would treat them when they entered the real world. For those interested in military service, for instance, a third-class pilot would simply be admitted as a private, perhaps not even given the opportunity to pilot a suit. However, a second-class pilot would immediately be assigned a combat group. These were the bulk of soldiers, private first class in the army. Students who graduate from a combat program and enter the army untested begin 2 ranks lower. Once they prove themselves and get to understand life as a serviceman, those ranks would increase quickly. The equivalent rank for a first-class pilot was lieutenant. Emperors were majors, sovereigns became lieutenant colonels. A god-ranked pilot, if they chose to join, was immediately granted the rank of colonel, without the need for any checks or provisions. As for these young men and women, still enrolled in their classes, the allure of raising an entire rank was too good to pass up. This was especially true for those students stuck at first class. The National Eastern University's Mecha Combat Program currently had 3,000 enrolled pilots. Of those, there were only 50 who were first class or higher, and they were standing in front of him. Of the 50, 28 were first class, second grade. 16 were first class. 5 were emperor class, second grade, and 1 who'd just been promoted to emperor. If what Lan Jue said came to fruition, and all of these students jumped up a rank, then the NEU itself would be catapulted into the top 5 mecha combat schools, practically overnight. 5 minutes passed quickly. Those who've decided to give up, get out of my sight. Lan Jue called. There was a harsh and demeaning light in his eyes. No one moved. Each of these pilots before him were considered exceptional students in the NEU. They were prideful, and if no one else was going to leave, how could they? They'd never be able to show their face in school again. Plus, what was 2 months of struggle when the result was an immeasurable increase to their future prospects? 1 minute later. Lan Jue nodded. Very well. You are all very courageous to remain. I assure you that in 2 months, you will feel no regrets for your decision. That'll be because you'll have plenty of time for regrets before then. Remember that no matter what happens, physically or mentally, you will complete every task put before you. There is no failure permitted, understood? Tonight you will go to your homes, class begins for real tomorrow at 8 a.m. Gather here, then we'll leave for the training grounds. Bid farewell to your parents tonight, children, you won't be seeing them once Director Wu lets them know what's coming. Dismissed. Was this it? There was to be no training tonight? Scores of nervous students let out audible sighs of relief. They left in 2s and 3s to see their families. Lan Jue did not leave. He remained, watching them scatter until only himself, Wang Hongyuan and Tan Lingyun remained. Professor Tan. Lan Jue turned towards her. Tan Lingyun had never taken her eyes off of him. Once we begin, you also must remain with the students, he instructed. I'll be giving you certain tasks that you must adhere to and execute to the best of your ability. Tan Lingyun simply stared at him. Are you Lei Feng? Lei Feng? Wang Hongyuan, standing on Lan Jue's other side, was surprised and curious at the name. Lei Feng was a hero from the former era. When did Lan Jue become a long-dead cultural icon? Lan Jue craned his head to look towards Wang Hongyuan and waved a hand in dismissal. Though the desire for gossip blazed bright in his heart, the dance instructor wouldn't dare offend his new instructor. He took his leave. The expansive classroom was now only populated by 2. Are you? Lingyun asked. Lan Jue nodded his head. I am. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, Tan Lingyun's Excitement. Chapter 238, Tan Lingyun's Excitement. I am. Tan Lingyun's eyes widened until they were like saucers. Is it really you? An intense blush reddened her cheeks. This mighty woman blushed like a schoolgirl, recalling everything that happened when they were locked together in that mecha suit. How did you get out, that day? I clearly remember locking the cockpit. Tan Lingyun said softly, her head hanging. You still have the nerve to talk about it, after biting the hand that feeds you? Lan Jue hissed back in irritation. Tan Lingyun's head shot up. Her tone was apologetic as she attempted to defend herself. No. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to know who you really are. I needed to find out your identity and thank you for what you did. Figure it out yet? He asked. Remove the mask and let me see. Lan Jue's eyes were hard and accusatory. Tan Lingyun, let me make this clear. I am a special instructor under employment by the NEU. Right now, you may be an assistant, but you are also my student. If you wish to truly break into God class, then you need to concentrate on absorbing everything I have to teach. These pointless obsessions are a waste of time, are you hearing me? Lan Jue's voice had risen in volume, until the final few words were veritably shouted at her. Tan Lingyun jumped slightly at the force of it. She straightened in indignation. I understand. How shall I address you, drill master? As Lei Feng? Whatever you like, Lan Jue responded absently. Call me drill master in front of the students. Now if there's nothing else, you can take your leave as well. What's coming in the next 2 months will be more difficult than you or the students can imagine. Go home, enjoy your time. It'll be the last opportunity you have for 2 months. Lei Feng, she interjected, you claim that everyone who participates will raise 1 pilot class. Is this true? Who do I know? Lan Jue said dismissively. I'm just trying to get them interested in the process. It was to stop them from quitting halfway through. Ah. Tan Lingyun blinked, surprised by the revelation. Lan Jue paid her no further mind. He turned to leave without saying another word. But Tan Lingyun wasn't finished. She trotted after him. Lei Feng. Let me take you out for a meal, as thank you for helping with the liar competition. Lan Jue stopped in his tracks. He turned his head towards her. That's not necessary.
I didn't help you, I was helping the university. You just happened to be there, so don't feel as though you owe anything. Just do your job these next 2 months. With that said, the warehouse filled with light as Lan Jue dissolved into a streak of white-hot lightning. When the blinding light receded, he was gone. So fast. Tan Lingyun stood stunned, her eyes bright. This was a real man. A powerful man. Excitement filled her. Zeta. Lan Jue changed his clothes, and went out among the others once again as the etiquette teacher. He rubbed his tired face, kneading the hard lines away so that the noblesse of Adepts might return. A small smile sat upon his lips as he walked through campus. As fate would have it, once again his trek led him directly into the path of Tan Lingyun. However, this time their chance encounter didn't result in confrontation. On the contrary, she walked by as though he didn't register to her at all. With excitement clear on her face, she swept by like Lan Jue didn't exist. What is she so happy about, he pondered. Maybe she thinks our future classes are going to be easy. A sinister light filled his eyes as he watched her go. I'll do to them what Dad did to me and my brother. Ha! I'll forge you kids into useful members of society yet. What's with the evil grin? Zhou Qianlin jumped as she came around their usual meeting corner, and spied Lan Jue with his decidedly unwholesome smile. Her bodyguard's mild and graceful exterior had a shady feel today. Lan Jue coughed, and chuckled sheepishly. Nothing, just thinking about the olden days. What? Are you really thinking of sticking with the class? I'll tell you that if you do, I'm not going to take it easy on you. It'll be difficult, more difficult than anything you've done before. Zhou Qianlin was steadfast. Her determined stare met his. I'm not afraid. Lan Jue's smile fell away, so that when he spoke again the words were serious and heavy. I'll ask once more, are you sure you want to join the art program? I'll work you to your limit, past what a normal person can endure. You will not be given any exceptions, no quarter. These 2 months will require inhuman levels of persistence. You will not be able to back out later. Zhou Qianlin's own expression was solemn and serious. She took a breath. I can handle it. Lan Jue nodded. Very well. Good luck. Lan Jue clambered onto the bicycle, and held it steady while Qianlin shimmied on. They bounced their way towards Mount Tian, mostly silent until they reached the foot of the mountain. All right, you can go back. With the changes to this class I'm sure you have a lot you have to do. Qianlin said. Lan Jue nodded. You, too. I'll come and get you tomorrow morning. She shook her head. No need. Tangmi said she'll come and get me with her car, since we'll have things to bring with us. You can go to the school director, Prince of Devil's Drillmaster. She couldn't help but grin at the dramatic title. Lan Jue followed suit. Laugh it up. Soon you'll be saying that with sincerity. Zeta. Upon returning to Skyfire Avenue, Lan Jue made his way directly to the underground, so that he might check up on his student Jin Tao. As anticipated, the first round of treatment had concluded and the young mutt had absorbed it all without incident. Everything was normal. 3 days at most, he judged, and Jin Tao would wake up from the induced coma. Mika, I have a list here of things I'll need you to help me purchase right away. Lan Jue handed his office manager a slip of paper. She took it and gave it a quick glance. Surprise flit across her pretty face. What's with all the medical equipment, boss? You know how black-hearted the pharmacist is, this is going to cost us. Lan Jue's response was delivered through a grin. Don't worry about it, just get what we need. It'll be reimbursed. The pharmacist's goods might be expensive, but they're better quality than you'll get anywhere else outside the avenue. The East's medicines may not be as potent as those developed in the West, but they're the product of thousands of years of experimentation and development, and that makes them something special. All right. Mika didn't push the issue further, and left immediately to do as requested. Lan Jue had already run the list past Director Wu, who gave his consent. But the price of these materials were so high that the school could only afford a portion. He'd gone to Lanqing for the rest, hoping to apply for a grant from the army. These young pilots were the property of the Eastern Alliance, he figured. More than that, they were where the East pinned their hopes for the future. It was for these reasons that Lan Shang approached the grant, without any conditions applied. Guagua, he went on, addressing the other Amazon. I'll need you to prepare some things for me as well. From our own stock. He produced another paper and handed it to her. Lin Guagua snapped it up and looked it over. Her tones curious, she asked, what do you need all these power gems and medicines for, boss? Are we training in army? That's about right, he said with a smirk.
And an experiment. Oh. Alright, I'll get it done.
And with that, Lin Guodua also headed out. Next, he tapped Hua Li's number into his communicator.
Hey Hua Li, he began. Get Chu Chang and come on down to the store.
The girls are out and I'm keeping an eye on things, but we have something we need to talk about. It wasn't long before the two showed up.
What's going on? I heard you're acting as drill master for the NEU now.
Chu Chang regarded Lan Jue with no small measure of surprise.
Hua Li's face was similar.
The two monarchs exchanged a wordless glance.
Lan Jue replied first by shrugging his shoulders. If those 3 monster planets are real, then humanity is set to face a nasty problem in the near future. We have to do everything we can to prepare, am I right?
Lan Shang was right, the other day, we're not going out like this. What I'm doing isn't just for them, but for me, so I'll have a clear conscience in the knowledge that I did everything I could.
If the fight breaks out, I'll be on the first ship to Enluan. Chu Chang chortled. It wasn't a criticism.
Hua Li nodded in agreement with his fiery counterpart.
We're just wondering why you never told us about this? It's sure to be a good time. Do you have any idea how boring it is here? And it's not like I can just up and leave. Wouldn't it be better if I hide at the school?
And we have the God battle in less than a month, lots of fun stuff on the horizon. Chu Chang nodded in sagely agreement.
Indeed, indeed. There's just a gaggle of cuties in your school too, students and faculty both. Ah, the pursuit of knowledge is such a wonderful thing. Ju, we're all brothers here. You must get me in the program. Lan Jue looked at the two, slack-jawed. It took him a good few seconds to recover. Idle hands are the devil's playthings, huh? Chu Chun laughed. Right? We never see you, so we're stuck in the avenue training. We've got cabin fever.
And with 3 paragons ambling around, I have to walk on eggshells all the time. Certainly the university campus would be a different story. With our good looks and formidable skill, there's sure to be no end to the pretty girls who'd throw themselves at us.
Shut the hell up, Lan Jue muttered. Ailey, maybe. But you can get lost. I'm responsible for my students, I'm not throwing a wolf in among them. Chu Chang's anger flared. Why? You're always on about moral integrity.
Worst case, I won't run around chasing girls, but I won't reject them either.
Come on, you know that's fair. Lan Jue shot him an icy glare. I'm trying to keep my identity a secret. If you guys go, you'll have to do the same. With masks on, how do you intend to pick up women?
And you being who you are, I can't imagine you'll be able to resist the urge to show your face the first time a nice pair of legs walks past.
Nope, absolutely not, you're not going anywhere. Ailey, you can come, just put on a mask.
No problem, Hua Li said delightedly.
There's no difference between a pollution mask and whatever you'll have me wearing. Even if you didn't say anything, I couldn't brazenly be walking around in the open.
Hell, if you told them that the magnificent, beloved, worshipped Poseidon was their drill master, shit, they'd all faint before we even got the class underway.
1. This is in reference to the assurances that traditional Chinese medicinal theory and application is different from Western medicine modalities, both practically and in approach.
Eastern medicine tends to focus on the root of an issue, with symptoms being utilized for syndrome differentiation so that the germ of the issue can be eradicated. Often, well, traditionally, anyway, these symptoms were secondary to the cause of the problem and only treated forcefully if they're life-threatening.
This is true for their medicines as well. Many of the pharmaceuticals we enjoy today are the result of isolating and chemically reproducing therapeutic effects derived from herbs. Chinese medical formulae often use the herb itself instead of a synthetic.
This results in less potent pharmaceuticals, but also less extreme side effects, and less stress on the liver. So in short, Chinese medicine has always been about slow and steady wins the race, even foregoing quick relief of symptoms, whereas the Western medicinal system has become make it go away as soon as possible. There are arguments for the validity of these statements on both sides, but that's the crux of the argument from a TCM perspective. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 239, Unhappy Youth. Chapter 239, Unhappy Youth. Lan Jue slapped his forehead in frustration. Enough, you two. I got one megalomaniac and one sexual predator. How in the hell did I get stuck with you two as my brothers?
Chu Chang slapped a hand down upon Lan Jue's shoulder.
Ju, I swear to you no one will discover my identity.
But you're underestimating my charm, because even with a mask the girls will be swarming me.
I don't expect you to understand. So go on then, tell us what you're gonna do. Lan Jue revealed his plan for the students and future dealings, simple and uncomplicated with nothing held back.
The other two gentlemen were clearly bemused by the prospect, and their excitement only grew as he continued to lay out his plan.
Isn't that too savage?
Chu Cheng couldn't help but share his opinions, after hearing everything.
Yeah. Lan Jue replied, his own tones conflicted.
I'm honestly afraid these young people won't be able to stick to it.
Chu Cheng's tone grew solemn. This is your problem, Jue. You're always underestimating how much we can handle. How do you think humanity's become master of the stars? How is it we came to colonize and rule over so many planets? Because we're amazingly adaptive. We're ferocious.
When I was young and in training, a few of my teachers employed cruel methods.
Sometimes I hardly wished to live. Hell, you could probably learn a thing or two from them for your schemes. Huali took up his favorite imperatorial inflection. Do you two have any humanity?
You're sitting here discussing the best ways to destroy the future of the alliances by crushing their flowers underfoot.
My own training was very different from the two of you. Like baptism in a rainstorm.
My father told me once, if you seek to control the oceans, you must stand firm against the roaring waves.
I think he was right.
We have the Poseidon bloodline, we have our family secrets, but you two are my brothers. There's no reason to hide any of this from you, so I have no qualms in sharing it.
What do you think?
Lan Jue and Chu Cheng both shot their thumbs towards Huali pointed downward. Three young men, with three very different ideas. Lan Jue took their thoughts into account, while simultaneously shuddering. It was like the Three Stooges asserting they were smarter than Einstein. If the three of them really did join to teach, then it really would be like a vision of hell. When Mika returned, she saw the three troublesome youths conspiring quietly.
She couldn't help but slink over, and in doing so caught a few sentences.
When she cried out, it took all three men by surprise.
What is this?
Planning some sort of terrible thing, no doubt.
Don't worry about it, Lan Jue replied. Medicine? Mika produced the myriad pharmaceuticals she was asked to purchase.
It was a large bag, with many smaller ones inside.
Lan Jue turned his eyes towards Huali. According to our new system, we're gonna need a higher dosage. But I'm running low on funds.
Huali shrugged.
Money will not be a concern. This is about the future of humanity. Mika, buy whatever you need, I'll reimburse you. No expenses spared.
As he spoke, he produced a small card from his pocket and handed it to the Stygian succubus.
Chu Cheng wrapped Huali in a bear hug. Hey moneybags, take care of me too. Huali's knee shot up towards Chu Cheng's ghibli bits, forcing Chu Cheng to retreat. Keep away from me, you stink like all kinds of body fluid. Come at me again and you'll suffer death with no descendants.
Lan Jue beckoned the other two closer.
Alright, stop messing around. Let's continue planning.
Time waits for no man, after all. This first ARC program will last 2 months, and from what I can tell, a normal program will not be enough. They don't need rigorous, they need tragic.
We have to think about how to prevent deaths or madness.
The other two solemnly nodded their heads.
That's a problem, they said in unison. Zeta. Early morning.
Lan Jue had gotten up in the early hours, along with his two troublesome comrades.
Are we taking the Verti car? Chu Cheng asked piteously. Lan Jue shook his head. My identity is still a secret.
I go every day by bike. If I'm suddenly arriving in an expensive car, it'd attract too much attention.
You two come by car if you're joining.
No way, Huali said with a lilt in his voice.
I thought riding the bicycle was awesome. Quaint and amusing.
You can take the car on your own, Cheng.
Chu Cheng sniffed righteously. How is this acceptable?
We three brothers have to stick together, and since you both want to rise the bike, I guess I am, too.
I call the back seat, though. You got the crossbar this time, Ali. Don't you have any humanity? Dunno, how much does it cost?
We'll play rock, paper, scissors for it.
Fine. 10 minutes later, Lan Jue was groaning piteously as he pedaled the antique bicycle along the road.
Huali had been stuck with the crossbar, and his mood was accurately revealed by his pained expression.
3 pairs of long legs bounced and banged as they fought their way towards the university. Crowded did not do the scene justice. I should have played for the seat, too. Lan Jue moaned, pedaling valiantly.
Why the hell is that? Huali grumbled, turning his head back to glare at Lan Jue.
Bitterness crept into Lan Jue's voice as he spoke. Do you know how heavy you two are?
I'm just surprised this bike hasn't crumpled already. If it did, you two would be dead for sure. Chu Cheng chuckled at his colleague's displeasure.
You're the host, and this is a good display of manliness. He sat in the VIP seat atop the back tire, sans the discomfort of Huali and the effort of Lan Jue. He had no reason to complain. The remaining trek to the university was a difficult one. Once they arrived, he hurriedly kicked his two teammates off of the bike and walked the rest of the way to the gate himself. He didn't have to worry about getting them into the university. He'd also already given them their golden masks. Upon entering campus, Lan Jue was surprised to discover Wu Junyi waiting for him once more. This time the director was waiting inside, and stood silent and stoic. It was as though he were just there to observe the students filing into classes. Seeing his serious expression, the students didn't loiter around. Lan Jue approached, and stopped his bicycle once they were face to face. "What are you doing here again?" "Waiting for you," the director replied. "The students are all prepared, and things have been organized as per your instructions. We've chartered a bus to take them directly to West Hill. I already set up everything for them there." "We're all set." Lan Jue nodded. "Good. Where's the bus?" Director Wu indicated with a wave of his hand. "By the Mecha Combat Department. Once you're ready to go, you can be on your way." Lan Jue looked towards the department, then turned his attention back to Wu Junyi. "I brought two others with me today. Help them in a little bit. One of them is wearing a pollution mask, you'll spot him right away. They'll be helping me teach over the next several days. They won't be able to help us all the time, but when they're here it'll make the classes even better." Of course, Director Wu couldn't have known even better meant even more terrifying. When he replied, his inflection was full of enthusiasm. "Even better. I'll bring them in right now, then send them to the bus. Go ahead and get changed." Lan Jue nodded, then left. Zeta. Mecha Combat Department. The tour bus was beautiful, clean, and white. Students were milling about, placing bags of all shapes and sizes underneath the bus and filing in. As they were going to be gone for a month, there was a considerable amount of baggage to consider, especially true for the female students. Zhou Qianlin was the exception. Unlike Tangmi, who came with a massive rucksack, Qianlin arrived with only a small bag of clothes and toiletries. The presence of Tangmi and Zhou Qianlin gave the other students a false sense of security. They believed that, with these two beauties permitted to join, the classes couldn't be that difficult. For these young men, all full of spunk, this was a very good situation for them to find themselves in. Or so they thought. Tan Lingyun had also arrived, quite early. She wore a flight suit, which showed off her impressive figure. She did not sit, but instead stood at the front of the bus and watched the happenings with vibrant, excited eyes. For her, this was certainly a good thing. After all, the belief was she would exit this program a God-ranked pilot. It was the only thing she could think about. It was Lei Feng's ability, the power he displayed, was a determining factor in her enthusiasm to be sure. Even without considering everything else that was in store, if she learned the different tricks and skills he displayed, that alone would launch her to godhood. Wang Hongyuan was also in attendance, though in contrast to Tan Lingyun, he was seated in the very last row of the bus. It looked as though they shared a tacit understanding, one assistant in front, the other in the back, watching. The reality was less altruistic, that being that Wang Hongyuan simply wanted to limit his exposure to Tan Lingyun as much as possible. The chance of blowing his cover was too high. By now, all the students were settled, chatting loudly among themselves. Just then, a tall figure appeared in the bus doorway. The moment he stepped foot in the bus, silence took over everything. All eyes turned to him, and it felt as though the temperature dropped a good few degrees. He was tall, with a golden mask and a decidedly frightening aura. "Hello, drill master." The first few rows of the bus called out to their teacher in unison. The others followed suit on their heels. No one dared show this man disrespect. Lan Jue swept his eyes over the gathered students. In the end his glance fell upon Tan Lingyun, standing at his side. She spoke without hesitation. "Drill master. 51 registered ARC students and 2 assistant drill instructors, all present and accounted for. We're ready to go on your command." Lan Jue simply nodded. "We've got 2 more coming." 2 more? Curiosity welled up within the savage goddess. Who else could be coming? No sooner had the thought crossed her mind, than the 2 final travelers stepped through the door. Every student on the bus stared, eyes wide, as the mystery individuals appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, 3 Demon Drill Masters? Chapter 240, 3 Demon Drill Masters? As the 2 figures entered the tour bus, every ARC student's eyes popped wide.
The reason for their astonishment was simple: their masks were golden as well. Beyond that, the two were of similar height and build to their drill master, with only slight differences visible. In fact, only their flight suits differentiated them. Their drill master had split himself in three? Tan Lingyun was not spared the jolt. Two more with golden masks. Could this mean they were also god-ranked pilots? When did they become a dime a dozen? Lan Jue's deep voice filled the bus interior. These two gentlemen will also be your drill masters for the near future. You may refer to them as you refer to me. Hello, drill masters. The students cried. The red-haired one was obviously Chu Chang, and the blue-haired one Huali. The masks ensured neither need be concerned about their true identity, which was especially important for Huali. The two of them nodded in response to the greeting, but said nothing. For Chu Chang, this was largely due to the fact that he was too busy ogling the several pretty girls in attendance. It was inevitable that both he and Huali would eventually turn their attention to Zhou Qianlin, who was seated near the back. They hadn't expected to see Hera's doppelganger among the students. Off we go. The bus lurched forward at Lan Jue's command. In no time they were out of the school and on their way. Wu Junyi was not present. He'd already relayed his commands to the school in West Hill. From here on out, all decisions were Lan Jue's, and orders were to be executed upon his request. The bus rumbled along the road outside of campus and began to pick up speed. West Hill was a lump on the horizon. West Hill had its own special personnel on staff, who'd been arranged by Wu Junyi to accommodate the training. When they finally arrived, Lan Jue was first off the bus. Get off the bus, and hand over all your communicators and any other equipment you can use to communicate with the outside world, Lan Jue commanded in his regal voice. If I find anyone holding out, punishment will be severe. No outside communication? Suddenly, the students felt like their original idea of a pleasant school outing wasn't quite what was in store. None dare deny the god-ranked pilot, so one by one communicators were relinquished to Tan Lingyun and Wang Hongyuan. Huali, Chu Chang, and Lan Jue stood in front, silently watching. What about the soul caller gem? Lan Jue's head swam with Zhou Qianlin's voice. That's fine. You can only communicate with me anyway. What we're trying to avoid is sharing information with the outside world. Lan Jue was entirely in a drillmaster mode, so his deep voice was somewhat curt. Once everything had been collected, Lan Jue asked the base personnel to help the students get checked in. He gave them 20 minutes to settle in and return. After 20 minutes, gather in the training field. I'm desperately hoping someone shows up late. His chilly voice was heavy with the promise of violence. His commands relayed, Lan Jue turned and left. Chu Chang and Huali fanned out behind him. Chu Chang's excited voice whispered his way. Wu, Ju, so vicious. Next time let me give it a try. Seeing you like this brings me right back to when I got my start. Ugh, those memories are hard to remember. No doubt. But it's damn interesting. Huali responded. Lan Jue sighed helplessly. You two are truly a pain in my ass, you know that? And here you are taking pleasure in others' misfortune. Zeta. Tangmi and Zhou Qianlin walked side by side as they went to check in. Tangmi quietly spoke to her friend. Qianlin, I heard my brother say the Prince of Devils, Nublet from the first class, is his master. This whole art class is odd. Beginning with the fact they took all of our communicators. The training we took when we enrolled in the university wasn't anything like this. Better management, probably, Qianlin replied. This training will also be much stricter, I think. We should brace ourselves. Tangmi chuckled dismissively. I'm in awesome shape, it shouldn't be any trouble. If you're worried over your delicate feminine curves, why'd you join the training? Qianlin shot her a glance. Delicate? Maybe to you. In willpower, though, you're not even in my bracket. We can put money on that. Tangmi laughed openly. You wanna compare yourself to me? Do I seem that low down? Keep your voice down, Qianlin said with a glare. Don't you see everyone staring at you? Sure enough, it was hard to count how many people were interested in just how low down Tangmi really was. You better hurry, little me 20 minutes isn't much for you lady folk. Tang Xiao had been walking ahead of them. He turned back when he heard his sister's voice. Tang Xiao may have had the advantage over the other students, but his advantage was also why he was so apprehensive. He knew very well how vicious his master could be. When he said 20 minutes, he damn sure meant 20 minutes. A second late, and he was sure master would make good on his earlier promise. 20 minutes later, the 3 drill masters and 2 assistants were waiting on the training field. Lan Jue was waiting in the center, with Chu Chang and Huali on either side.
Wang Hongyuan and Tan Lingyun were beside them. Students had been steadily trickling in.
Tang Xiao, with his bulging belly and trunk-like legs, had been first to arrive. The female students were naturally among the last to arrive, with Tang Mi being the final comer.
Lan Jue was watching the clock.
Seeing this, Tang Mi was running to join the others. Her heart was racing as she remembered her first run-in with Nublet, and the subsequently cruel defeat she suffered from his Brunois assault. It made her furious. Tang Mi, who was almost never tardy, was moving slowly on purpose. Not only was she the last to arrive, she was also 10 seconds late.
Drillmaster, all 50 students have arrived.
Tan Lingyun eyes Tang Mi as she gave her report.
Lan Jue nodded. Tang Mi, to the front. She did as commanded, and separated herself from the group. Her head was held high, and there was a defiance in her eyes that said, "What are you going to do about it?"
To the front, Lan Jue said softly.
"All right," Tang Mi replied.
She took another large step forward, bringing her a few feet from the Prince of Devils.
Lan Jue first turned his attention to the other gathered students.
"If you recall, I said 20 minutes.
Within that time frame, one of you arrived on time. Except for Tang Mi.
Now, I'd like everyone to spread out 1 arm's length." The students all raised their arms at his command, without hesitation, and spread out to give each other room.
Arms down. They complied. Tang Mi was beginning to sense doubt snaking its way within her. What was this drillmaster doing, asking her to stand in front? Lan Jue went on.
"Spread your legs, and drop into horse stance. I want your thighs level with the ground."
Horse stance? Everyone could do this. They did as instructed.
Lan Jue then turned to regard Wang Hongyuan and Tan Lingyun.
"I'd like our 2 assistants to serve as examples in the front." Tan Lingyun blinked behind her mask. He was going to have her do the horse stance as well? Was this his training?
Despite her misgivings, she moved to the front and dropped into the stance. Wang Hongyuan did so without any hesitation or internal grumbling. His hope was to truly improve. With the 2 assistants as examples, Lan Jue stood between them and went on.
"Horse stance is your foundation.
I hope you all can hold it, otherwise, like a poorly built house, your foundation crumbles. If you can't, you'll join Tang Mi in her punishment. Yesterday, you all felt the catalysis of the electric strike. Afterwards I put my mind to it, and I came up with an even better way to instigate your discipline.
In the next 2 months, I'm certain every one of you will enjoy this process.
But today, Tang Mi will be awarded the first demonstration." Tang Mi stood before the gathered assembly, fearlessly staring at the others.
What was he going to do, shock her again? She lived through it once, what was there to fear?
She was sure she could handle it. Unfortunately, her back was to Lan Jue. She couldn't see what was occurring behind her. But the students in front of her could, and every one of them was staring in abject horror.
What are they looking at?
A silver light shimmered in Lan Jue's hand and then, without pretext, a long steel needle appeared. It twinkled with a strange, surreal light, and was about the length of Lan Jue's forearm. The unnatural light caused no small number of students to shiver uncomfortably.
Tang Zhao's mouth was wide open, literally slack-jawed.
He wanted to call out, but Lan Jue's harsh glare stopped the words from coming. The Prince of Devils approached Tang Mi until he stood at her back.
He spoke softly. Bioelectricity had a profound effect on the human body, even down to the molecular level. "Student Tang Mi, what is your discipline?" "Metal domination," she said curtly.
Her own discipline was different from Tang Zhao's metamorphosis, but were in the same vein.
Tang Zhao's was slightly better, for it involved both attack and defense.
Tang Mi's own powers were more suited for attack, as her own body couldn't become metal. As a result, she was slightly behind her brother.
A 6th-ranked adept. Lan Jue nodded. Very good. Metal dominion, somewhat similar to a mental discipline. It relies on the strength and will of metal.
In today's world we encounter metal everywhere.
It's a good discipline. So, if we want to improve your discipline, there are 2 locations that are best suited for the task. The first is your core, and the second your brain. Judging by the waves of power from your aura, your core isn't located in your brain.
If it were, your talent, and thus your metal domination, would be better.
In my estimation, your core is located in your chest. Is that right? Hearing this, Tang Mi couldn't help but be both confused and surprised. Lan Jue was precisely correct with his determination.
Her core was indeed in her chest.
That's right, she said.
1. The Chinese reads as anger not coming from one place.
In traditional Chinese medicine, the emotion of anger is said to come from the liver.
This expression notes that the anger is coming from many places, so it's more than just normal anger. It's pissed the F*** off. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 241, We'll Go All Out. Chapter 241, We'll Go All Out.
Very well, Lan Jue said in his dispassionate voice. Let's get started. He wasted no time, for as the students looked on in surprise and horror, their drillmaster shoved the giant needle through Tang Mi's back. Her whole body went rigid, as though she had been immobilized by some unseen force.
Xiao Mi.
Tang Xiao and Zhou Qianlin called out in one voice, and Tang Xiao immediately rushed forward to attend to her. He had only the one sister and, even though he knew his master wasn't going to hurt her, it went beyond all his instincts not to do something. There was a flash, and suddenly Lan Jue was holding another, frighteningly long needle. Tang Xiao ran directly into it in his headlong rush, burying the needle in his own chest. He, too, was frozen in place.
Did I ask you to break rank?
You wanted to protect her from some perceived injustice, and now you're here right alongside her.
Anyone else?
Lan Jue glared at the others.
Silence.
The needles were almost 2 feet long. And 9/10 of them were buried in the brother and sister.
Tan Lingyun looked on, grinding her teeth.
Logically, she understood that this drillmaster must have a reason for his actions. However, these were students he was hurting. She only just barely managed to control herself.
Me.
A powerful, moving and steadfast voice rang through the training grounds. Xiao Mi is my friend, the voice assured, as an alluring figure rose from amidst the others. With deliberate steps, the sleek silhouette walked towards the drillmaster.
If she has to suffer your punishments, then I will too. Go on then.
Zhou Qianlin stood a small distance apart, challenging Lan Jue with her stare.
Lan Jue was surprised to see such firmness on her beautiful face.
None of the other male students had the courage to suffer the needle's stick, but here she was asking for it. She might have known who this drillmaster was, that he would do nothing to harm them. However, just the fact that she was so willing to face whatever it was he was doing with the spike, displayed her bravery.
As you wish.
He relinquished one needle and, with the flick of a wrist, summoned another. In the blink of an eye, he buried it in her chest. She stumbled around, frozen solid, but facing the others dropped in horse stance.
As they watched, Qianlin's flush and ruddy face blanched until it was white as a sheet.
Her face was frozen in an expression of pain. And the pain was intense. In truth, they did not feel the stabbing sensation of the needle. Instead, it was an all-encompassing numbness.
At least on the outside.
Within their tortured bodies, it felt like every organ was twisted, jerking, and locked in spasm. Blood rushed through their veins at intense speed, making them feel bloated and swollen.
But they couldn't move a finger. Enough.
How could you do this?
Tan Lingyun could finally take no more.
She faced Lan Jue, her voice thick with anger and incredulity.
Flash.
Suddenly Lan Jue was standing before the savage goddess, but before she could react, he thrust a needle into her throat.
She froze. An overwhelming sensation of anger hung over the area like an encroaching tempest.
The pressure made it hard to breathe. When Lan Jue spoke again, his voice was as detached and dismissive as it was from the onset. I had told you all yesterday, that once we got started you wouldn't be able to back out. You had your chance, leave.
Now you're here, and this is my domain. I am your master here, and unless you can take me on, unless you can beat then you're going to do everything I say. You're going to suffer every punishment I levy. And every transgression will be dealt with harshly.
His eyes swept across the crouching pilots.
You probably think I'm crazy.
Even my assistants are displeased, and now punished.
And you're right. I am crazy. And since this is my domain, anyone who irritates me, staff included, will be treated as harshly as you will be. As he spoke, he made his way to Wang Hongyuan. His second assistant made no effort to evade as Lan Jue plunged a needle into him. So courageous, you young men and women.
You witnessed the cruel treatment of your colleagues, your teachers.
You stay where you are.
All but 2 women.
Very nice.
If this is the strength of character I can expect from any of you students, I'd hate to encounter a coward.
We are not cowards.
Gung Yang, situated near the front, shot to a standing position.
He glared hatefully at Lan Jue. Fellow students, we don't have to take this. Here's here to hurt us. How can we sit here and let him treat Zhou Qianlin and Tang Mi this way? If you're men, then advance.
With that, he charged forward with a rallying cry. Behind him, a golden aura bloomed into existence much like a small sun. A dozen golden orbs launched out from it towards Lan Jue. The fiery, metallic orbs raced ahead with malicious intent. However, as they approached the drill master, each other exploded in a shower of golden light.
Metamorphosis? Lan Jue watched him approach with interest, but his reaction time did not suffer. Almost unconsciously he weaved a net of interlacing electric bolts, a net of crackling electricity. As the orbs interacted and collided with it, they subsequently exploded into nothingness. Deng Yang's call to arms ignited the fiery passions of several young men. They rushed at the drill master, eyes red with rage. They knew they stood no chance, but how could they not be incited to action after what they'd seen and heard? Were they not men?
The women they admired and desired had stood up in defiance. It was unthinkable for them to cower like children.
The sky lit up as disciplines of a dozen different colors flared.
They charged at their drill master from all directions.
Do any of you believe you stand a chance, in the face of my power?
He shot out a leg and viciously kicked Geng Yang away. Lan Jue vanished, only the briefest glimpses of him visible as one student after another was viciously thrown from the crowd. They tumbled to the ground, with needles jabbed in various angles within them. They then lay on the floor, their bodies frozen in the instant they were stabbed. Zhou Qianlin and Huali stood in the distance, watching the students revolt. Zhou Qianlin leaned towards Huali and spoke softly.
Look at this punk. Why does he get to have all the fun? Huali responded with a lilting sigh.
But, he also never told us not to get involved.
Onward.
Huali dissolved into a beam of pale blue light and was on the move. Zhou Qianlin, naturally, could not refuse the promise of entertainment and himself raced off in the other direction. The two insidious young men launched themselves into the fray of angry youth and wild discipline. Neither employed their own powers, they didn't have to. As they danced among the rioting students, they would grab one, then throw them towards Lan Jue.
Lan Jue's response to their assault was relaxed. He handled them easily as they came.
With the addition of his two companions, the revolt was quickly settled. In no time at all every student was motionless, sporting a 2-foot-long syringe jabbed somewhere or another. At least your response proves you still have some measure of courage. But you're weak, pathetic, and rash. For that, you shall pay the price. Lan Jue's derisive voice hung in the quiet air. The Prince of Devils raised his right hand, and within a crackling blue light was revealed. Slowly, the orb of electric light grew and changed, until it was an undulating ball of golden power.
They couldn't move, couldn't react, but each one of the students stared in terror as their drill master prepared their next punishment. He wants to kill us, they thought. He's going to kill us. They barely had time to fear for their lives, before the orb shot up into the air and exploded a few feet overhead. The syringes jutting from each student acted like a lightning rod, guiding the golden bolts right to them. Before long, a dim golden aura hung over every frozen figure. Every one of them were frozen in twisted positions. Their mouths were open, but despite their pain, fury and fear, not a sound would come out. It was difficult to imagine what they were going through. Just the initial jab from the needle alone was difficult to bear, however now it felt like they were being ripped apart. And then compressed, and then torn to ribbons. This wasn't pain, to them, this was obliteration. It wasn't simply a physical pain they experienced, but a horrible affliction that scarred their souls. No adept, no matter how strong their discipline, could mitigate how monstrous this pain felt. In fact, it was like their talent had been sealed away. As Zhou Qianlin and Huali looked at their handiwork, they spied no end of twitching students. Some just showed the whites of their eyes, their pupils had rolled back into their skulls. Lan Jue walked among them, stopping occasionally to slap them. As he did, the golden aura blanketing some of the students would react by weakening visibly. Others would grow stronger. Wang Hongyuan and Tan Lingyun, for instance, shone with brilliant golden light. It took several minutes for the release of power to be modulated in this way. Once he'd finished, Lan Jue returned to his original position. He stood before Tangmi gently, he turned her around so she could see the destruction he'd wrought. He spoke to her softly, calmly. The suffering they are experiencing is directly as a result of your actions. They endure this torture because you were too stubborn to follow orders. If this were a battlefield, your fellow soldiers would all be dead, because you had to make your point. You could die 1,000 times and never make up for a mistake of that magnitude. When the moment comes that lives rely on you, remember that you are not one person. You are part of a team. You are all part of a unit. The next time you decide to act, think first about how this will affect your companions. Tangmi had no way to respond to the drill master's instruction, by word or deed. Her eyes were dim, and she could barely hear what he was saying. She only wanted to die, she so badly wanted to die. Lan Jue took a step back and looked at Huali. You may begin.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 242, Spastic Pain. Chapter 242, Spastic Pain.
Huali nodded in acknowledgement, then lifting both his hands, pressed them toward the sky. Under a beam of gentle blue light, waves of power rippled from him. The cyan-colored emulsions intertwined with Lan Jue's sparks of electric power. As the undulating waves spread outward, they covered all of the students and teachers. As the power blanketed them, the students and assistants could feel tendrils of it worming its way into them. It felt like being splashed with scalding water, but somehow eased the spasms caused by Lan Jue's bioelectric strikes. Each of the afflicted began to feel pulses of their discipline trying to break out. The throbbing waves of their discipline coincided with the ripples of Huali's energy as they washed over the students. They were still writhing from the electricity, but strangely, the twitches became rather rhythmic.
Gradually, the tearing pain was reduced to more manageable levels. Lan Jue remained standing before them, motionless, however his eyes stared fixedly at each of his charges in turn.
His psychic sight carefully assessed the condition of all of them. They had only 2 months to incite a qualitative change in each of these aspiring pilots.
It wasn't going to be easy, for anyone. Extraordinary measures would be required.
Everything they experienced today was just the beginning.
Lan Jue paid special attention to the changes Qianlin's body was undergoing.
Although her cultivation speed was impressive, her overall discipline power was still weak. Compared to the others involved in the program, she was the furthest behind. It was for this reason he'd used significantly less electric power on her. Of course, in only a very short time Qianlin had brought him no end of surprise. This girl, who looked so soft and gentle, was tougher than all the guys in this training field, suffering the bolts of electricity without hesitation and recovering quickly. It had apparently served to incite her discipline as intended, but the effect on her physically was minimal. Her muscles, meridians, organs, all of them were exceptionally hardy. She had handled it better than any of the others, and of them all looked the least in pain.
This was greatly surprising to Lan Jue.
He'd carefully regulated the first strike against her, but she drank it like a sponge. Her power absorbed the undulating energy from Huali as well. He adjusted the shock so that it was more in line with the other students. Instantly her relaxed face twisted in a pained scowl. He carefully watched as her body adjusted, and despite her expression he saw that she was sustaining against the increased pressure well. Were she stronger in talent, he thought to himself, she would be able to sustain several times more punishment than any of the others. The golden electric light filled the training area, bathed it in shimmering light. Workers in the distance looked on, stunned. They'd never witnessed any sort of training like this, and naturally since they weren't the ones being stabbed in the chest and repeated blasted by lightning bolts, they relished the entertainment.
Xu Cheng's eyes twinkled as he looked on.
He was filled with an intense sense of satisfaction. The scene confirmed once more to him the fact he always knew: Lan Chang and Lan Jue's upbringing must have been something terrible.
These kids, they were lucky. Ha! The seconds ticked by.
Each one felt like a lifetime, at least to the students who remained jerking like epileptics. It was certainly only by virtue of Huali's healing aura that they were able to continue suffering the torture. The first student to begin foaming at the mouth was a younger student, smaller than the others. Only then was his body spared further shock, and he slipped into a coma. A moment later, a second student follows suit.
Eventually the golden bolts subsided, one by one.
As they did, the student it was attached to collapsed and lost consciousness. This was as good a metric as any to compare these pilots' sustaining ability. The stronger they were, the longer they could hold out.
The opposite was just as true.
The first student to pass out had lasted 30 minutes.
Lan Jue left them where they fell.
There was no more electricity, but Huali's healing waves remained. By the time the clock ticked the final second of an hour, most of the students were dead to the world. Only a few rare holdouts remained. Among them were Tang Xiao and Tang Mi, along with the mecha-piloting star Gang Yang.
Wang Hongyuan and Tan Lingyun were also still standing. But most impressive was Zhou Qianlin. Qianlin remained, teeth gritted and valiantly suffering past the point of many of her stronger classmates. The trauma was still within her means to withstand. Lan Jue considered increasing the power of the electricity coursing through her even higher.
However, he decided against it, fearing that her weak discipline wouldn't be able to protect her against serious injury. He left her as she was. Another 10 minutes passed before Gang Yang had enough.
Tang Mi was next, then Tang Xiao.
They fell one after the others, like dominoes. By the time Tang Xiao passed out, he'd lasted 5 minutes longer than the school's previously favored pilot. They were getting into dangerous territory now. The longer a body was locked in electric spasm, the more fragile it became.
3 persisted: Wang Hongyuan, Tan Lingyun, and Zhou Qianlin.
Lan Jue watched, speechless. Qianlin stared right back at him. Her body was racked in convulsions, but her conscience remained firm as iron. Her willpower was unbreakable, a fact Lan Jue was shocked to discover. She had surprised all of her classmates, even his own chubby disciple. It was incredible.
80 minutes. Qianlin's whole body was red, like she'd been burned.
The tics and twitches were more violent than ever. Still, she grit her teeth and willed her body to hold.
No, it was too much.
This was her first time suffering something like this, and too much could cause irreparable damage. He approached his young charge, until he stood directly before her. Zhou Qianlin stared at him.
Lan Jue lifted a hand, intending to relieve her of the electric current.
Before he could, however, a weak but obstinate voice filled his mind.
"I've got it."
"You?" There was hesitation in his answer. Chu Cheng and Hua Li had by now understood what was happening. Both of them were equivalent in power to Lan Jue, at least comparatively. Both of them could certainly maintain themselves under Lan Jue's electric prison. However, they understood what it took to do so, so they watched Qianlin with deep interest, to see how far she could go.
Endurance wasn't enough. You needed an iron force of will, something she evidently possessed.
All of this, and she was just a young girl.
Lan Jue took a deep breath, and suppressed the urge to ease her suffering.
He bit back on the anxious lump in his throat. He nodded to her, ever so slightly, then went back to his position in the middle of them all. He respected her decision, and to a degree understood why she made it. He had no reason to make it stop. If she wanted to go on, that was her right.
Erratic lights still flashed through the arena.
The atmosphere was thick, and the air began to warp around the holdouts. 1 hour and 25 minutes in, Wang Hongyuan let out a sigh then collapsed. Only Tan Lingyun and Zhou Qianlin remained standing.
Tan Lingyun never took her eyes from Lan Jue.
Like Qianlin, her eyes were bright and stubborn.
What's more, by now she had a faint understanding of Lan Jue's purpose.
She was the strongest of those who'd been caught in this electric trap. An 8th-rank discipline was nothing to scoff at, and subsequently her voltage was highest. At this point, it was about 5 times more powerful than what the students had encountered. Under the intense stimulation, Tan Lingyun could feel her core furiously at work. With each pulse of power, and each shock of energy, she felt not only her perception of the outside world growing but also her energy itself. The experience was hellish, but she faced it with excitement. The students couldn't feel the slight changes in their discipline, even if they were awake. It was different for the savage goddess. And it wasn't just her energy or power, her body, too, was becoming stronger. Any doubts Tan Lingyun had at the outside had been quieted, now. She could feel through the waves of elemental power that the golden-masked newcomer was at least a 9th-level talent. It was confirmed by the AC that it would require at least that much power to sustain this release of energy for so long. If Lan Jue was the Prince of Devils, then this man must be his counterpart, a guardian angel.
"I must endure."
Over and over, Tan Lingyun snarled the words to herself.
Suddenly, Lan Jue was standing before her.
"We'll finish here." The golden bolts of electricity vanished.
Tan Lingyun and Zhou Qianlin were freed from their torment.
Qianlin swayed on her feet for a moment and then, with a defeated sigh, slumped to the ground. However, she did not lose consciousness. She lay crumpled in a heap, breathing heavily.
Residual tremors periodically swept through her. Tan Lingyun was in much better condition.
She had dropped to one knee, and was panting heavily like her younger student. Her flight suit was soaked through with sweat, and her whole body shook.
"WHYD. Did you stop?"
she said between shuddering gasps. "I only have the one female assistant," he replied dispassionately. "If you were to pass out, who'd look after our female students?" He regarded her for a moment longer. Then, with nothing more to say, he motioned the distant workers to approach. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 243, Boiled and Eaten? Chapter 243, Boiled and Eaten?
A contingent of workers Lan Jue had had Director Wu prepare beforehand came rushing onto the field.
3 levitating medical vehicles came with them.
The paralyzed students were loaded onto the cars and removed from the area. The flashing green aura around Tan Lingyun shimmered and dissipated. She had recovered from Lan Jue's assault, requiring a few minutes' rest before she was able to rise to her feet.
Zhou Qianlin was still gasping for breath a short distance away. She was in and out of consciousness, lying on the floor. What else are you planning? Tan Lingyun stared at Lan Jue with glassy eyes. Come with me, he replied. With that, Lan Jue, Huali, Chu Chang and Tan Lingyun followed one of the workers as he led them from the training grounds. Tan Lingyun, her teeth clenched, walked behind them best she can. Her gait would sometimes suffer from a stagger, and her knees threatened to give, but she continued on. Pride alone pushed her to keep up. They followed the worker into the training base. Under Lan Jue's instruction, the flatbed cars bearing the unconscious students were separated according to gender. The boys were placed in one big room, and the girls in another. The center of each of these rooms was dominated by a boiling pond. What's going on? Tan Lingyun asked again, peering at Lan Jue in curiosity. Lan Jue's response was quiet. Boil them. Get everyone in the water and watch them. No one is permitted to leave until an hour has passed. You are to join them. Understand? Boil, the savage goddess looked at him with wide eyes. She was slowly becoming convinced the man in front of her truly was a devil in disguise. But, why? She asked dumbly. I'm going to eat them, Lan Jue replied. Ah. Chu Chang and Huali couldn't help but snicker at Tan Lingyun's reaction. The students were efficiently set up in their respective rooms. Lan Jue had several of the female staff accompany Tan Lingyun to the female section. Remember, no one gets out till time's up, yourself included. Disobey at your own risk. She could hear Lan Jue call after her as she left. The two rooms were entirely segregated for privacy. Huali left with Tan Lingyun, while Lan Jue began dropping pouches of some unknown material into the pool. As the contents of the bags boiled in the intense heat, the pool's waters changed to many different colors. Eventually the colors combined, and the water adopted a dark brown tinge, almost like a coffee. Lan Jue infused the water with a jolt of electricity to keep the contents churning. Lan Jue stepped back, and with an indication of his hand the workers began to strip the male students of their flight suits. One by one they were placed in the pool with only their heads above water. Chu Chang watched from Lan Jue's side. You know, I really should be on the female side. I'm positive I could do a better job than Huali. You? Lan Jue said, his irritated tone clearly delineating his opinion on the matter. If you went it'd be for the sole purpose of getting us all arrested. So long as you're in my sight I can relax. But if any of the young men catch your fancy, far be it from me to interfere. Chu Chang's middle finger relayed the fiery young man's response. The boiling pool was now a boiling potion of herbs and medicines. Once everyone was in, it was clear Lan Jue had not been exaggerating. They were all to be boiled alive. On the other side of the partition, Huali was filling the relatively smaller female pool with medicine. Once he was finished, he left and returned to Lan Jue. Soon the girls were also submerged in the mixture. Tan Lingyun was the only one conscious, and hesitation was clear in her posture as she looked upon the furiously boiling waters. Could a person even handle it, she thought? She watched as the young women's fair complexion quickly became beet red from the heat. Still they remained asleep. With a determined snarl, Tan Lingyun removed her clothes and jumped in. She didn't ease her way in, to her, a short spell of suffering beat long and drawn out any day. It was only hot water, she told herself. It couldn't do anything to her she hadn't already suffered. It was only a few moments later that she started screaming. She was just about to leap out when a strange began to gush forth and diffuse some of the scalding heat. EY. This power. It wasn't long before she found the heart of the issue. This energy wasn't her own. In fact, it was a property in the water, brought about by the drillmaster's electric stimulation. The energy somehow regulated the heat, and though anguish was a suitable description for how she felt, it was still just within the realm of bearable. Her mind went to the pouches of medicine floating along the water's surface. She sunk into the water, jaw clenched. They were in fact being boiled alive. Surely, any outsider who could see this would be horrified. Even the workers looked on with pale faces and doubt in their eyes. They had been commanded to prepare the water earlier, so they knew precisely how hot it was. They were convinced putting the students in there was a danger to their health. Like fleshy hard-boiled eggs. However, their misgivings were squelched. The school had made it very clear the drillmaster was to get whatever he wanted. Every order, no matter how strange or unpalatable, was to be carried out to the letter. The school treated them well here, and none of the workers were keen on looking for other work. They comforted themselves with the assurance that the NEU wouldn't do anything to really hurt their students. 10 minutes later. A scream rang out. A hawk. The noise was shrill, forlorn, as though someone were being murdered. Like a dinged swine. A large and fleshy figure leaped out from the water,
throwing boiling droplets in every which direction. His whole body was bright pink like a boiled shrimp's. Before the bulky silhouette could entirely escape from the hellish waters, a bolt of electricity struck them right back down. Splash! The stout body belly flopped back into the scalding water. Their pitiful cries abruptly fell silent. A few seconds later, like a cresting whale, the fat body returned to the surface screaming bloody murder. Another blast, and again he was submerged. Ah! I'm boiling to death. The screams were given words, this time, but they were no less tragic. The fat student made no further attempts to extricate themselves from the pool, but writhed pitifully beneath the roiling waters. Tang Xiao's fat head bobbed on the surface, contorted in pain. Tang Xiao wasn't the strongest of those who were electrocuted and injected today. Wang Hongyuan, the 7th-ranked adept that he was, took that title. What he did possess, however, was better endurance than the rest of them, and a faster recovery speed. Part of this was due to his metamorphosis discipline, certainly. But more than that, his resistance was a result of the terrible beatings he was receiving daily from Mika. He'd been knocked out a few dozen times at least by this point, so he was the first to pop out of it today. Of course Tang Xiao desperately wished that wasn't the case. If he were unconscious, he at least couldn't feel this excruciating pain. The scalding waters caused him to scream over and over. His small, pitiful-looking eyes glistened with tears. He glared through the burning drops at the stoic, golden-masked Lan Jue. Steam filled the room, making it difficult to see anything clearly. Lan Jue's lithe figure seemed to undulate in the mist, disappearing and reappearing through the cloud of pain like a true demon. "Teacher, save me please. Why are you doing this?" Tang Xiao howled, gasping desperately for breath through the screams and choking steam. Chu Cheng's gloating voice was the one that responded. "He's the one that put your fat ass in there. You think he's going to save you? It's best to suck it up and learn to live in there, pig boy. It'd be better for you." "Ah! It's too much, I'm dying." The poor child whined and writhed incessantly, but Lan Jue made no move to save him. He had no desire to make it stop just yet. "It's too much," Tang Xiao whined at his master. "Professor, I can't handle it." Finally, Lan Jue responded, though his voice was chilly and dismissive. "If you can't handle this slight discomfort, how are you going to survive through the rest of the training? Keep shouting, but it'll only waste energy. Were I you, I'd be focusing on the changes in my body instead of complaining. Pain is the best way to temper oneself. Enjoy it." Tang Xiao said nothing further. After all, he understood his master on some level. He knew the type of person that he was. If there was one thing he knew absolutely, it was that nothing he could say would make this situation better. Behave and endure. That's all he could do. With his determination made, Tang Xiao quit his woeful cries, grit his teeth, and focused on the pain. What he discovered was that, somehow, the needle his teacher had inserted within him was somehow sealing away his discipline. No matter how he tried to pull it forth, to protect him from the terrible waters, no power would answer. He truly had no choice but to bear it on his own. Lan Jue's voice rang in his ears, over and over. "This is your last chance. You can't back out. Last chance." Tang Xiao understood, now, why he'd said it so many times. The needles and lightning were just the beginning, and now the hot pool. This was the training. They were there for one purpose, to experience the torment of all 18 levels of hell. But despite the terrible situation he found himself in, Tang Xiao would do it again. If given the opportunity to change his mind, he wouldn't. That didn't mean, though, that he wouldn't hesitate. One phrase from his master rolled in his mind over and over again. "If you decide to come, don't even dream of leaving. Once this 2-month training starts, there's no going back." The thoughts helped solidify Tang Xiao's resolve. He knew there was nothing he could do. He wasn't alone, there were others at his side suffering the same fate. He had to change his attitude. He narrowed his eyes, and learned to love the pain. Another piercing scream filled the thick air. This time, it was from Wang Hongyuan. The dance teacher, like Tang Xiao before him, instinctively pounced from the water to try and distance himself from the agony. Like Tang Xiao, a blast of lightning sent him tumbling back in. The silver mask hit his face, though his figure gave him away. Lan dash. Crack. This second blast was terrifically more powerful than the last, and before Wang Hongyuan could inadvertently scream the price of Devil's Name, he was frozen solid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Boiled Alive. Chapter 244, Boiled Alive. Shut up, and take it like a man. Lan Jue's cold voice was sharply contrasted by the scalding hot water. Wang Hongyuan had had enough time, now, to react to the water. His discipline wasn't much stronger than Tang Zhao's, though his cultivation was further along. However, the heat was proving particularly difficult to bear in contrast to Tang Xiao, largely because he didn't have several centimeters of fat protecting him.
Drill master, what is this? Why am I in here?
This water is boiling. Wang Hongyuan realized his folly, and kept Lan Jue's name out of the conversation. But that didn't stop his screams from being any less shrill. He screamed and writhed, but dared not attempt to leave the water.
Nothing. Behave, endure. Lan Jue's voice was calm and easy. The intense heat worked as a stimulus for a person's mental fortitude. Fortunately, Wang Hongyuan was a smart cookie. It took him no time at all to understand this was part of the training. So he shut his mouth, scowled through the pain and suffered in silence. Tang Xiao and Wang Hongyuan were able to get this far largely due to their understanding of their teacher. The other students, however, didn't have that benefit. One after the other they awoke to the heat and pain, and didn't know why.
As one screaming voice arose, another would join it. Then they would fall silent and another would take its place. The pained screams of men and women filled the pools.
It was like a song of suffering. Blasts of thunder would punctuate the cries.
Whether screams or curses, Lan Jue didn't hesitate to drop bolts of lightning upon his students.
Under his brutal ministrations, not a soul could escape the boiling pools.
This formerly relaxing room was now a living hell, filled the ear-piercing screams of its victims. The female side was less soul-crushingly harsh, though screams were still heard. Likely because there were fewer of them. In general, there were fewer women who were interested in becoming career mecha combat pilots. Other than Zhou Qianlin and Tang Mi, there were only 2 other female students in the class of 50. Adding Tan Lingyun, their group had only 5 girls. Tan Lingyun had had the longest opportunity to adapt, and her higher level of cultivation helped tremendously. She couldn't employ her discipline, but she could sense, little by little, the medicines in the water permeating through her. It was raising her own body temper to match the pool. As time went on, not only did she feel capable of bearing more punishment, contrarily she felt a sense of comfort spreading from within her. The stiffness from the drill master's lightning attacks was beginning to wear off, along with the numbness. The catalytic properties were beginning to wane as well, but she could feel the results even in the suppleness of her movements. Indeed, her discipline seemed sealed, but there was more energy flowing through her veins with her blood. It brought the power to all of her muscles and meridians. She felt like something had taken root, and was growing. Although Tan Lingyun couldn't yet understand what benefit this treatment would have on her, she had to admit that she hadn't felt her discipline like this in a very long time.
Not since it first awoke.
The manifestation of an adept's discipline was energy, but it was an energy that intermingled seamlessly with the body. Thus, as the adept grew, so too did their power, but it simply felt like the normal growth process. Like one's own skeleton and organs, they grew as time progressed, but their changes went unnoticed. And what was this medicine in the water? Admittedly, Tan Lingyun had been too busy focusing on the pain to consider these sorts of things. Now she was able to start considering her surroundings, and as she did, surprise filled her pretty eyes. She was certainly no expert in medicine, but she'd used medicines to promote body and discipline growth once before, when testing her talent. She remembered the smell of it, and it smelled very similar to what she was immersed in.
Golden mugwort, that's what was in the water. And what else?
It was used to clear the collaterals and bring nutritive energies to the 5 organs.
She couldn't recall the name. 1. How much medicine did they need to fill up this whole pool?
The anger and indignation in her heart subsided, replaced by surprise.
Is this some sort of unorthodox teaching method? At present, Tan Lingyun was the only one to puzzle it out.
Her body was strong enough to withstand the heat, leaving her mind free to consider other things. The other students, Wang Hongyuan among them, were too lost in their abyss of suffering.
Just think, the smell of boiling students, so nice. Save me. I don't want to train. Let me go. Let me out. Drill master, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me please, I was wrong. I don't want to be boiled alive. Mother. Cries of all sorts, curses of all styles, rang through West Hill.
The training grounds had become purgatory for these poor souls.
Cries rang out, rising and falling in a terrible crescendo, as dozens of bodies writhed and screamed themselves hoarse. Not all present were screaming, however.
The first to awaken, Tang Xiao, was huddled in a corner, taking long deep breaths. He was trying his best to avoid the other students.
Wang Hongyuan was not far away, similarly cowering in the waters. The both of them knew screaming would serve no purpose.
Lan Jue would not allow them to escape. Though their understanding didn't go as far as Tan Lingyun's, as they fought for calm, the scent of medicine filled their nostrils. It shouldn't be harmful, in fact, it mustn't be harmful. Once they came to this realization, they simply shut their mouths and took it. Were any normal person put into this water, they'd have been cooked through in short order, but adepts were a different breed. From the day their discipline awakens, an adept's energy flows through them, nourishing and strengthening their bodies. It was also the reason why adepts made the best mecha pilots. They could handle more than an average man. The students were horrified and surprised to discover that the steel needles their drill master had used somehow sealed their discipline away. Still, their energy persisted, and in fact had no problem protecting them from the more harmful effects of the water. None of them knew, also, that Huali had infused them with the water element to protect them. With all that in mind, despite how cruel and terrible the situation looked, there was no real risk. The peals of thunder and blasts of lightning grew steadily fewer and farther between. Only a few holdouts still had strength enough to struggle against the pain. The seconds ticked by. After what felt like an age, Huali stepped close to Lan Jue and spoke into his ear. "That's enough, I think." Lan Jue gave him a slight nod. He knew very well that going too far was just as bad as not doing enough. But today was the first day, so he had to make a show of being harsh. He had to teach them a lesson, so that they understood they will need to follow orders during the training. On top of that, there was a saying in former era China, first time taking the medicine, double the dose. As for mental and nervous breakdowns, there was no chance of that happening. Part of the injection he'd given them was to prevent that from happening. If any of them were on the verge of having a mental break, the medicine would put them into a medically induced coma. This was designed to prove to them, unequivocally, that they were capable of suffering far more than they realized. Until now, not a single student had fallen unconscious. They sat in the water, still struggling against the pain with vitality. 5 minutes passed, and those in the water began to feel a drowsiness hang over them. Their struggles lessened, and that was the clue Lan Jue needed. The workers began feeding rails into the water. "You've got 3 minutes to climb these rails and get out. If after 3 minutes you're unable to climb out, you'll stay in another half an hour." He delivered the instructions, then left. The students looked at each other in surprise and uncertainty. Silence prevailed, until a fat body churned the already tumultuous body in his rush to clamber up the railing. It was a very clear display of the phrase "fighting for your life." He was out of the terrible water much faster than his girth would have to believe. Escaping the torture, he collapsed belly first on the floor like a puddle of flesh. He took large, heaving breaths as he lay inert, unable to move a finger. The second to exit the pool did so with impressive grace. Like a swallow, he was up the pool and out onto the ground with pretty and dramatic movements. Obviously, it was the masked Wang Hongyuan. With their example, the other students rushed towards the poles like a swarm of hornets. Their speed was impressive. "It's pretty hot," Lan Jue commented in a leisurely tone, wiping sweat from his brow. He seemed decidedly less murderous than usual. "Why do I get the sense hurting these poor kids is satisfying some dark craving in you?" Zhu Qianlin watched the exchange from behind Lan Jue, hands behind his head and fingers laced together. "Because you have mental problems." Huali's voice interrupted his friend's thoughts, as he approached from behind with his hands stuck in his pockets. "You're the one with mental problems." "Damn near psychotic," Zhu Chang muttered in irritation. Huali looked over the students. Suitably intense, but this required quite a lot of medicine. "Next I guess we'll see how they react." Lan Jue chuckled behind the mask. "That's enough for this morning. We'll pick it up after lunch." From the moment they arrived to now, with the students steaming pitifully on the floor, only 2 hours or so had passed. To the kids, however, it felt like a lifetime of wading through hell. "Meet me in the training field in half an hour. If anyone's late, you'll try for round 2 of this treatment." Lan Jue's icy cold voice was like a blast of thunder to their eardrums. They lay panting on the floor, beet red like well-cooked meat. "Half an hour." Tang Xiao was the first to react, urging his body to turn just enough for him to confirm the time with the clock hanging on the wall. It was an act quickly mirrored by all the rest of the students. With the lessons derived from Tang Mi's tardy arrival, who would dare challenge the drill master? The situation wasn't much better on the female side of the pool. In order to save face in front of the others, and retain the dignity of an instructor, Tan Lingyun had found the willpower to sit up once out of the pool. Zhou Qianlin had tried several times to follow, but her body wouldn't let her move. Tang Mi, one long leg splayed over Qianlin's lower back, panted pitifully against the floor. It was quite the display, but even if the men next door were given an opportunity to take a peek, they were all too weak and beaten to appreciate the views. 1. Chinese herbal medicine, as part of the TCM system, performs functions based on their various properties in accordance to the 5 phases, that is, their elemental properties. Those are fire-metal-wood-earth-water. Aigyo, or Chinese mugwort, is used most often for moxibustion and aromatherapy, where it has properties of cooling and clearing. In addition, Chinese medical theory posits that our organs are separated into yin and yang organs. The yin organs are considered the more important because they provide essential energies for growth, reproduction, health. These are the lungs, liver, kidney, spleen, and heart. Technically, the pericardium is also a yin organ, but ancient texts bundled it in with the heart, to call them collective the 5 Zhang organs. In TCM, you'll often want to support and/or brings nutritive energies to the yin organs to help give them the power they need to fight illness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 245, Afternoon Delight. Chapter 245, Afternoon Delight.
It took about 20 minutes in total for the students to pull themselves out of the water, throw on some clothes, and gather in the training yard.
It was a slightly easier time for the women.
There were only 5 of them, so it was easier to distinguish their clothes from the pile and get organized. While their hair was messy, they were at least fully clothed, if somewhat uncomfortable. The young men bustled among themselves. For a dozen or so of them, their clothes had been cast in a pile. In the midst of their pain, and the fear of being late, they chaotically rummaged through the fabric in a desperate search for their own gear. In fact, those who got themselves together in a reasonable time frame were the exceptions. Tang Xiao, for instance, had simply wrapped himself in 2 pieces of clothing, one on top and one on bottom. Flight suits were form-fitting, and sadly Tang Xiao had been unable to find his own. They were composed of an elastic fabric, but he was simply too large to grab any suit. So he had to improvise, using the 2 separate ones he'd grabbed for a shirt and pants. The middle was left bare, and his expansive stomach wobbled in protest as he bounded around. But as comical and pitiful as he appeared, the other students weren't any better off. Those with average builds were lucky, and they just grabbed whatever was lying around to cover themselves appropriately. Some of the slower students, they were dismayed to discover, ended up with no clothes at all. They had to settle with picking up whoever's underwear they could muster and running out to the field. They were a pathetic sight as they stumbled out onto the field. A number of students were still groaning.
Residual tics and jerks still plagued a few.
Huali, Lan Jue, and Xu Chang were waiting in their golden masks. They stood in the center of the field, silent as the students desperately gathered. Seeing them in such dire circumstances, it took everything Lan Jue had to keep his severe countenance in place and not burst into laughter.
Tan Lingyun led the girls into position, all the way glaring daggers at Lan Jue. She snapped to attention. Drill Master. Assistant Instructor Tan Lingyun, reporting all our female students in attendance.
Line up, was all Lan Jue would say. The male students came in bits and pieces, led presumably by Wang Hongyuan. His figure was one of the lucky few where he was able to simply grab a flight suit that served its purpose. When he reported in, his tone was gruff and embarrassed. He stood to one side, his head hung and staring at the ground. The silver mask, however, retained its stoic expression.
It was an impressive feat, all things considered.
They were all here, not one tardy student.
Lan Jue's soft voice greeted them.
Smells good, doesn't it, the smell of boiling people? Silence greeted his words. Even the groaning stopped. Who would dare single themselves out before this mad man? Who knew what other terrible things this monster had in store? Now they were truly beginning to understand why the drill master had chosen to call himself the Prince of Devils. It was a nickname that probably didn't go far enough. Ever since becoming adepts, none of the students could imagine they would have to suffer such torment. And that's precisely what it was, torment.
How was this training? Do you see yourselves? Like a routed army.
As you are now, if you were really in a fight you'd drop everything and run like cowards.
Lan Jue addressed them, his voice both derogatory and disappointed.
Director Wu assured me you were the best the NEU had. The university's strongest and most skilled mecha pilots.
Not according to what I'm seeing. I'm already doubtful there's a decent pilot in the lot of you. Today's class is going to teach you 2 things. First, I require absolute obedience in all things.
Anyone who dares violate this rule, I have methods that'll push the limits of what humans can endure.
Second, you all are a team.
As a team you will suffer as your teammates suffer.
You will face the same trials and difficulties. These people around you, they're your compatriots. Brothers and sisters in arms.
Remember this when you make a decision, for it affects every person here. I don't care who make a mistake, everyone, including our 2 assistants, will suffer the consequences.
This morning's class will end here. You have an hour to get yourselves tidied up, shower, eat and rest. Meet back here when your hour's up. You can be late, honestly." The last few words were delivered with sincerity, the Prince of Devil's intonation free and easy. But the gathered students weren't fooled. They felt the chill running up their spine, heard the ominous wind at their backs. No one said a word. "I'll finish with a reminder," Lan Jue went on. "Those needles are to be left where they are. Anyone who removed theirs will be stabbed twice. Dismissed." He left, without saying anything further. Once the 3 demon drill masters were out of sight, the students were finally able to relax. Some laughed, a few immediately fell to the ground. Those of weaker mental constitution openly wept. Very vocal complaints filled the air from all directions. Lan Jue couldn't care less how the students were reacting. Tan Lingyun and Wang Hanyuan would at least keep them from deserting. If they chose not to eat, and instead complain for an hour, Lan Jue didn't mind. The afternoon class would be the same, largely because he hadn't planned further than that. Tang Xiao didn't complain, didn't bellyache. He felt like his actions were correct, and didn't waste time bemoaning his fate. He saved his energy for what was to come. He fought against his tired and beaten body to find the one who had grabbed his clothes. Giving no consideration to the women in the audience, he quickly disrobed and switched clothing. Thankfully he had underwear to preserve some semblance of dignity. Once changed, he teetered away. "Girls, with me." Tan Lingyun's commanding voice rang out over the field. Her own needle glinted in the light, still sticking out of her chest. It prevented her from using her discipline, but the savage goddess' physical fitness was already far and away better than most. She supported a couple of the girls as they limped off the field. Tang Mi was silent, her face gloomy. The exhaustion, the discomfort she felt didn't bother her. What did, was the fact that she had been propped up as an example of what not to be. Though none of the other students said anything, the look in their eyes was clear enough as they stared at her. She pondered just how poorly this would have ended up, had she been a boy. Whether or not it was the loathsome drill master's intention, the implication had been the morning's torture lay squarely on her shoulders. Tang Mi was not a spoiled girl, but she had always been talented even when she was young. She was no ordinary girl, as was evident by the fact she was the most skillful female student the NEU had. Never before had she encountered such treatment in her short, blessed life. The pain she felt, both physically and emotionally, fundamentally altered her view of the world. "Little me, don't think too much about it. Let's go eat." Qianlin wrapped an arm around Tang Mi's, and spoke gently to her friend. Tang Mi nibbled absent-mindedly on her lower lip. She looked at Qianlin with red-rimmed eyes. Qianlin responded by wrapping her in a hug. "Don't think about it. We're all in the same boat. What happened was a result of you being late. This was the drill master's plan all along. After all, why else would he prepare so many needles?" When she spoke, her voice was purposefully louder, so that the students around them couldn't help but hear. Tang Mi nodded her head, ever so slightly. "Let's go," Tan Lingyun called to them. "We've only got an hour." Her jaw set, Tang Mi followed Qianlin towards Tan Lingyun and the exit. The other 2 girls were close behind. The students rinsed themselves off and, with no time to change clothes, followed the workers' instructions to the cantina. Upon smelling that full-bodied aroma, and seeing those steaming plates of food, the students were finally beginning to feel like they'd escaped the depths of hell. They had an expansive spread to choose from, with at least 10 different meals to choose from. 9 of them were meat dishes, and the 10th being a vegetable soup. The students stumbled around, preparing to eat. The residual effects of their morning training remained, and there wasn't a soul present who wasn't limping from the trauma. The cafeteria was a bustle of activity. Tang Xiao took to the food with a vengeance. It wasn't so much eating as it was viciously throwing food at his stomach. At one point he'd managed to cram an entire drumstick in his mouth, extricating only the bone. He chewed just enough so as not to choke and swallowed it down. They ate like ravenous animals, and to a man each student felt like their stomachs were bottomless pits. No matter what or how much they are, it was never enough. The women were no exception. No one was concerned with appearances at this point. An hour was all they had, and it was hardly enough. Every one of them ate while staring fixedly at the clock. At this moment being late was their primary fear. After all, that hellish drill master had told them it was all for one. A single student could ruin it for everybody. No one was interested in suffering the murderous stares of their peers. Tang Mi might have been uncertain how they would react, but they understood quite clearly. An hour later, every student was standing at attention in the training field. A few of them burped, still working through their lunch. The 3 drill masters were punctual, already waiting when the students arrived.
In their golden masks, they really were like demons. It couldn't be said that the students' clothes were tidy at this point, but they were at least in far better straits than earlier. The girls had showered and put their clothes right, but their hair remained a mess. They'd had no time to comb their hair.
Lan Jue regarded them calmly. Eventually, he spoke. I trust you enjoyed your lunch.
Our training is nothing if not humane, so you'll find this afternoon's class to be gentler.
You just ate, after all. So we'll keep the physical exhaustion to a minimum. Humane? Do you even know what that word means? The flabbergasted sentiment rang in the heads of every student. Of course, no one had the gall to say it out loud.
They still had the desire to survive this training. Lan Jue waved at a group of workers standing nearby. They approached the students, bearing trays.
4 for each of you. Rest them in the palms of your hands. Lan Jue commanded.
As the trays arrived before the students, they noticed they were filled with razor blades. No, they were scalpel heads, like those used for operations. They were about an inch long, and half an inch wide, and exceptionally sharp. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 246, Dancing Blades. Chapter 246, Dancing Blades.
The trays were heavy with surgical razors.
But no, that wasn't right.
Scalpel blades were only sharp on one end. These looked painfully sharp on both sides. Each student very carefully plucked 4 from the trays as the workers wandered by, then placed them in their palms.
They didn't know what the drill master had planned, but their hearts were full of foreboding.
Before long, every palm bore a set of razor blades.
A worker with surplus blades approached Lan Jue. The masked jewelry master snapped up 2 blades, pinching them between his thumbs and forefingers.
He approached the students, hands high.
2 more each for emperor pilots, and 6 more for sovereigns.
Tang Mi, Tang Xiao, and Gang Yang were given 2 more blades each, while Tan Lingyun and Wang Hongyuan were given 6 more.
Lan Jue kept just the 2.
Watch carefully, he instructed, as his hands began to move. Under the students' scrutiny, the razor blade began to dance along the back of Lan Jue's finger, flipping over in between them back and forth. The sharp inch of steel tumbled back and forth over his finger joints like it had a life of its own.
The sun was high over the outdoor field.
With the sun high overhead, shining directly upon Lan Jue and his razor blades, it gave the onlookers a strange sense of beauty. They felt like they were watching a man playing with a friendly spirit, as the blade flashed occasionally catching the sun's rays. However, no one was excited to watch. By now they expected nothing but terrible things from their demon drill master.
Lan Jue meandered among the lines of students, still coaxing the razor blade along his fingers.
His trek was slow and deliberate, giving everyone ample time to see what he was doing. His finger speed was fast, but very rhythmic. Despite the sharpness of the blade, no damage was done to Lan Jue's hands. The rise and fall of his fingers, and the flash of steel as it tumbled along them, was almost hypnotic.
For the next hour, you will learn to control this blade as it runs over in between your fingers.
The other drill masters and I will be responsible for supervising you. Should anyone stop or deviate from the method shown, you'll all be treated to a wonderful surprise.
Begin. Lan Jue returned to the front of the class.
The razor blades were gone, and now an orb of roiling lightning crackled in his palm.
The sizzling sound it produced filled the air.
Its cobalt blue, electric light cast stark shadows on the faces of the nearest students. With the wonderful surprise of this morning still fresh in their minds, the students didn't dare hesitate. They took a final, dismal look at the razors, then started.
Lan Jue never told them any tricks, never related any techniques. He just showed them the example.
These young pilots had all done similar finger exercises before, however their training methods had involved either crystal balls or small iron rods, never razor blades.
Who used razor blades?
They proceeded carefully, with ginger and jittery movements. Huali and Chu Chang made a tour of the student lines, heading off in different directions. Chu Chang wandered among them with his hand raised, a roiling ball of fire swirling within. The orb was alive with licking flames of red and orange, but the core of it was black as night. Looking at it too long, it felt like your soul was being drawn inside. Most unsettling of all, however, was the heat, or rather, the lack thereof. Instead of heat, the orb released a palpable, ominous chill. None of the students knew what it was, or what it did, but the feeling it released was enough to frighten them. No one was willing to discover the properties of this devil's fiery orb. The morning's lesson was clear: the Prince of Devils demanded obedience, and none dare challenge that.
Not after Tang Mi.
It took very little time for the first student to cut their hand. He picked it up where it fell, and continued. Of course, anyone who let their cadence slip, or who slowed even a little, was met with a streak of lightning, a lick of flame, or a blast of water. It was a mistake to assume the water was the least terrible of the options. The moment that water touched them, it felt like their skin was simultaneously numb and itchy. It made controlling the blades harder, and thus made them more likely to suffer other punishments.
Fresh drops of blood began to trickle onto the dirt of the training ground.
Fresh cuts and slices appeared with every passing second, whether boy or girls, making their hands slick with blood. Still, the grounds were silent as a grave. No one dared cry out, and no one dared stop. Tight-lipped, they trained. Lan Jue made his way to Tan Lingyun, and stopped.
He waved Wang Honyuan over to join them.
The two of them were also sporting cuts, mostly due to the extra number of razor blades they bore. With 5 in each hand, it made the motions chaotic and uncoordinated.
Watch carefully, he told them.
He grabbed the 10 razors from Tan Lingyun. Under his ministrations, the blades rolled harmlessly along his fingertips. Tan Lingyun watched, the surprise on her face hidden by the mask, as the sharp bits of metal undulated in his hands. They flashed as they moved unceasingly along his fingers, over and under, over and under. This time, as he demonstrated what he wanted, he lectured them on the proper techniques. They were responsible for 10 razors, so their basic knowledge of the exercise wasn't going to be sufficient.
Tan Lingyun listened intently.
It didn't appear as though the several cuts she'd suffered troubled her in the least.
How much blood could the fingers have, anyway?
This pain meant nothing. Nothing was more important than achieving God rank status. The afternoon's lesson, despite the bloodshed, was significantly less terrifying than the morning.
Relaxed wasn't the word, but something akin to it.
But oh, how the fingers suffered. Several of the students were struggling to control the blades, since their hands were coated in blood. They couldn't help but stop to wipe the blood on their flight suits, and continue. An hour later, Lan Jue called for them to stop. By the time the razors were collected, blood sloshed along the inside of the workers' trays. Another set of workers rushed ahead with prepared bandages to wrap up the students' hands. Each of them had performed admirably, working hard and not trying to shirk the training. Their disciplines were sealed, and they'd only get them back once the training was complete. They were unpleasantly surprised to discover that the bandages were coated in some sort of medicine that made their wounds burn, but they suffered in silence until the discomfort was pushed to the background.
Several of the students took deep breaths of relief. It wasn't as bad as the morning routine, they told themselves. That satisfaction was short-lived. Good, it looks like you've had enough time to digest. It's time to begin the afternoon class.
Horse stance, begin. Horse stance began easy enough, but where it became a problem was as time stretched on. Things changed the longer you held the stance, and they couldn't even use their discipline to help dispel the pain. Their legs went from sore, to pained, to numb.
5 minutes later, sweat was pouring from their foreheads.
Soon the pain in their fingers was utterly forgotten.
10 minutes later, and a few of the students were threatening to collapse.
They desperately wanted a break, to rest and give their tortured legs some respite. But before them stood Lan Jue, idly twirling a steel needle they were all so familiar with. There was no mistaking what would happen if they couldn't hold the stance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 247, Extreme Excitation. Chapter 247, Extreme Excitation.
After 15 minutes, their bodies hardly knew how to handle the sensation.
Once a person's limitations were reached, they had no more control over how it reacted.
People started to collapse. The moment someone fell, a second steel needle was quickly jabbed into their thorax. They would subsequently be thrown to the side, and blasted with an arc of electricity that caused them to seize up. It was a stark visual that helped keep the others in place. None dared break rank, as they didn't want to be the next pincushion. There was a sense of hard determination hanging over the training field.
Eventually it was Tan Lingyun who was the last to fall.
As before, she was not exempt from the punishment. Another steel rod jutted from her, as she twitched and jerked.
Errant arcs of golden electricity danced every which direction. The students didn't even have enough energy to scream or protest their treatment. One after another the students came to. Up to their neck in boiling water.
It was almost an exact copy of their morning routine, but for the fact that lunch was replaced with dinner. It was assumed, for the most part, that after dinner they would be given some respite. It was a false assumption, though, as after eating they simply went right back to the field and practiced with the razors again.
Followed by horse stance.
Which inevitably concluded with steel needles, lightning strikes, and boiling water.
This time they didn't snap out of it.
One by one they were plucked from the water like corpses and deposited in their beds.
By the time their unconscious forms were finally given quarter, it was late into the night. Lan Jue, too, rested upon his bed in exhaustion. Hua Li stood at his back. Soothing waves of power infused Lan Jue through Hua Li's hands, which were lightly pressed against his shoulders. The water element coursed through him like a cleansing rain. Lan Jue had used about 80% of his energy reserves today, and that was after relying on the phylactery stone to help him recover. More than his power, though, he felt as though the vitality had been drained out of him. From the outside it might have appeared easy, stab a kid, shock a kid and so forth, but in fact he had had to pay very close attention to every one of the students through the entire process. He was responsible for their well-being, and had to ensure the motivation they were using to improve their disciplines didn't cause any permanent damage. He had to be ready, at a moment's notice, to spring into action and protect them. By the end of the day, he was physically and mentally exhausted. Xu Cheng sat at his side, idly sipping a glass of brandy. "I'm pretty sure every one of these kids are having very pleasant dreams of murdering you," he said. "Today was just as bad as what we experienced all those years ago. Heh, I'd love to see their faces if they knew just the medicines cost as much as an A-ranked power gem. I was impressed with them today, really. Good quality students. With sufficient time I think every one of them could be sovereigns. A few of them even have a chance at God-ranked." Hua Li chimed in. "Ju took a beating today as well. It ain't so easy being the bad guy. It'd certainly be a surprise how much these methods take out of everybody. But unfortunately they'll never know, it'd affect their improvement." Xu Cheng nodded. "And for the next 3 days, the most important thing is that they stick to it. We'll see what happens then." Hua Li smirked at his friend. "Without me here, you'd probably already have a few who couldn't hash it. Don't worry about them, with me here there won't be a problem." Lan Jue opened his eyes, but didn't look at either of his companions. "Yeah, with Ailey here it's a big help. The stimulation we're giving here may not be as beneficial as the Fantasia Genetica decoction, but between Ailey and I the difference isn't that large." With a shrug, Xu Cheng took another sip of brandy. "Suddenly I'm feeling like helping you isn't in our best interest. I'm from the north, and Hua Li's a westerner." "Don't give me that," Lan Jue muttered, shooting his friend a disdainful glance. "You think I don't know you're trying to be all sneaky and steal my training regimen?" Xu Cheng laughed. "What would be the point? I don't have your bioelectric discipline, so the results would be subpar. It'd have to be replaced with the North's specialty, merging man with machine." Lan Jue shook his head. "I figured you had a plan, from the beginning. The East, the North, the West, in the end these internal disputes they bicker over don't mean a thing. I have no interest in any of that. My concern is the future, when we inevitably run into things we never even knew we had to protect ourselves from. The survival of the human race is the only goal." Xu Cheng's rarely encountered serious face met Lan Jue's assertions. "You're absolutely right. I verified it with the family last night. The second reconnaissance fleet we sent has vanished, and likely has encountered some trouble. We're assembling a third party now, this time a large-scale sweep and clear, I'm told. We've even repositioned 2 bastions to face the last known location of the monster planets. We're ready, on emergency alert. We've also let the other 2 alliances know." Hua Li was in agreement. "I've also been monitoring the Poseidon Group intelligence reports, and they confirm it as well. Everything's calm on the surface, but there's a lot happening under wraps. Arms production has ramped up, and the scuffles between the North and the East have died down. Now it's come down to the wire, and the decision-makers have finally decided to work together. Truth be told, I'm taking notes throughout this process as well, and plan to use them for my own family once this is done." "Sorry, Ju." Lan Jue simply shook his head. "There's nothing to be sorry about. This whole process is the brainchild of the 3 of us, anyway. Besides, I'm only too anxious to spread this, and improve humanity's chances as much as possible." "How long do you plan to continue at this pace?" Hua Li asked. 3 days, Lan Jue replied. "That should be about the limit to what they can bear. Any longer than that and I'm afraid there might be unpredictable consequences." "You're actually doing 3 days, eh?" Xu Cheng shivered. They'd originally only planned for 1 day of this sort of treatment. Lan Jue explained. "I made the determination after watching them today. Their endurance is a lot better than I'd originally expected. Such being the case, we need to make sure they reach their limit. Now I say 3 days, but not everyone's going to make it that far. We'll need to watch every one of them very carefully, pay attention to their physical state. If we can break them all the way down, they'll rise up that much quicker." Hua Li nodded. "It'll certainly show us their willpower and potential. Those are the two bases for a person's strength. Just then, Lan Jue's communicator rang. Boss, Jin Tao's up. Good, he replied, send him here tomorrow morning. We'll see how much of the decoction he managed to absorb, and what effect it's had. Hua Li's eyes flashed. I'm very curious myself. Fantasia Genetica, your Eastern medicines, and our power combined on one subject. It'll be very interesting to see where he ultimately ends up, and how quickly. The thought brought a grin to Lan Jue's face. I'm anxious as well. Anxious to see how this little psychopath reacts. Looks like we've got 51 students, now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, Entered Jin Tao. Chapter 248, Entered Jin Tao. Jin Tao sat within the verticar, looking out of place. It wasn't that he was unused to the car, of course. He was uncomfortable in his own skin. For the last month he'd been tossing and turning, coming in and out of consciousness until finally waking up the night before. He still hadn't been able to shake that feeling, the sense of being somewhere between sleep and wakefulness. Everything that had happened since entering the avenue has felt like a dream, every day stretching by like a year. It had been an eternity of pain, where his body struggled to absorb and persist against the poison of the Fantasia Genetica. He'd been ripped apart, and put back together. He'd survived it mainly by virtue of his dogged willpower. He'd refused to let his body get the better of him. That wasn't to say the painful experience hadn't permanently burned itself into his memory. When he finally came around, he understood that it hadn't been a nightmare. Now it seemed the obvious, caught as he was in this fugue state, it felt like time was flying by. The pain in his body was subsiding, replaced by strange sensations. He'd have flashes of cold, then searing heat. Sometimes his whole body would itch, and then that excruciating pain would come back. They would come in short-lived waves that tumbled over one another. It was like he was living in some strange illusion. He didn't feel at all like himself. At last, when he'd been let out of the life support pod and his feet touched the ground again, he could almost feel the earth's vitality coursing up through his limbs. It was a sensation that was difficult to explain. There were several things that were difficult to explain. Not the least of these were the changes in his body. For starters, he was a good deal taller than he had been before taking the decoction. In the space of a month he seemed to have stretched at least 2 inches. His skinny frame had filled out. His muscles hadn't grown larger, necessarily, but there was certainly more definition. He felt more elastic, more malleable. More than his looks, his personality had also undergone some changes, a normal reaction to the experiences and environment he'd been in for the last month. He'd grown up. He unconsciously clenched his hands into fists. His body, suddenly and ferociously, filled with wild power. It rose up from within him until it threatened to spill free, like a tsunami, a landslide, especially when compared with how limited his energy had been before. As his discipline flooded him, threads of thin golden hair sprouted from his skin, and he stretched to over 2 meters. The dumb mutt from before released an aura of majesty. Are these arms even mine? This power. He allowed his newfound power to course through him for a good few minutes, before gradually allowing it to abate. After awakening, he'd been subjected to a number of tests from Mika and Lin Jue. Though he'd been kept up most of the night from them, he didn't feel tired. But that discomfort persisted, from last night until this very moment. There was still so much he didn't understand. Mika had told him all of this was normal. Any acquisition of power, especially so quickly, took time to get used to. He was told next he would be delivered to the master, who would help him adapt to the changes and continue his training. So it was that he found himself in the expensive verticar, barreling through the skies towards who knows where. He had time to reflect upon his situation, and he was overjoyed. He was ecstatic with his decision, one he knew to be right without question. Had it not been for the professor and his own hard work, he'd be nothing, just as he was before. Now things were different. He had more power. He might need some time to feel comfortable in his own skin again, but the strength that filled him was a beautiful sensation in and of itself. By the time he reached the training field, it was early morning. At some point during the journey, Jin Tao couldn't remember, Mika and Lin Jue had donned a pair of silver masks. They walked with Jin Tao into the training facility. Someone was already there when they entered, and looked to have been waiting for some time. He led them from that point without any superfluous discussion. The guide brought him to a group of familiar faces. And of course he did. Wasn't that the hateful pig boy, Tang Xiao? And his sister beside him. He really couldn't figure out how he could be so fat, while his little sister might as well have been a model. There was also Zhou Qianlin, the school beauty, patron goddess of the broken-hearted. Guangying and Yan Ningya, talented female students in the mecha combat department, were also among them. Behind them, wasn't that her brother Yan Zhanshan? He and his sister, along with Tang Xiao and his sister, Tang Mi, were praised as the strongest fighting duo in the NEU. Anytime they teamed up in DreamNet, they racked up impressive scores. Gathered around were others, and all of them were equally talented members of his school's mecha combat division. Familiar figured, familiar names, they ran through his head as he looked them over. It was strange though, he thought. Why did they all look so miserable? Nearly every one of them was pale, with their faces pained and drawn. Some had black eyes, others looked like they'd been nearly drowned. A good number of them appeared to twitch uncontrollably, like they had the jitters. What's wrong with all these blessed ones? He thought. They look like mashed potatoes. He managed, eventually, to draw his eyes away from the pathetic-looking bunch. He spied 5 more people, situated in front of them. 3 of them had golden masks, and 2 others hid behind silver, like Mika and Lin Jue. Though they all wore masks, his eyes were instantly drawn to the man in the center. A nagging, familiar feeling tickled at the back of his mind. They stopped a few feet away from Lan Jue. "Boss," Mika said, "we've brought him for you." Lan Jue nodded, though when he spoke he addressed Jin Tao. "Fall in. First line, farthest to the left." The left flank, whether students or soldiers, he knew what that meant. Only the exemplary members got that spot. Right now that spot was occupied by Tang Xiao. "As you command," Jin Tao answered without hesitation, then trotted over. His heavy steps thudded loudly as he did so. Lan Jue then turned his attention to the 2 girls. He spoke with Mika first. "You go ahead. Guagua stays here." "Very well." Mika's answer was quick, but there was a hint of surprise. It was the first time seeing her boss this way, so cold and no nonsense. But so manly. She desperately wanted to stay and see what was happening, but had no recourse but to obey. Lin Guagua veritably jumped into action. Filled with excitement, she took up position behind him like the other silver-masked assistants. Lan Jue faced the gathered students, and spoke to them next. "I'm sure you all know our newest addition, Jin Tao. You know his reputation. However, starting today, he is one of you. Part of the team. He will train alongside you." Tang Xiao shot Jin Tao a sidelong glance. He wasn't the least bit upset with the fact that the dumb mutt had taken his position. Instead, his small, dark eyes were alive with sadistic glee over what his fellow disciple was to experience. Jin Tao was suddenly filled with a palpable sense of foreboding. He knew the look in that fat fox's eye meant something nasty was on its way. Lan Jue went on. "Now that we're all here, push-ups. Begin. No one stops till I say so." No one made a sound, no one dared complain. They fell to the ground and started their push-ups as fast as they could. After yesterday's torment, the students had only been given 4 hours of sleep before they were woken up. Whether physical or mental, they were all beat. In fact, they felt like they were on the verge of collapse. In the end, though, they persisted. The most common style of push-ups helped define and strengthen the muscles of the shoulders, chest, and triceps, with some work being done to the upper back. It was a fine exercise for full-body training. For these kids, with their talent and physical fitness, 300 to 500 was just getting started. The problem, or rather, problems, were the needles jutting out of them from various directions. Everyone had at least 3, and they locked their discipline away. That, in addition to the exhaustion they felt from the harsh treatment of the training, meant they were on their last legs. Some started to struggle after only 35. Lan Jue's hand gripped a steel needle. Again? Is he kidding? The stabbing itself was strangely stimulating. Not physically, but for the sense organs. But could this devil really be considering a 4th? The push-ups continued. The only one taking it in stride was Jin Tao. He was in better shape than he'd ever had been in his entire life. He was a blur, and by the 1-minute mark he was approaching 200 without being out of breath. Only now was he beginning to feel a little flush from the exertion. His power flooded him, gave him power, so much so that he was afraid he couldn't adequately control it. Suddenly, there was a flash. 3 quick bursts of something. Jin Tao felt his body seize. 3 shiny new needles sprouted from his back. He remained there, at the high point of a push, frozen and flabbergasted. And Jue's voice wafted towards him from behind. Jin Tao is late, by an entire day. What you all experienced yesterday, he must endure today, and more, so that he can catch up. As he spoke, a golden bolt of electricity struck Jin Tao.
The young man had been in the process of rising to his feet, having shaken off the initial jabs. Now he remained still as a sculpture. People are all the same, they want others to experience their pain, to exceed it. There was a sick, schadenfreude sense of comfort in it. Seeing Jin Tao a victim of the devil's lightning, and seeing him suffer the 3 needles as they had, immediately brought some solace to the beleaguered students. Suddenly the push-ups didn't seem so bad. Though they were operating on 4 hours of sleep, they didn't feel weakened from it. They picked up speed, but none seemed to realize an important fact: no one cared how many they did. It wouldn't make their future troubles any less terrifying. It wasn't long before the 4th needle was added to the 3rd, and the boiling medicine water was reintroduced, for everyone. Jin Tao suffered the same fate, but no matter what Lan Jue threw at him, he endured. That's why one of the golden-masked monsters interrupted his steam bath with a fireball to the face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.